They had been good friends for years, and their banter was usually relentless. "Ah, don't mind him," Bull reassured him. "He's just being precious. He got felt up by a dead bloke earlier, and he hasn't been the same since. I think it gave him a hard-on, and he feels ashamed about it." "Fuck off," Taft grunted, running his fingers through his matted beard and grinning back at Charlie. "Just tired as all been a long day, mate." Charlie nodded, glad to hear that his friend was just in need of some rest. "Any comms with the people inside?" Stan asked, wanting to get down to business and work out what their next move should be. "Nothing as yet. We helped a couple of them out earlier today, actually." "How do you mean?" "Two of them got themselves trapped in the center of town. I think they may have been looking for something specific, but they got spotted and were surrounded by thousands of those things. We played the old music box trick to distract the dead and help them escape. It worked a treat mostly. They managed to get out, but we lost track of them." "How's things at their base? Any change?" "Yeah, some big changes," Charlie replied gravely. "Thousands of the dead have launched an assault. They've closed in on the perimeter, and now the walls are thick with them. There was a fair bit of shooting earlier on, but things have gone quiet now. I don't think the perimeter has been breached, but I can imagine that they'll all be in a bit of a flap at the moment." "Do you think the walls and gates will hold?" Taff asked. Charlie shrugged. During the hours of daylight, two of his men had kept a close eye on the fortress, watching as the dead advance grew in size and force. For hours they had been mercilessly battering away at the concrete walls and steel gates, and no one could be sure that the perimeter would hold. Especially after all these years, it's hard to tell. I'd say that their weakest points will be the gates. Personally, I think it's only a matter of time before one of them collapses. "What about the two blokes you helped?" Kyle added. "Any idea how they got back, or if they got back?" "Yeah, we think they went through the sewers. There's no way that they could have gone over land and through the streets, not with the amount of activity in the area. If they have made it back to home ground, then I bet they went under the city." "Have you been down there?" Stan asked, already knowing that his question was redundant. Charlie and his team would undoubtedly have taken a look for themselves. Charlie grinned at him, his face appearing demonic in the flickering light of the two small candles that provided the only illumination within the hut. He reached up and scratched at his head with one of his shovel-sized hands. "You know me, Stan? I've climbed Everest twice and walked to the North Pole. I can never shy away from an adventure. So yeah, we've been down there." He turned to one of his men who was squatting in the corner and huddled around a small camping stove. "Pass me that map we made, will you, Nobby, and how's the bruise coming along?" "Few more minutes," the man replied, without taking his attention away from his task of boiling up some water. Nobby reached into his pocket and tossed a piece of folded paper over to where the others were sitting. Charlie opened it up and spread it out over the ground between him and Stan, displaying a sketch of the route they had taken beneath the city. Distances and directions were clearly marked, and each junction was labeled with a number detailed descriptions of the route, and turnings were written beneath, giving a step-by-step guide on how to navigate through the sewage systems. The team leaned in for a closer look. "It's a lot safer than running about on the surface," Charlie added, as Stan began studying the map. "We ran into a few pus sacks along the way, but nothing that could be deemed as a major problem. I think they sent a few of their own guys down there, too. We heard some shooting when we were on our way back." "Do you think we could get them all out through the tunnels?" Kyle asked, referring to the people within the base. "I don't see why not," Charlie replied, with an enthusiastic nod. "As long as we have the route covered with a few teams in advance of the main group, I reckon we could safely get them through. The streets are teeming with the dead, and this is the only real option that we've been able to identify." "But you said you ran into some of the infected down there, and that you heard shooting," Bull observed. "Still easier than going over ground and through the city. You should see what it's like up top, mate. Even the rats are staying in the drains." "What about exit points?" Taff asked. "Here," Charlie replied, leaning across and tapping a point on the sketch. He reached into his own pocket and pulled out an old ordnance survey map of the area. "Their way into the sewage system is right next to the tunnel they built leading into their base. They can get into the sewers without having to expose themselves above ground. I'm not sure why they never used that option in the past, but I'm assuming that they must have looked at it and decided against it for whatever reason." "Makes sense," Taft shrugged. "I wouldn't be overly keen on roaming around down there if I didn't need to." "Well, they need to now," the veteran mumbled. "We got into the sewers at this point," Charlie continued, showing them an area on the map that indicated a river of some sort. "It's an outflow into an old canal that leads to the sewage works 5 kilometers further south. Now that we know the exact route beneath the built-up area, I reckon we could cover it in about 2.5 hours. What's the distance from the entry point to the exit? Taff asked, already working out his own time appreciation and attempting to take into account the number of people involved, just over 7 kilometers. Taff looked at Stan with an expression of doubt. It was a long way for them to travel with a large group of frightened civilians, including children and elderly, with a column of that length, and with so many potential problems, he doubted that things would go smoothly. The sewers would be dark, with relatively narrow passageways. He was certain that not everyone would be comfortable carrying out an exodus through such a cramped, claustrophobic, and unnerving environment. I know what you're thinking, Charlie sighed when he saw the silent passage of information between Stan and Taff. Yes, it's a big risk with endless possibilities of turning into a gangfuck, but if we want to help them, then this is the best way. Trust me, we've been here a while, and there's no other way of getting them out of there. It's not possibilities, Charlie. Kyle huffed as he shifted his weight on his haunches. His legs were starting to ache, and he was beginning to feel irritated. It's probabilities. The moment we get them down there, they'll start to flap. At best, we'll get 2 or 3 of them abreast in the tunnels with a huge snake of terrified people spread out behind us. Add to that the fact that some will struggle physically, let alone the psychological difficulties, and especially the kids and the weak. Then, if we bump into anything down there and they panic, it'll be like trying to herd wet cats with a fucking flamethrower. Why are you always so negative? Nobby asked rhetorically from the corner. By now he was holding a metal mug filled with black coffee and dipping his grubby finger into the liquid to test the temperature before lifting it to his lips. Kyle turned around to look at him. He had never gotten along with Nobby since the day he had come aboard the ferry with Charlie's group. They had been at odds. Nobby always presented himself as an optimist, whereas Kyle considered himself as a realist, but sometimes viewed by others as a pessimist. Negative, he huffed. He did not doubt Nobby's ability as a soldier, but he feared that his overly positive attitude would at some point either result in people being killed, or that there was an ulterior motive behind his outlook. The veteran knew that the latter was highly unlikely, especially since they had been part of the same group for many years now, and there had never been any evidence of Nobby being anything other than just a decent man. Nobby kept his attention fixed on his cup, and Kyle turned back to Stan. It's nothing to do with being negative. It's all to do with our own survival, mate. I said it on the ferry, and I'll say it again. We shouldn't be risking our own lives for a bunch of strangers that could turn out to be nothing more than fucking baggage. That place is teeming with those things. Do you remember London? He paused for a moment. Everyone remembered the failed attack as though it had only happened the day before. Anyone who had been involved in the action could never forget the horrors of what had happened in London. Thousands of men and women had been slaughtered due to ill-conceived planning and amateurish strategic thinking. The team had lost one of their own, Marty, in the action. After my unit was wiped out, I joined your group of misfits because I thought you were my best chance at staying alive. Not because I thought you were all great guys and fun to be around. We've managed to survive for this long. But going down into that city could get us all fucked without lube and without respect in the morning. We owe them nothing, and we need to look out for ourselves in this. What do you suggest? Stan asked. We just turn around and head home. Should we just leave them to it? I'm not here on a humanitarian mission or for the fun of it. We need them as much as they need us. I don't mean that we bug out, but we let them do their own groundwork. Get comms with them, give them a heads up, and leave them to it. We'll support them if we can, but they take all the risks. We can't just sit back and watch. But I also agree with some of what Kyle's saying. Taff grunted. So do I, Stan concurred in an irritated voice. We're taking as little risk as possible. That's why we're going underground. If they become a burden, we'll cut them loose and extract ourselves. Will that satisfy you, I suppose? Taff replied with a cock of his head. Stan turned to look at the veteran and began to speak in a low voice. But understand this. We can't get our ship to move, but they possibly can. If we don't get the people we need, then we're just as far up shit creek as they are. There's no getting around that fact. We're going in there, Kyle, and that's that. Kyle could see that Stan's body language was beginning to change. He knew that it would be unwise to push the issue any further. He was confident that their commander would place the safety of his own team first, and he felt satisfied now that Stan had clarified that fact. He had voiced his concerns, and to continue voicing them could be detrimental to his own welfare. He nodded his acceptance of the plan. What about when, or if, we get them through the sewers? Bull asked. What do we do then? Walk all the way home? Like Stan just confirmed, we're not here to hold their hands. Charlie grunted impatiently. We've wrecked a route out for them. The exit from the sewers is in a pretty remote area and should give us enough breathing space to get things organized again once that we're clear. If they have even the slightest idea of what they're doing, then I'd imagine that they have their own plan for an escape. I suggest we speak to them and find out what that plan is. And that means going down there. See? Bull grinned at the veteran. There's just no getting around it, mate. 13. The constant trickle and drip of water filled the narrow caverns, carried for long distances by the acoustics of the vaulted ceilings. The wind, filtering through the many openings, moaned lightly, carrying the dank and stifling odor of rot along with it as it wisped through the sewers. Al was doing his best to tread lightly, but it was not an easy thing to accomplish. Down in the sewers, it was akin to negotiating through an obstacle course blindfolded. There was all manner of debris scattered throughout the tunnels, and the slightest sound made from a careless step would reverberate for great distances. Despite Tina's orders, he and Greg had decided to search again for a road out through the subterranean maze. They had waited for long enough, allowing enough time to pass, and hopefully ensuring that any infected down there had dispersed. It was the early hours of the morning now, and they had crept out through the tunnel with the aid of Flash. The young man had wanted to go with them, but Al had insisted that he remain behind to man the door and be ready to let them back in. All knew that Tina would have plenty to say over the matter, but he was beyond caring now, and the situation was becoming too desperate to accommodate excessive prudence. She was a cautious leader and never one to make a hasty decision, and always considering every possibility before going forward with a plan of action. Al, however, was bold and daring, and always had been. Some even considered him as reckless at times. He was a man who acted on instinct, willing to take great risks if there was much to be gained from success. Rarely did he hold anything in reserve and tended to throw everything he had into the fray. Ignoring any voice of caution that spoke to him from within his own mind, he was well aware of the inherent flaws of such a mindset. A failure could result in the loss of everything, including the lives of the people around him. It was for those same reasons that he admitted he was never cut out to lead a force much bigger than a fighting section of 8 troops. Maybe a platoon at a push. He was a brilliant soldier and tactician at the lower levels, but commanding larger units made him feel out of his depth and with too many moving parts to consider. His first instinct was always to go forward aggressively and with full force. As a result, he had never felt comfortable being the man that everyone in the base turned to during a crisis. Getting shot in the head and allowing Tina the chance to step in and prove herself as an extremely competent and level-headed leader had been a blessing in disguise for him. It was dark, and the tiny lights that he and Greg had fitted to the barrels of their rifles were barely sufficient enough to allow them to see where they were going. Despite the cold on the surface, the atmosphere in the sewers seemed overly humid, causing him to sweat excessively. Every 50 meters or so, they needed to stop and listen, wiping the perspiration from their eyes and using their sense of smell and hearing to show them the way. They had been down there for well over an hour, following the route that Al and Tommy had taken after meeting the reclusive Frank a couple of days before. Every sound made them freeze, and it was a test of their nerves to remain composed in the pitch black, resisting the temptation to fire at the multitude of threats they perceived from every quarter. They could hear the hollow wails of the dead drifting through the channels of the sewers, but it was always impossible to tell where they were or how far. With every sound they would stop, dropping down low and cocking their ears into the direction where they thought the noise had come from while attempting to judge whether or not it was wise to continue. There were a number of bodies down there floating along in the filthy water that slowly flowed through the center of the tunnels. The stink was almost unbearable as the decomposing carcasses of human beings became lodged and tangled within the wreckage and lay there rotting away for years on end. In some places, the ground was completely dry, while in others they needed to wade through thigh-deep filth with all kinds of stomach-churning debris floating around on the lazy current. Then there were the rats. They were everywhere, burrowing holes in the walls, scurrying through gutters and grills, and swimming alongside of Al and Greg, squealing when they were startled by the men's movements. On occasion, some of the screeching vermin dropped from the pipes, and the manholes interspersed along the ceiling, splashing into the water and causing the 2 soldiers to almost jump from their skins with fright. Al was almost wishing for them to be attacked, at least it would release the tension. "Take a left at this next junction." Greg whispered over Al's shoulder when he stopped to check his map. Al moved forward again, carefully edging his way towards the corner of the brickwork. He stopped and listened, turning off his light and placing his hand out behind him to prevent Greg from bumping into him. Something was moving around just beyond the corner. He could hear it wading through the water and slowly making its way closer to the junction. It was definitely not a rat, he was sure of that. It sounded too big, displacing too much water to be anything smaller than a human being. He waited for a moment, trying to identify whether there were more of them approaching, but he could only hear the rhythmic swish of two limbs being dragged through the water, or at least he thought he could. After a short while, he felt confident that it was a lone body lost in the tunnels and wandering mindlessly through the darkness. When it sounded as though it was only a few meters away, Al switched on his torch again and stepped beyond the junction. His narrow light flitted from one wall to the next, trying to identify the approaching body before it came too close. The beam passed over a figure that was standing in the center of the curved tunnel. It too stopped in its tracks when it detected movement up ahead of it. It was little more than a collection of gray rags and greenish, slimy flesh shrunken over bone that jutted out through the skin in places. Judging by its appearance, Al guessed that it had been down there for quite some time and becoming saturated and waterlogged by the constant moisture. It looked directly into the faint glow of Al's light, mesmerized by its movements, reaching out with its fingers and rasping a curious grunt. Al kept the light pointed into its face as he moved forward, keeping the infected woman hypnotized by the strange illumination that was fighting its way through the total blackness. She had no idea that there was a living man on the other side of the light, or that her existence was about to come to an abrupt end. She swayed with the movement of the light, the few strands of her remaining hair sweeping across her rotted face as her vacant eyes remained locked upon the glowing wonder. There was a flash as Al's knife was momentarily caught in the beam, but there was no time for the woman's corpse to react. The blade punched through her eye in an instant as Al lunged. Her head was forced backwards, her feet slipping from under her as he drove the shaft deep into her skull. With a loud splash, she landed in the water, falling away from the knife and becoming just another body that would drift along on the current until it became lodged in one of the many grills throughout the stinking catacombs. They continued forward, following the map, until they reached the point where Al and Tommy had departed from the man who had saved them from the hordes of infected on the surface. They stopped and looked around, checking their bearings and taking advantage of the quiet. Maintaining stealth and moving slowly while concentrating on their noise output and where they were placing their feet was hard to maintain for long periods, especially in such conditions. It was exhausting both mentally and physically. That's where Frank used to live, Al whispered, indicating the damp steps to their left and illuminating the door with his light. "You think it could be worth having a look up there?" Greg asked. "No, the place got overrun. We well and truly fucked it up for him." He wondered if the infected that had stormed the building had managed to reach the cellar. The gates and other defenses that were in place seemed strong, but Frank had been positive that they would eventually come crashing through the stairs. It was pointless even considering going up there. There was nothing to be gained from such a risky venture. "Yeah," Al repeated thoughtfully, still shining his light over the door. "We really did ruin that poor guy's day, by Al's estimates." They had traveled over 3 kilometers through the tunnels. He knew that they were generally headed north, and that right now they were right beneath the city center. He would not even consider searching for an exit and leaving the sewers just yet. There were hundreds of thousands of the dead directly above their heads, swarming through the streets and buildings. To climb to the surface now would be a death sentence. After a few minutes' rest, they turned and continued along the large drain, headed for the area where Greg and the others reported being ambushed by a group of the infected. Within a few hundred meters, they began to step over the inert bodies of the dead. Empty brass bullet cases littered the dry areas of the ground, and there were dozens of strike marks along the walls where the bullets had ricocheted. This was where it had happened and marked the limit of Greg's reconnaissance. They turned out their lights again, aware that they were entering into uncharted territory. "Be careful with your footing," Greg warned. "This is where Ben got his leg snagged. There's all kinds of crap under the water." Al nodded and stepped to his left, keeping himself in the shallows as much as possible as he rounded a bend. A little further on, they reached a fork. He took the tunnel leading off to the right as the map indicated that the left was no good. The place seemed empty now, but he could not be certain. His eyes had adjusted well to the darkness, allowing him a small perception of his immediate surroundings, but he could see nothing of what lay beyond the tip of his rifle. It was his instincts that were guiding him more than anything else now. His stomach knotted as he edged his way forward, sniffing his way through the wall of blackness. He knew how the dead sometimes lurked in silence, instinctively clinging to the shadows and becoming dormant until some unfortunate soul crossed their path. He kept his rifle pulled into his shoulder while he groped his way along the slime-covered wall to his left. He wanted to turn on his light, but there was no way that he could allow himself to do such a foolish thing. There could be 1,000 corpses standing in the tunnel in front of them, and he hoped that he would sense them in time before running into them. Even slower now, they crept forward. They could smell the horrific scent of decomposing flesh and stagnant water mixing to form a foul and rancid odor. The hairs on the back of Al's neck began to stand on end as he inched his way through the impenetrable black curtain that was draped over him. He could feel his blood beginning to heat up as his muscles flexed, readying themselves for fight or flight. His instincts were clawing at him and telling him that the current situation of relative calm and quiet was about to change dramatically. Nevertheless, he needed to push on. The tense atmosphere was growing thicker with each step. He wanted to turn around and withdraw to the safety of the base, but he could not. They could not afford to retreat. They needed a viable exit point, otherwise their colony of survivors would be swapping one death trap for another. They needed to find a way through no matter what the cost. The base was surrounded, and the western gate was slowly weakening. If they did not identify an escape route soon, they would be trapped within the walls of the fob, waiting for the end as the perimeter crumbled away around them. There was a sudden crash from behind. Greg had slipped on the slime-covered bricks of the tilted floor, his rifle clattering deafeningly as it fell from his grasp and his body slammed into the ground. Shit. Al stopped, dropping into a crouch while Greg crawled around, trying to regain his feet and searching for his weapon. From somewhere to their front and across to the right, there was another splash too heavy to be a rat. It was followed by more as something began wading towards them through the stream. There was a probing moan, and then other voices began to reply from all along the tunnel. While Al and Greg squatted, cringing in the darkness, the sounds began to grow. The dead were there and moving towards them, awakened by the clumsiness of Greg, and now searching for them as they stumbled along the tunnel. Back, Al hissed with urgency, hearing the splashing footsteps of one of the infected reaching to within just a few meters ahead of him. Back up. Greg began to scurry backwards, hearing the buildup of haunting groans ahead of them, and picturing 1,000 gaunt and unseen faces looming towards him from within the darkness. He hastened and jumped to his feet, turning to flee. Within just a couple of paces, he ran into something soft and wet that was blocking the tunnel directly behind him. He slammed into the body, its arms impulsively wrapping around him in a revolting embrace of putrid flesh. Once again, he slipped on the slimy bricks beneath his feet, and the invisible body fell with him as he tumbled. Panicking, he snatched at the trigger of his rifle, creating a deafening blast that released a harmless shot into the murky water and sent up a small geyser that was caught for an instant in the muzzle flash. He yelped as his body fell backwards and was suddenly submerged beneath the cold water. He instantly tried to stand, but the body he had ran into pounced upon him. Greg twisted as he felt the cold claws of the infected begin to pull at his clothing and maul his bare head and neck. More hands clutched at his feet and legs, and with horror suddenly filling his every sense, he realized that there were more of the dead behind them. He began to scream and kick, trying to drag himself away. But no matter how hard he thrashed or in which direction he turned, more cold hands grabbed onto him. Al's ears were ringing, the sudden and unexpected crack of the rifle blast making his mind spin for a moment as the noise bounced through the narrow tunnel. He spun around when he heard Greg cry out, and he ran through the darkness. Close by, he could hear the heavy splashes as someone fought and struggled in the water. There was another bang, less violent than the first and much duller in sound, but unmistakable as a rifle blast. Greg's weapon was submerged for the second shot, and Al instinctively knew that it would not fire a third time as the resistance of the water prevented the bolt from chambering another round, correctly and undoubtedly having caused a stoppage. Greg screamed, coughing and sputtering as he slipped beneath the water while struggling to get away from his unseen attackers. Stealth had been completely lost now. Al flicked on his light and immediately saw the broiling water where a cluster of figures grabbed and pulled at Greg. The man was beneath them and fighting a losing battle as he flailed around, struggling for position and screaming for help. The dead had the advantage of numbers, attacking from above as they overwhelmed the partially man. Al fired, his round missing its target and ricocheting with a high-pitched ping from the wall as it whizzed away through the tunnel. He pulled the trigger again, the flash of the round blinding him for a fraction of a second. The head of one of the nearest infected exploded outwards in a mist of bone and brain tissue. The body fell, landing on top of Greg and pushing him back under the water. He resurfaced a moment later, howling with pain as another corpse dropped onto him with its teeth chomping down on his upper arm. He felt the skin split and the teeth embed themselves into the bone, sending a convulsion of agony through his body. The corpse's head began to thrash from side to side like a shark in a feeding frenzy, while tearing away the flesh from the screaming man. With his free hand, Greg punched at the unseen face again and again, feeling the tissue around his knuckles split against the hard bone and jagged teeth. The infected body was snarling. Its jaws locked as it pulled and tore at the muscle tissue and tendons in Greg's arm until it suddenly flew backwards, a chunk of warm and blood-soaked meat coming away from the bone and remaining clamped between its teeth. Greg roared, the pain sending a white-hot flash through his body and into his brain, almost paralyzing him as more teeth clamped down over his exposed limb. For a moment he lost his senses, unable to think of anything else but the agony he felt from the bites. Al charged forward, blasting off another 3 rounds as he closed in on the group of infected that were savaging his friend. Another of them dropped into the filthy water, and he kicked another out of the way. He reached down, groping blindly for Greg as the infected snatched and grasped at him. Through the melee and confusion, his fingers made contact with the relatively warm skin of a living human arm. Al wrenched him back, pulling Greg away through the throng of bodies and dragging him through the water from the swarm of clambering hands and gnashing teeth. "Move!" he yelled down to the man. "You need to move!" Greg was kicking his way along, unable to get up, and still screaming at the top of his lungs. His howls sounded like a mixture of pain, anger, and insanity, and were almost as unnerving as the growing wails of the infected. Greg's rifle was gone, but Al doubted it would have been much use to the man now anyway. He was in shock and pain, holding onto a bite wound on his shoulder, and needing to be virtually carried to safety. Al hauled him to his feet and took off in the opposite direction from where they had been headed. The tunnel behind them was filled with the excited moans of the dead now, and the group that had attacked Greg was giving chase, sloshing through the water and crashing over the piles of debris. Al stumbled forward, propping his friend up with one arm and dragging him along through the knee-deep water while trying to see where they were going from the small beam of light emitting from the barrel of his rifle. His mind raced as he searched for the turning in the tunnel, aware that if he missed the fork, they would never make it out of there alive. "Come on, mate, keep moving," he growled over the wails of the reanimated bodies, hoping to encourage the wounded man. "We'll get you sorted." Greg was groaning, whimpering, and becoming heavier. His legs were weak and unable to carry him without the aid of the larger man. The pain from the bites was sending his mind into spasms and causing his stomach to flip. He began to retch, vomit and bile spilling from his mouth and nose. Al could not stop to check on the wound in Greg's shoulder, but he suspected that there was a lot of blood loss, and possibly a number of other bites along his body. He could hear their pursuers charging along behind them, and he could also tell that they were closing the distance. Greg was becoming more immobile by the second, and it would not be long before Al would need to carry him completely. "Lift your legs," he roared down at him. "You need to keep going." They were moving at little more than a stagger and barely making any progress when Al lost his grip. Greg dropped unprotestingly into the water, collapsing into a slump at his feet and seemingly unresponsive. "Up! Get up, for fuck's sake! Get up!" Al was pulling at the shoulder straps of Greg's harness and trying to lift him to his feet, but it was no use. The man was a dead weight and either unconscious or very close to it. He knew that he needed to buy them some time, and he would never leave Greg behind, even if it meant himself dying in the process. Standing his ground, he raised his rifle so that the barrel was pointed back along the tunnel at head height. There was nothing to be seen in the beam of his light, but he could hear them clearly, approaching with their heavy legs, dragging them through the murky water and wailing with their insatiable hunger. "Come on, you rotten bags of shit," he cried. He began to fire blindly into the darkness, hoping to drive back the dead that were closing in on them. He had no idea where his shots were landing, but between the heavy thwacks of the suppressed rifle, he sensed that some of the dead had been hit. He swept the barrel of his rifle from left to right, firing rapid single shots and completely losing track of how many rounds he had fired from his magazine. They had always been instructed to count their shots in training, but when it came to reality, with fear and adrenaline overpowering him, it was impossible to keep track. "Magazine," he cried instinctively when the weapon suddenly stopped firing. Within just a few short seconds, a full magazine had been slammed into place again, and he continued to blast away at the unseen enemy. His bullets flashed as they ricocheted from walls and iron grills. The tracer rounds burned brightly, illuminating the twisted shapes of charging corpses and exploding heads. In the back of his mind, he became aware of movement and noise behind them. More of the infected were being drawn into the area from the adjoining tunnels, and Al began to fear that they would soon be cut off from the junction. "Ready to move, Greg?" he called down at his feet. He was unable to tell if the man was capable of even hearing him, let alone assisting him. He squeezed the trigger again, wanting to buy them a few more seconds before they continued their retreat. 3 more shots sprang from his barrel in rapid succession. A glowing red tracer being the final bullet. It zipped through the air, too high to hit any of the dead that were closing in, and smashed into the curved ceiling further along the tunnel. There was a flash, and an intense orange glow instantly filled the sewer, swiftly drawing away the air into the epicenter of the eruption and creating a vacuum that tugged at the eyes and lungs of Al. As everything seemed to slow down, he felt his body being drawn forward, and for a millisecond, he became distinctly aware of the numerous deformed figures that were scrambling along through the passageway towards them, framed in a ball of fire that was expanding rapidly. There was a deafening whoosh and a dull boom as the blast ripped its way along the tunnel, its fiery fingers racing along the walls and turning that section of the sewer system into a roaring furnace. The air expanded violently ahead of the fires, creating an enormous pressure wave that hurled Al from his feet and sent him crashing down into the cold water on top of Greg. He screamed against the weight of the air as the fireball pressed down and swept over them, the blistering flames rushing along the walls and incinerating everything in their path. His mind tumbled as he slipped beneath the surface, seeing the flowing flames as they majestically danced over the water above him. A second later, he sprang from the water and into almost complete darkness again. He turned in all directions, expecting to continue the fight, but the place seemed oddly quiet and peaceful compared to what it had been just a moment earlier. Confused as to what had happened, he searched his surroundings, shining his light over the dozens of twitching and burned corpses that lay scattered over the walkways or floated along through the sewer. Here and there, small flickering flames continued to eat away at the charred bodies and cast the tunnel in a faint orange glow. He sniffed, and beyond the nauseating stench of burned flesh, he could smell something else. A gas pocket. He laughed to himself with relief and still gasping for breath. "We must have hit a gas pocket." He knew full well that the main supply had long since ceased to operate, but there was undoubtedly pockets of gas still within the pipes, including natural methane from the rotting carcasses floating through the tunnels and slowly building up over time. Seizing the opportunity that had been granted to them by fate or the gods, Al reached down for Greg and dragged him to his feet. With a renewed strength, he wrenched the hurt man up and flung him over his shoulder. He took off along the tunnel again, searching for the turning that would lead them back to their base. 14, a series of heavy thuds boomed from all around her. Her dreams were a jumbled blend of past events and images from the dark depths of her imagination, all mixing together to create a dream state that was impossible to comprehend. She was vaguely aware that her current reality was a figment of her imagination, but her subconscious mind continued to play along. She turned and searched the area while squinting against the strange, faint mist that was enveloping her. There was nothing to see, but she could sense others close by. The banging sounded distant, as though coming from somewhere far away and not really a part of the same world in which she was presently standing. She struggled to make sense of the noise, unable to identify its source, but instinctively knowing that it posed no immediate threat to her. The wispy veil began to slowly lift, revealing a landscape of infinite pale horizons that stretched away into nothingness. The ground was awash with a viscous fluid that rippled lazily when she moved her feet and appeared to be the source of the curling vapor that was steadily evaporating around her. Her mother was there, and her father too, gradually appearing from out of the fog. He had died when she was young, and it had been many years since he had visited her sleep. They were shouting, urging her to do something or warning her of danger. In her spiraling mind and the floating scenery of her dream, she could not distinguish which it was. They stood there, their faces recognizable to her, but their expressions obscured by a strange blur as they beat their fists against an invisible barrier that muffled their voices and blocked them from reaching her. Her brother also made an appearance, his colossal body squeezed into a pair of long shorts that were far too small for him, his flabby stomach pushing against the buttons of his waistband and emerging from beneath his t-shirt like some monster from a science fiction story. He too was calling her name, waving her closer as he stood, holding his smoking gun in his other hand and grinning at her. She took a step closer, curiosity getting the better of her as the voices of her parents became unmistakably clear. Their words were filled with fear and warning, pleading with her not to approach her brother. They were screaming at her to run, to get away from Christopher, who was still smiling and beckoning her towards him. She knew that he was dangerous and that she should not approach, but she could not prevent her feet from carrying her forward. He gestured for her to come closer, and as though hypnotized by his smiling face, she continued, seeing the gun in his hand and sensing the menace behind his false smile. Her subconscious cried out but was unable to convince the rest of her mind and body that she should flee for her life. "Hey, Tina," his high-pitched and quivering voice greeted her. "How have you been? I've missed you, you know." She tried to reply, but her words became lodged in her throat and would not reach beyond her lips. She wanted to tell him that she knew that he intended to hurt her and that she would not allow him to, but she became frozen to the spot, only her eyes and brain still functioning, while her body remained completely immobile. Christopher smiled again and took a swaying step closer. She could now see the blood that covered his clothing. His shirt was torn, barely covering his pale green, marbled flesh and exposed rib cage. She could see the hundreds of festering bites that he had received, and the remains of his intestines hanging from a huge jagged wound that stretched from one side of his abdomen to the other. The sores and injuries oozed with pus and black rancid blood, the teeth marks clearly visible around the edges of the lacerations where the infected had gnawed at his ample carcass. "You hurt me, Tina," he whined, his face quickly changing to the more familiar expression of self-pity that she had been used to. "You promised me that you would never hurt me or let the monsters get me. But you did again." She tried to speak, but the words would not come while her parents continued to call out her name and hammer against the translucent wall. She looked to them and saw the puddles of blood in which they were standing. The swathes were growing in size as though draining from their bodies as they remained standing, screaming and crying. "You hurt me, and now I have to hurt you." Her brother snarled. She looked back at him and saw his pale eyes and the holes in his bloated, mottled face. His plump cheeks had been torn away, revealing the rows of his upper and lower teeth. He was grinning at her now, his sympathy for himself dissipating fast and being replaced by his lust for cold, hard vengeance. He slowly raised the gun, taking his time as though he was acutely aware that Tina was unable to move. The drumbeat continued from afar as her parents looked on helplessly, their cries lost over an expanse of distance and time. The gun raised higher, seemingly taking forever until Christopher was satisfied with his position and aim and glaring at her from behind the barrel while grinning manically. The wounds to his face began to stretch grotesquely, revealing more of the rotting flesh and tendons beneath. Tina again tried to move, but her legs were locked in place. She tried to speak, but her throat remained sealed tight. She screamed within her mind, her fear quickly turning to rage as she could do nothing to protect herself. "Goodbye, sis." Her brother cackled, squeezing his finger back against the trigger. There was a series of rapid bangs, but they were not the sound of a discharging gun. She was suddenly free from her invisible bonds and able to move again. She cried out, her words finally able to force their way from her mouth. She opened her eyes and looked around. The room was dark, but she could see well enough to realize that she was back in the fob. She sighed and swept the sweat-soaked hair away from her face. The banging continued, and distant voices were still calling out to her, but they were clearly not her parents. She was confused, and in her semi-conscious state, as her mind slowly pieced itself back together, she wondered if she was still hearing echoes from her dream. "Tina," the man's voice called again, followed by another bout of heavy thumps. "You in there? We've got dramas." Recognizing Paul's voice, she suddenly sprang from the bed and landed on the floor with perfect balance before reaching for her weapons on the chair beside her. "Yeah, I'm here. What is it?" She stuttered, forcing her brain into gear and wiping away the last tendrils of her dream state. "It's Al. The mad bastard's gone down into the sewers again with Greg, and I think Flash might have gone with him as well." Tina bolted from her room, her face already flushing with anger. Paul had by now stepped away from the door, knowing that his words would drive her into a seething rage. He did not fear her in a physical sense, but she had the ability to topple much bigger prey just from her presence and venomous tongue. They began to run through the corridors of the complex and towards the northeastern corner of the wall. "Where are they now?" she growled, fastening her belt buckle and adjusting the pistol on her hip so that it was sitting in its usual position. "Still down there, I think," Paul replied, as they began to make their way through the complex and out towards the perimeter wall. "I had no idea they had gone, but there was an explosion of some kind about 30 minutes ago, and that's when we realized that the three of them were missing." We've checked everywhere for them, but there's no sign of them. They must be down there. An explosion, yeah, out in the built-up area, and there's a lot of buildings on fire now. It looks like Guy Fawkes' night out there. It could only be something to do with Al and the others. He looked at her gravely. They could be dead, for all we know. If they're not, then they'll wish they fucking were. She snarled under her breath as she began stomping her way up onto the wall, her feet ringing loudly against the steel staircase. It was still dark, but even without checking her watch, she knew that the morning was on its way. She could sense it in the cold, damp air. There, one of the sentries called out to her when she reached the top and pointing towards the city. She did not need to be told where the fire was. It was the only light in the area, and impossible to miss. A large area appeared to be ablaze with the flames quickly spreading through the floors of buildings and across to the adjacent structures. The sky above the buildings glowed orange with thick clouds of black smoke billowing up towards the heavens.
What the fuck?
She gasped, staring at the inferno. She spun on her heel, her face glowing slightly orange from the distant flames. Who's on duty in the tunnel? It was supposed to be Denise and Rich, but they said that Flash came to relieve them early. Paul shrugged. That's the only way that Al and Greg could have gone out. Has Flash reported in? Have you sent anyone into the tunnel to check? Not yet, but the field telephone down at the hatch is on the blink. It hasn't been working for a few days now. I thought I was best coming to tell you about it before I sent anyone to check the hatch. Tina nodded, biting down on her lower lip. She knew Al, and she knew Flash. The younger man was a protege of Al's, and she was certain that he was as loyal as any dog to him. Then he must have helped them, she sighed. My thoughts exactly, Paul agreed. I reckon he must have relieved Denise and Rich, and then called the others in. I'm positive that he's either with Al and Greg, or at least helping them in some way. Get someone down there. They would have left someone behind to watch the door, secure the entrance, and be ready to move out. Paul nodded and sprang into action, physically grabbing a number of the guard force from around him and shouting orders into their faces before leading them down towards the tunnel's entrance. Tina remained on the wall, watching as the fire engulfed a large portion of the city. All kinds of thoughts were racing through her mind. She wondered if Al had started the fire deliberately or whether it was anything to do with him at all. She thought about all the infected that were wandering throughout the surrounding lands and now being attracted to the fires. She worried that the damage caused by the heat would prevent them escaping through the sewer tunnels. But most of all, though, she worried for Al and the others. She hoped that they were safe despite her anger and threats of retribution.
Watch your arcs.
She grunted at one of the militia close by and pointed down to the dark tide of corpses that were turning below them. Don't start fire watching like a recruit. Keep your eyes on those fuckers. The man was too busy staring out at the trance-inducing flames, his mouth hanging open and his eyes glazed over. It had been a long time since there had been anything to look at other than the swarms of infected and the dreary buildings that were slowly crumbling to dust. He quickly turned his attention back to his duties and made a conscious effort to appear completely absorbed in what he was supposed to be doing. Tina began to make her way along the wall, repeating the same order over and over, as she came across more of the guard force, seemingly mesmerized by the sights to the north. She was getting angrier by the minute, her orders becoming more aggressively barked as she stomped along the walkways. She was headed for the western gate, hoping that they were not suffering from the same degree of distraction and neglecting what was happening beneath them. She had horrific visions of the pillars collapsing and the hinges breaking, and not a soul noticing until it was too late. There was a commotion from the east on the far side of the complex and beyond her field of vision. Someone was shouting for a medic, and it took just a fraction of a second for her to recognize the voice. It was Al. His cries were soon followed by other voices, calling for the same thing as the message was relayed throughout the base. She turned for the nearest set of stairs and took off towards the tunnel's entrance in the northeastern corner of the perimeter, her stomach nodding with dread as Al's voice continued to call out above the others. Rounding the corner and sprinting at full speed, she saw a gaggle of men and women crouching over a body on the ground. The medics were there and already busy with their equipment as onlookers crowded round. Al, she thought, feeling her head begin to swim and her innards contort. He's been bitten. The stupid bastard's been bitten. She was within 30 meters of the scene when she saw him. He suddenly appeared from amongst the cluster of people, his face black and his clothing singed, but otherwise looking healthy and unharmed. She wanted to call out with relief, exulting in the fact that he was not hurt and still very much alive. But then she saw that there was still one of her men lying upon the floor, wounded and possibly dying. Her anger returned, pushing aside her feelings of joy at Al's safe return to the base. What the fuck were you thinking?" She roared as she skidded to a halt. All but the medics turned towards her. Al said nothing but stared back at her, his face a mixture of exhaustion and sadness. She looked down and saw that the casualty was Greg. He was pale and groaning with great pain. She could see numerous wounds along his arms and legs seeping with blood that was rapidly turning the gravel beneath him from a pale yellow to a deep red. The medics fought hard to stop the bleeding, wrapping the dressings tightly and injecting him with morphine to ease his suffering. What happened? What the fuck happened? She howled at Al, baring her teeth and pointing down at Greg while she kept her burning eyes locked upon her second in command. "You were supposed to wait? I ordered you to wait? I fucking told you not to go down there. But you did, you stupid bastard. This is your fucking fault." Paul saw what was happening and began to usher the onlookers away, hoping that the two would not begin tearing at one another while the militia were present. It was bad enough to see their leaders forcefully disagree, but to witness them physically assault one another would be detrimental to the morale of the whole base. Paul had two options: either stay to break up any fight that ensued, or safeguard that the troops saw nothing at all. He chose the latter. Crosswords could be dismissed as a clash of leadership techniques. The medics carted Greg off towards the clinic, accompanied by Flash, who was speaking to the limp form on the stretcher with soothing and encouraging words. "What the fuck are you all looking at?" Paul shouted to his dumbstruck troops. "Get back to your posts." The men and women of the guard force quickly disappeared from sight, watching over their shoulders as they raced towards their positions and places of duty. "Well," Tina bellowed. "Answer me." She stepped closer, frothing at the mouth with her shoulders hunched and knees bent as though preparing to spring at him with an attack. Her fists were screwed tight, the knuckles turning white as her nails became embedded deep into the soft flesh of her palms. Her anger was boiling over, her reasonability and professionalism giving way as her temper gained control over her composure. "Not now, Tina," Al replied with an exhausted sigh. He was shaking his head, clearly upset and already burdened with guilt. "Please, not now. Not now," she screeched at him. She could contain herself no longer. In the blink of an eye, she had covered the short distance between them and launched herself up into the air, instantly expelling his advantage in height and reach. With a roar, she punched him square in the face, busting his nose and sending him reeling backwards from the disproportionate power of her unexpected strike. She crashed back down in front of him, absorbing the landing with her knees as she propelled herself forward once again, driving a kick into his abdomen and giving him no time to react to her lightning assault. Al dropped to the ground, his exhaustion coupling with the surprise and aggression of Tina's attack. He landed heavily on his backside, but before she could close in again, he had twisted to the side and was already up on his feet, pouncing to the left and then turning his body to jump at her from the flank. He threw out his left arm, catching her across the chest with an open-handed slap and knocking her backwards. His right hand was already up and waiting for her and closed around her neck as she landed against his palm. With both hands tucked beneath her chin, he stopped her in her tracks and lifted her from the ground, allowing her to hang there for a moment, long enough for her to feel his power and realize that the fight was far from being one-sided and could easily be over if Al wished it. "Not now, Tina," he snarled into her face, pulling her closer and squeezing a little harder. "Not fucking now." She could feel his hot breath against her skin and see the fire burning from behind his eyes. She struggled against his loosening grip, kicking her legs and pulling at his forearms. He let go of her and stepped back, raising his hands out in front of him and warning her to stay back. She hesitated, knowing that she could not catch him by surprise again and that she would be unable to beat him with brute force. They stood and stared at one another for a while, saying nothing and breathing heavily as their emotions and the short physical confrontation sapped their energy and oxygen. "Why, Al?" she demanded as he went to turn away from her. "Why did you go down there? Greg is going to die now. You know that, don't you?" He turned and stomped towards her, his huge size becoming more apparent as he bore down on her, gritting his teeth and snorting through his flared nostrils. He stopped and glowered at her as she stood rooted to the spot, towering over her. "Yes, I know he's going to die," he snarled down into her face. "Do you think that fact is lost on me? Do you think I don't know what's going to happen to him and the suffering he'll have to go through? So why the hell did you—" "It was his fucking idea," he snapped at her. He paused, and then his shoulders sagged as his anger ebbed away and quickly turned to remorse again. "You were asleep, and he came to me saying that he thought it had been a long enough soak period. He said he was going back down there regardless of whether I came with him or not. He wanted to find a way out before it was too late. Tina, if I had come to tell you, he would have gone without me. It was his choice, but I couldn't let him and Flash go running around down there alone. She glared back at him, now seeing the upset in his eyes and the pain that he was going through. Despite it being Greg's idea, she could feel the burden of responsibility that was pressing down upon the big man. It was tearing him apart, and she could feel his agony reaching out from inside him and plucking at her own empathy. In that moment, she placed herself into Al's shoes and realized that she would have done the same. She would never have let anyone go down there alone while she was capable of helping. "Yeah, I know that Greg is going to die," he continued, his voice sounding low and distant while his eyes shone back at her. "Another good man and friend who will soon be gone." "Do you think—" "I don't know that." Tina was abruptly humbled by Al's words and tone. She felt strangely ashamed of her outburst and subsequent actions, and began to question her methods and suitability for leadership. She wondered whether she was crumbling under the pressure and failing her people when they needed her more than ever. Al was doing what he did best, and so was Greg. It was people like them that she relied upon more than anyone to be proactive and carry out the most dangerous missions. They were in a dire situation. The base could not hold out or sustain them for much longer, and with their defenses slowly falling apart, they needed to find a way out. With so many people involved and with so few options in a completely hostile world, she had always known that not all of them would make it through unscathed. And Greg was the first casualty amongst what she suspected would be many more during their search for a new home. For a long time they stood watching one another without saying a word, but their eyes spoke volumes. They had been through a lot together over the years, and there were undoubtedly more trials to come. This was not their first falling out, and both of them felt sure that it would by far not be their last. Regardless, they needed one another, and the troops and civilians were counting on them to do everything that they could to get them to safety. Al was physically and mentally exhausted, carrying Greg through the sewers, fighting off the infected, and then having to deal with Tina had sapped every ounce of his strength. He could feel his body becoming weaker and suddenly felt small and frail despite his size. A tear dropped from his eye, and he quickly wiped it away, ashamed that Tina was there to witness such an event. He turned to her, wanting to ask for her forgiveness. But he was fighting a battle with his conscience. There was a voice screaming at him from inside his own head that there was nothing to forgive. Deep down he knew this, but being one of the base's commanders, he felt responsible for what had happened. He stared into her eyes. She meant a great deal to him, more than she realized, and it was she who, when times were tough, had unwittingly carried him through. The same went for Tina. Al was her unacknowledged soulmate. The atmosphere between them had simmered substantially over the past few minutes, and the anger had dissipated, being replaced by humility, understanding, and mutual sympathy for one another's emotional struggle. "You good?" she asked, sensing that he was preparing to leave. "Yeah, I'm good." He nodded to her and then turned on his heel, headed for the complex. Tina, an urgent voice called over to her, coming from the direction of the northern entrance into the base. "For fuck's sake," she huffed, turning to see who it was that now needed her attention. "What now?" Al stopped and turned around, realizing that the night's events were not yet over, and that there was more on the horizon. He unslung his rifle and looked up towards the wall, searching for any sign of panic, but there was no movement. There were no figures rushing about, and the guns remained silent. "Tina," the voice called again, as a shape emerged from the darkness. It was Ron. He was running towards them and appeared agitated, which was a rarity considering that the man always seemed to be in a permanent state of disinterest regardless of what was happening. He came to a skidding halt in front of them, out of breath, but anxious for Tina and Al to follow him back to his communications hut. He was already turning to run back in the direction he had come from. "We've got comms with someone," he panted as Al and Tina followed after him at a brisk jog. "I think it's those islanders again. You got the HF radio working?" Then Al asked. Ron slowed his pace slightly to allow them to close the distance. He looked back over his shoulder at Al and shook his head. "Not a chance. I've tried, but I can't get it working. These transmissions are coming through on the VHF set." Tina and Al glanced at one another. If what Ron was telling them was correct and they had no reason to doubt him, it meant that whoever they were talking to were within a relatively close range to the base. At that moment, they felt a mixture of hope and excitement, but trepidation also bubbled to the surface. They knew very little about the people they had been speaking to, and to suddenly have them on their doorstep was an unnerving prospect. The VHF. Al huffed. "Yeah, the VHF. Gary is trying to get a rough idea on their location with the direction finder, but they're not saying much and sending only in short bursts." "What makes you think it's the islanders?" Tina asked. Just a wild guess, but who else would it be? It's not like the airwaves are filled with much chatter these days. They reached the communications hut. Gary was sitting at the table with the handset pressed against his ear, repeatedly calling into the radio and sounding frustrated. He looked up as the three of them entered and shook his head. They've gone quiet all of a sudden. Any luck on getting their position? Gary shook his head again and continued trying to reach the people on the other end. It was another 5 disappointing minutes before a faint voice came through the speaker again. It sounded distorted and crackling, but Al recognized the man as being the same one that they had been speaking to up until a few weeks earlier. The Welsh accent was distinct, despite him doing his best to slow his speech down and concentrate on his pronunciation. "How's things going in there? You having a spot of trouble?" "It's them," Al grunted, "and they're close enough to know what's going on." Tina concurred, staring at the radio and feeling her spine begin to tingle. They all paused for a moment and glanced at one another. Gary held up the handset, not wanting the responsibility of continuing to communicate with the strangers. Al snatched it from him and raised it to his ear. "Yeah, you could say that," he replied into the radio, trying to sound casual and friendly. "I take it that you have eyes on, Roger? We can see what's going on, and to be honest, it doesn't look too good." "What's your plan?" Al paused. He wanted to explain what they had in mind, but he was naturally suspicious of giving too much information away to someone he did not know. Experience had taught them to trust no one from the outside until all their cards were on the table to see. They had no idea of what the man's intentions were, and for all they knew, it could be another band of raiders looking to take advantage of the situation for themselves. "We're working on it," Al replied simply. "Roger that, and understood. You'll be pleased to know that we've already done some of the work for you. How's that? We'll tell you once you've let us in." Al frowned and turned to look at the others. "How does he mean, let us in? There's no way they're going to get through all of that out there." Tina shook her head, but already Al's face was changing to one of horror. He suddenly realized why the voice sounded so broken up and filled with static. They were in a location where the signal was struggling to transmit. "Shit," he bellowed, snatching up his rifle. The tunnel, within minutes, they were charging through the darkness. They left Ron and Gary to continue speaking to the man on the other end of the radio, hoping that they would be able to keep them distracted while they raced to get into position. All kinds of scenarios were tumbling through Al's mind as once again he drew on his reserves to keep him going. His exhaustion was forgotten now as his body began preparing itself for yet another confrontation. This time, not with the walking dead, but with the living. It was a long way for them to be running at full speed, and within a kilometer they were both breathing hard and starting to tire. Regardless, they continued to push on, sealing the heavy gates that were placed at 500-meter intervals along the passageway behind them as they went. They knew that Flash and a few of the militia were back in position at the far end, continuing with their turn-on sentry duty, but they did not have a radio. The lack of communication with the group inevitably filled Al and Tina's minds with thoughts of the worst possibilities. The door being breached or purposely opened in the confusion would destroy the integrity of the base that they were trying so desperately to maintain. "If they get in, then we're fucked." Al snorted. Tina grunted her agreement and increased the pace, charging through the darkness. They had no idea of the potential enemy's strength, and although they could very easily contain them within the tunnel, even blowing the demolition charges to halt their advance into the fob, it would leave their own people inside trapped and surrounded by thousands of the dead, and with no chance of escape. With just a kilometer to go, having covered almost twice that distance at a sprint while carrying their weapons and ammunition, Tina and Al began to shout, hoping that their voices would be carried the rest of the way along the tunnel to warn the others. At the head of the tunnel, Flash could hear the distant, echoing voices screaming his name, accompanied by the sounds of running feet. He turned and looked at the faces of the militia soldiers around him. They stared back at him with worried expressions. He glanced back at the thick steel door and then turned his attention to the dark corridor behind them. The footsteps were getting louder and the voices more anxious. He could recognize his name, but nothing else of what they were hollering to him. "What the fuck's going on?" he grunted rhetorically, knowing that no one else around him would have an educated answer. "Could the infected have got inside the walls?" A worried voice replied from amongst the civilian soldiers. "I doubt it." Flash shook his head dismissively. "We would have at least heard some shooting. It must be something else. Maybe it all happened too fast?" Another voice offered, sounding shaky and on the verge of panic. "Get a grip of yourself," Flash snarled, shining his light into the quivering face of the man standing beside him. He made to turn back into the tunnel. Before heading into the blackness, he spun around to face the men and women that were standing close by. They were watching him with wide, flitting eyes while looking to him for leadership and reassurance. "Stay here and keep away from that door," he demanded. He understood their fear, and if he was honest with himself, he too felt scared. But he could not let it show. "No one goes anywhere unless I say so. Okay?" Flash had visions of the militia guards panicking and with no idea of what the emergency was and what was happening behind them, attempting to make a run for the surface. For all he knew, the dead could be just beyond the door and the troops around him suddenly opening it, feeling an overwhelming urge to escape the approaching danger, could get them all killed. He took a few steps away from them and cupped his palms around his mouth, about to call back along the tunnel towards the advancing voices. There was a metallic clunk followed by a startled yelp from one of the militia. He spun on his heel, raising his rifle and ready to shoot anyone that was attempting to break the seal of the hatchway. "I told you to keep away from the fucking door," he snapped with anger as he leaped back towards the group. His light passed over the 2 women and 3 men. They were all standing exactly where he had left them, at least 3 meters away from the tunnel's entrance. Their bulging eyes stared back at him, protruding from their pale and quivering faces as they held their weapons tightly in their shaking hands. "We didn't touch it," one of the women replied, glancing at the hatch and absent-mindedly taking a step further back. "It came from the other side of the door," another of them stated. The man's eyes locked on the thick steel barrier. "Shit, get back," Flash ordered. By now, the approaching footsteps further along the tunnel were much louder and the voices clearer. It was Tina warning them to keep away from the hatch. Flash raised his weapon so that it was pointed at the entrance. The men and women around him followed suit, unsure of what they were doing or why. As Tina and Al arrived, there was another clang from the other side of the solid metal doorway. The deep, hollow sound made all of them stiffen and hold their breath. Al jumped in front of them, his huge frame almost as wide as the doorway itself. He turned and glared back at them, holding a finger to his lips and ordering everyone to remain quiet. He took a step closer, shining his light against the hatch as he listened. "What's going on?" Flash whispered as he watched Al. "Someone's out there," Tina replied. Her eyes locked upon Al as he gingerly crept towards the hatch. "Yeah, I gathered that much. But who, the infected, before?" Tina could answer him. There was another thud, quickly followed by a series of rapid clangs. This time the knock was much louder than previously, sounding more urgent. It was not the slow, uncoordinated beat of the dead as they slapped and gnawed at the barrier. It was clearly a sound created by living people. Flash turned and looked at the other members of the militia with a confused look on his face. They had all recognized the sound as being human and not from the infected. They looked back at him, their pale and worried faces reflecting brightly in his torchlight. They were anxious, and so was he. He turned his attention back to where Al was standing, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Al could hear muffled voices. He twisted his head, aiming his good ear towards the door as he strained to hear the words. He was unsure of what to do. There was a part of him that wanted to keep the door sealed, but his instincts were telling him to allow them in. He was certain that they were the same people that they had been speaking to for some time, although they knew very little about the men. He felt that he could trust them. He turned and glanced back at the others, his eyes falling on Tina. "Well, what do you think?" Tina did not reply right away. She had all kinds of scenarios buzzing around inside her head. If they let the group in, they could turn out to be raiders. They could attempt to seize the base from them, killing many of them in the process. On the other hand, she questioned why they would go to so much effort, speaking to them over the radio for so long prior to their arrival. The base could not hold out indefinitely, and she knew that they would soon need to leave. If the men beyond the door had been watching them as they claimed to have been, they would have come to the same conclusions, and it would make no sense to want to carry out any kind of attack. Her hands were sweating, and her heart was thumping hard. She looked over to Flash and then the militia. They were her people. She was responsible for the safety and survival of every man, woman, and child within the walls. Then an image of their cemetery sprang into her mind. In her lucid vision, she saw it beginning to expand as the seasons rapidly flitted by overhead. She saw the walls crumbling and the hordes of infected smashing their way in through the collapsing gates. The fort became submerged in the blood of the living while the dead gorged themselves on the flesh of the remaining survivors. Finally, she looked up and saw Al staring back at her, waiting for her instructions. Her body became tense as she raised her rifle. She nodded to him. Flash and the others followed her lead, positioning themselves within the tunnel so that they had clear arcs and their weapons pointed directly at the hatchway. Every safety catch was switched to fire as the group prepared themselves for battle. Tina took in a deep breath. "Do it," she said firmly. "Open the door, 15. What's taking so long?" Kyle growled from between clenched teeth. "What the fuck are they waiting for?" He turned around to look back along the sewage tunnel. There was nothing but blackness even when he lowered the NVGs that were resting on top of his head. It was impossible to make out any details. There was not enough ambient light getting through into the subterranean passageways beneath the city to allow the outdated night vision aids to work. He sniffed at the dank air and listened, his smell and hearing being the only senses that were not affected by the total absence of light. If anything, those senses were heightened and more acute. "I think they're just being careful," Mark's edgy voice whispered back at him. "I can't say I blame them." They had been static for considerably longer than any of them would have preferred. They waited lurking within the stairwell leading up towards the surface from the sewers. It was dark and damp, and the echo of trickling water was a constant, accompanied by the faint sound of scurrying, claw-like feet and high-pitched squeaks from the thousands of rats that were close by and creeping through the tangles of piping and ducts. Mark and the veteran had been tasked with covering the rear, stationed at the gate leading into the pumping station from the sewers. It was their duty to keep a watchful eye on the tunnel behind them in case anything had taken note and followed them while they made their way through the catacombs beneath the built-up area. It had taken them quite some time to cover the distance, just as Charlie had predicted, wading through filthy, knee-deep water and avoiding the occasional floating corpse. After entering into the system, they soon began to hear the thrum of distant gunfire. Only the living could have made such sounds. A blast from deep within the tunnels rumbled towards them, carrying a wall of heat that raced through the foul-smelling warren, and the atmosphere took on the distinct odor of burning tissue, pushing on through the pitch blackness with a sense of urgency. The team eventually came across an area that was still in flames. The fire was spreading up the walls and onto the surface of the city above. Even deep below ground they could hear the crackle of the flames as they raged through the buildings, scorching and burning through the foundations. Some of the weakened structures had begun to collapse, the unmistakable sound of tumbling brick and steel raining down from the streets above them. All around them, countless incinerated corpses that were mangled beyond recognition floated on the black waters. There were a number of brass cases lying scattered over the ground, a sure indication that living people had recently been through the area and created the carnage that they could see all around them. Charlie knew the route, having already wrenched the tunnels the day before, and he confirmed that the trail of bodies was leading them in the same direction as the base. "Looks like they're trying for a breakout," Taff had commented as they continued towards the beleaguered fortress. Only once had they stumbled across any of the infected that was still moving. It had somehow fallen down through a grid or manhole and had become lodged in one of the smaller inflow tunnels that fed into the main system. Its shattered body and twisted limbs were entangled amongst the other debris that had been washed up against a grate, pinning it to the spot like a skewered hunk of rotted meat. Its flesh had mostly fallen from its bones due to it being constantly immersed in water over a long period of time. Kyle had gawked at it in wonderment and watched the putrid, waterlogged creature for a while as it stared back at him, growling and gnawing at the thin iron grate that blocked its way from flowing into the main sewer. Even now, after all these years and with its limbs smashed and its tissue stripped, the thing wanted him just as much as it would have at the start of the outbreak. The route was clear and avoided any undue exposure to the hundreds of thousands of corpses above them that were swarming the streets. Still, it had been a tense 3 hours with each member of the group on high alert, and the strain of the patrol was beginning to show on some individuals. Finally, they emerged into a wider section and climbed a short flight of steps. Their feet touched dry ground for the first time since they had entered into the sewers as they walked over the metal-grated floors of the lower levels of the pumping station. They entered into a vertical shaft containing a flight of ornate, Victorian iron steps that spiraled up towards the surface. Beneath them and under the grates was the machinery of the pumping station. Kyle had been the point man for the majority of the journey, leading the way and guided from behind by Charlie and the corpses that lay in his path. He wondered to himself if being chosen as the lead scout was due to his reliability or whether Stan was punishing him in some way for voicing his concerns and opinions a little too loudly and too frequently. Wading through the foul-smelling water, listening for and scrutinizing every sound had been exhausting, but it was nothing he had not done before. For over 30 years now, he had regularly operated against one form of enemy or another. Again, he had his doubts about how a large column of mostly frightened civilians would bear up to such conditions. The evidence lay all around them that the people in the base had already tried and failed in an attempt to break out for themselves. Another series of thumps bellowed from further up in the tunnel as someone beat his fist against the solid steel doorway. Kyle glanced to his right and saw the dim silhouette of Mark. He was almost invisible except for the faint shape of his head and shoulders being highlighted from the lights of the other team members, 10 meters behind them. He turned and saw the others clustered together and standing in the small enclosure of the shaft on the opposite side of the gate. Their torch beams reflected from the pale steel of the hatchway as they waited for a reply from the other side. There was a sloshing sound to his front coming from the black mouth of the sewer tunnel. Kyle and Mark strained to listen, trying to identify how many there were from the sound of the water being disturbed. It was impossible to tell. "Fuck this." The veteran finally huffed and reached for his light. The beam was powerful and reached far into the darkness, revealing the thick, mildew-covered pipes and drains that hugged the walls and ceiling of the tunnel. Roughly 20 meters away and highlighted in the bright white circle of Kyle's light, a figure was wading towards them. Due to the narrowness of that particular section, it was difficult to tell if it was alone or if there were more following. He flipped down the NVGs from on top of his head, the curved walls becoming visible in shades of luminescent green and impenetrable black. In the center of the tunnel glowed the crooked body of a man that seemed completely transfixed by the light that was shining from up ahead. "We've got a straggler," he called over his shoulder and warning the others. "Are there any more with it?" Mark asked, straining his eyes. "None seen." "I'll sort it," Mark volunteered and began to push forward. Kyle followed after him, keeping the infected corpse bathed in his light as they closed in. He knew from experience that they could not afford to take their eyes away from the thing, even for a few seconds. The dead had a habit of disappearing into the gloom and then suddenly re-emerging at close range as if from nowhere. It was more of a natural ability on their part rather than a deliberate tactic. He had been surprised, almost being overwhelmed on many occasions by such incidents. The veteran watched as Mark dealt the lethal blow and let the body drop into the water. He moved his light from left to right, ensuring that there were no more of them creeping through the shadows unnoticed. "Fuck, that one reeked." Mark huffed with disdain as he began to edge his way back towards Kyle. "Looks clear now." Taff and Bull were standing directly in front of the door and nervously waiting for a response. Stan was just behind them, looking as calm as ever, but clutching a high-explosive grenade in his hand with the ends of the pin already crimped together for an easy release. Charlie and his men had moved up the steps towards the main building of the pumping station to post sentries at street level, while one of them, Nobby, remained halfway up the twisting staircase to act as a link man between the two groups. "Try again," Stan whispered, with an encouraging nod. Taff stepped forward and raised his fist towards the hatch. He cringed at the thought of having to beat his hand against it again. In his mind, they had made enough noise as it was. He feared that it was only a matter of time before something in the streets or underground with them took notice of the hollow metallic thuds. "Wait," Bull said, placing his hand on Taff's shoulder and stopping him before he was able to strike the barrier again. The others around him paused and held their breath. They could hear something. Someone was on the other side. "Get back," Stan ordered, looping his finger through the ring attached to the grenade pin. There was a heavy clunk as the locking mechanism was turned, followed by a faint whine. Bull raised his rifle and pointed it at the seal of the door, moving to the side of the frame and presenting a smaller target. "They're coming out." Taff stepped back, dropped into a crouch, and took up a similar position on the opposite side from him. Only Stan remained where he was in order to get a clear view of what was on the other side, ready to pull the pin and sling the grenade through the doorway before jumping for cover. The hatch began to move, opening slowly as the airtight seal was broken. A breeze brushed against their faces as the slight differences in the two atmospheres equalized. A shaft of faint light flowed out from the narrow gap in the doorway, dancing over the threshold and casting the stairwell in a pale glow. The door opened further, and the light became brighter, suddenly shining into the faces of the assembled men. No one moved or spoke, but kept their weapons trained on the various points where the lights emitted from as the gap in the door grew larger. The light grew more intense until the cramped cavern of the stairwell was illuminated by an array of bright, flickering beams. "Don't shoot," Stan demanded, his finger tugging gently at the grenade pin. Bull took up the first pressure on his trigger, instinctively knowing that attached to the individual shafts of light would be the barrels of rifles that were being pointed straight at them. His eyes narrowed and his body tensed, ready to spring into action if Stan's grenade came hurtling past them or someone from the other side fired. He remained still, holding his ground and aware of his movements. His weapon was now trained on the closest of the lights and the indistinct shape of the person that was standing directly behind it. Within the blink of an eye, Bull could place a tight 5-round grouping of shots into the center of mass of his target, dropping them instantly. "Hold your fire," Stan hissed again through the doorway, hoping that his words were not falling on deaf and frightened ears. "Don't shoot, we're not here to fight you." The lights remained shining into the faces of Stan and his men, fixing them to the spot and exposing them as easy prey. It was a situation that they had expected and planned for. There was no other way of them coming face to face, and they knew that the first encounter would be a twitchy affair. The team needed to keep their cool, relying on their steely nerves and avoiding any aggressive movements or provocation. Stan, however, would keep a tight hold on the grenade in his hand until he was sure that the meeting was not about to erupt into a bloody shootout. From beyond the hatchway, a number of figures moved, shifting their positions as they anxiously searched for a safer firing point. Bull would have laughed if the circumstances had not been so serious, and he instantly came to the conclusion that most of the group facing them were obviously made up of untrained and inexperienced troops. Their breathing and nervous movements spoke volumes to him through the silence, and if he had not been such a seasoned veteran, he may have panicked himself and opened fire at some of the flitting shapes. Misinterpreting their movements as being aggressive for what seemed a long time, the two groups stood staring back at one another, refusing to lower their weapons as the anxious silence shrouded them. Directly in front of Bull and Taff stood a huge man, Taff's light shining into his broad face and revealing his scarred features. The rifle in his hands, appearing like a child's toy, was pointed directly at Bull's chest. He stared back at them, his red-rimmed eyes locked on theirs, and his body language displaying a high level of suspicion and simmering aggression towards them. Taff was the first to move, slowly, and with extreme caution in order to avoid making any sudden movements that could be misinterpreted as being hostile. He lowered his weapon so that the barrel was pointed towards the ground in front of the large man's feet. He straightened up from his partial crouch, giving the people beyond the doorway a clear view of him and presenting himself as a man willing to place his faith in their self-control. Like the man said, "We're not here to fight with you, bud," he stated in his thick Welsh accent, adding an affirmative nod of his head. The man standing in front of him straightened a little, growing even larger in size. His eyes squinted and then widened slightly as he recognized Taff's voice. It was the same voice that had been speaking to them through the radio before their high-frequency set had broken down on them and severed their communications. Bull followed Taff's lead and also relaxed his posture a little, lowering his weapon but keeping his finger resting against the trigger. It would only take a fraction of a second for either of them to raise their weapons again and go on to the offensive. But for now, they wanted to appear less intimidating and more approachable. In that kind of situation, it would not take much for a nervous person to snap and loose off a number of rounds once that the strain became too much for them. He stood up straight, revealing his full size and bulk, mirroring the mountain that was standing beyond the threshold before them. "Jesus H. Christ," a disembodied voice drifted towards them from within the darkness beyond the door. "That fucker's as big as you, Al." Al and Bull watched one another, each studying the other and forming their own judgments on their capabilities and intentions. The voice was not mistaken. The two men standing on either side of the doorway were monstrous, well above 6.5 feet, and with shoulders as wide as the hatchway. Bull stared back at the monolithic man, just from studying his stance, how he held himself, and the information that his eyes relayed to him. He knew that it would be a hard fight if things went wrong. The man's features were hard and weathered. A huge scar left a large portion on the side of his head bare where the healed tissue prevented his hair from growing back. His stern expression conveyed a lifetime of military experience, and his unflinching stare told 1,000 stories of horror and brutality. But there was something else in his eyes, and Bull could see it clearly behind the concentrated and terrifying glare. There was a man who had refused to let go of his humanity. He was intelligent and compassionate, but right now the animal that was willing to kill was on the surface and in complete control of his actions. "Everyone, lower your weapons," a female voice ordered from within the darkness. "Let's keep things friendly." Immediately, every gun barrel was pointed away from Taff and Bull. Even the big man at the entrance to the tunnel averted his aim and adopted a friendlier posture. Now that the lights were no longer glaring into their faces, the team were able to see the people in front of them more clearly. From what they could tell, there were possibly 8 of them altogether, all heavily armed, clearly ready and very willing to fight. "Are there any more of you?" the faceless feminine voice asked. "Yeah, there's a few," Stan replied, staring at the exact spot where the woman's voice came from, but still unable to see her. There was no point in lying or trying to conceal their numbers. Kyle and Mark were behind them while Charlie and his band were up on the surface. The people in front of them would soon see their strength if they allowed them entry. Any attempt at deception at this stage would be a bad start to any future cooperation that they hoped to share. If the group from within the base suddenly decided to attack them, there was very little that Charlie and his men could do to help Stan and the others anyway. It would only take a few bursts of automatic fire, even a grenade being tossed through the door to deal a deadly blow to Stan, Taff, and Bull. Within seconds, the hatch could be sealed again. Stan had no choice but to place his trust in the survivors standing on the other side. "Call them in," the voice ordered, after a few moments of thoughtful silence. "Tell them to keep their weapons tight, and call them in." Within a couple of minutes, the whole team were through the door. The tunnel suddenly felt overcrowded now, with so many bodies standing together in close proximity. Kyle and Mark were the last to enter. As they stepped through, a figure shifted beside them, appearing like a giant phantom from within the shadows along the walls. He reached for the hatch and pushed it shut, slamming the locks into place before turning to face them. "What the fuck have you been eating in here, people?" The veteran grunted as he eyed the large man and then turned to look at Bull. "Are you two related?" "I'm better looking," Bull replied flatly from the gloom. Another figure stepped forward from amongst the shadows. Of average height, slender, and moving with a masculine gait. But even in the darkness, it was unmistakably identifiable as a woman. She turned to face Taff and nodded, seeming as though she was about to speak. The Welshman grunted, took a slight step backward, and cocked his head towards the man standing just behind him and to his left, indicating Stan. The woman instantly recognized what was being wordlessly said to her. "You the commander?" she asked. Stan nodded. He took a step forward, his scarred face becoming clearer in the dim light. The woman watched him for a moment, studying his posture and the blank but frightening look in his eyes. She saw nothing within his face, not even the faintest trace of emotion or even life. There was no hint of a smile or softening of his eyes. His face was a mask of complete emptiness, a blank canvas that was incapable of holding paint. He stared back at her, his eyes boring deep into her as though he was able to see into her thoughts. He did not blink or turn his gaze, but remained fixed upon her. She shuddered internally. "I'm Tina," she finally said, holding out her hand and hoping that a moment of contact would break the cold armor of the man. "Stan," he simply replied as he shook her hand, the expression in his face remaining completely unreadable. From the corners of her eyes, she checked on the dispositions of her own troops. The militia were behind her, with Al to her left and Flash to the right. The newcomers were covered, but she could sense that it would take less than a split second for them to react. She recognized that a gunfight at such close quarters between the two groups would result in a catastrophic loss on both sides, and she doubted that anyone would survive when she caught sight of the high-explosive grenade in Stan's hand. She could sense that both groups were nervous, except for Stan, of course. The man seemed to be utterly unaffected by the circumstances and the tenseness of the situation. It was as though he was completely detached from reality, looking in on their world from somewhere far away while controlling a robot in human form by remote. Tina shuddered to think of where his mind truly was. The men looked hard and mean, covered with beards and an array of mixed clothing and weaponry. They appeared more like mercenaries than members of a legitimate army, but there was no such thing as the army anymore, and Tina suspected that she and her troops looked no better. Stan and his group had clearly been through a lot. She could see the horror in the intense stares in their eyes, and the physical and gruesome scars upon their flesh. For a moment she wondered just how brutal and ruthless they had needed to be to have survived for as long as they had. She imagined that they were once probably part of a much larger group and had most likely lost many of their number over the years. However, she also saw that they were still human beings, surviving against the odds and doing all they could for one another, just like she and her people had done for over a decade. She stepped back and shrugged her shoulders. "Okay," Tina began, realizing that someone needed to do something to release the strain of the situation. She could already see that the commander of the new group was not about to order his men to relax just yet, so she took it upon herself to make the first move towards progression. "Let's skip the foreplay, shall we?" "Yes, let's do that," Stan replied, holding her gaze. "We're here hemmed into this slaughter chamber, and at your mercy," Taff pointed out. "If we wanted a scrap, would we have let you do that?" "I doubt it. But why are you so trusting?" "You don't strike me as the type of men who would happily waltz into the unknown. We're trying to turn over a new leaf," Bull snorted from the shadows. Stan shrugged. He was quiet for a moment, and everyone seemed to be waiting on him to speak. He was tempted to say nothing, but he knew that he needed to wrap up the preliminaries as quickly as possible, breaking through the barriers of distrust and uncertainty so that they could move on. "You know what a Law 94 is?" he asked coolly. Having never served in the infantry, Tina had no idea what Stan was referring to, but just one glance at Al told her that he fully understood the veiled threat. Al's jaw muscles had stiffened visibly even in the dim light, and his full attention was fixed upon Stan. He leaned across to her, his glare remaining on the newcomers. "It's an anti-tank weapon," he murmured, "a shaped charge that can punch through most armored vehicles. We've left 2 of our men topside with eyes on your base. If they don't hear from us within the next couple of hours, they'll put a big nasty hole through one of your gates." Kyle sneered. "Is that trusting enough for you?" "Dirty fuckers," Al snorted in a low voice. "Touché." Tina nodded, feeling a strange sense of admiration and respect for Stan and his men. "I guess we'll just have to play nice and trust one another then." Al's face remained contorted with anger and concern. If Stan was telling the truth, then the roles had certainly been reversed. They were now at his mercy, while 2 of his men watched the base from the outside, their fingers resting against the trigger of an anti-tank weapon. For a moment he imagined the damage that would be created if just one heat, high-explosive anti-tank round was fired into the already weakening defenses. The warhead would punch cleanly through the steel, and undoubtedly the gate would collapse from the shock of the impact and subsequent detonation of the explosive charge. None of the gates would stand up to such a weapon, and the dead would spew in through the gap in their thousands. "We don't have time for any fucking around here. We're here to help you, and we need your help in return," Bull stated plainly. "What help do you need from us?" Al asked, still smoldering over the thought of the Law 94 that was pointed at their base. "We know your situation, and it's looking pretty shit. We've been in comms with you for some time, but you suddenly stopped transmitting a few weeks back. So Charlie here was sent out to have a nosy." Stan nodded his head towards the tall, older man who was standing at the back of the group. "Did you like the music?" Charlie asked with a grin. He was unsure of who it was that he had helped, but he was certain that at least one of them was present. He looked at Al and then at Flash, both of whom were still standing in their flanking positions on either side of the team. "That was you?" Al asked in surprise. "Yeah, you looked like you were up to your necks in it, so we intervened. Glad to have been of help." "It's appreciated," Al replied with genuine gratitude and a nod of respect. "You're lucky we were in the area. You were going nowhere at a rapid rate of knots. My friend, what were you lunatics thinking?" "How did you find your way here?" Al asked, suddenly feeling embarrassed and wanting to change the subject. "We followed your breadcrumbs," Charlie replied. "You're a pretty noisy bunch, and you leave a lot of bodies in your wake. We ran into a bit of trouble earlier when we were trying to find a way through." Al grunted in way of explanation. "Well, you did a pretty good job at clearing the place out, mate," Kyle replied. "It's pretty empty down there now." "We should head back," Tina suggested, turning to lead them along the tunnel and into the main part of the fob. She stopped and gestured toward Stan. "You're here now, so you may as well come along too." Tina led the way with Al, while Flash and a few of the militia remained at the rear. Stan and his men were in the middle, fully aware that they were being herded, but willing to play along for. Now they would have done the very same thing if the roles had been reversed. It was only prudent to keep a close eye on strangers when meeting them for the first time. They walked in silence for a few minutes, and clearly still suspicious of one another, but gradually realizing that neither group wanted to cause harm to the other. Stan pushed forward, ignoring Al's attempt at passively blocking his path, and fell into step alongside of Tina. Taff and Bull also adjusted their positions, and within 100 meters, Al realized that the newcomers had strategically stationed themselves within the column so that neither group held the advantage over the other. "Checkmate," Bull grinned back at him, his teeth flashing brightly in the flitting torchlights. There was no hint of threat in his voice or his expression, just satisfaction that he and his comrades were now better positioned to defend themselves. Al shook his head as he kept on walking. Realizing that there was very little that he could do, he kept a mental note of where exactly his huge counterpart was and promised himself that if things suddenly became hostile, he would make a point of launching his assault against him first. "You said that you want us to help you?" Tina continued as they made their way through the gloom. "It makes no sense that you would leave the safety of an island and come all the way here to pull us out of the shit." "Yeah, are you all just a great bunch of guys or something?" Al added, just as anxious as Tina to find out why Stan and his men were willing to risk their lives for them. "We're not on an island," Taff replied from behind. "We're living on a ship at the moment, and have been for the past 11 years. And just like everything else around here, it's beginning to fall apart around us. It won't hold up to another stormy season, and we need to look elsewhere for something more solid and less sinkable." "Why did you say you were on an island?" "We've had our own troubles in the past. Trust is a hard thing to come by these days," Stan replied. He thought back to Gibson and the man's quest to retrieve the launch codes for the missiles that were still sitting in their silos on the UK mainland. It had been many years since he and his rogue units launched their assault on the Isle of Wight, but the memory remained freshly embossed upon the minds of his surviving team members. Many people had been slaughtered by Gibson and his troops. Most of their own group had been killed when they were attempting to escape the trap, including Bobby and Danny. "You mean that you want to move into the base with us?" Flash asked perplexedly. He was walking at the rear of the group, two of the militia troops close by. It was hard for him to tell who was speaking, but he could hear the conversation clearly as the words bounced along the walls of the tunnel. "No. But you have people in your group who might be useful to us," Stan replied. "Some served in the merchant navy, is that correct?" "Yeah, that's right," Tina answered. She remembered the vague questions that had been asked over the radio. They had never specifically asked about people with naval experience, but had worded their questions so that the answers would give them an idea of what skill sets and experience they had amongst them. Naturally, Tina and Al had exaggerated their numbers and capabilities when it came to military personnel. As far as Stan was concerned, there was a company-strength group of regular troops within the base, but she doubted that they still believed that. "Well, I'll be honest with you. We have no idea how to move the ship, but we were hoping that maybe you or some of your people do." "Then what?" "If we can get the engines working again, then our plan is to head south for the Azores Islands, in a ferry," Al asked. "Can that be done?" "No idea, but we reckon it's worth a try," Kyle replied. Tina thought about the islands and their position in relation to the nearest landmass. The Azores were remote and surrounded by water. Portugal and Africa were to the east, with nothing but vast ocean to the west, north, and south. With enough people and a great deal of planning, any one of the islands could be cleared of the infected and made habitable again. Of course, there was always the chance that people were already there, having done the exact same thing for themselves, but with no other way of knowing. It was a chance that they would have to take and react to on the move. "Your group and ours both need a new home. You can't stay here, and we can't stay in the Irish Sea. I doubt that there are many living people left on the entire planet, but if we join our groups together, we can find a place to start over." "There are more of you?" Tina asked. "About 70 of us altogether. The rest have stayed aboard the ship. And you want us to start a colony together?" "Yeah, something like that." "Are they all soldiers?" Al asked. "Most are civilians." Stan came to an abrupt halt, and the rest of them followed suit, turning their attention towards him. For a moment there was nothing but silence, except for the steady drip of water seeping through the ceiling of the tunnel and the nervous breathing of a few of the less sturdy members of the group. "Look, we're not here to fanny about with you. We can either help each other or not. If you're not interested, we'll bug out and go our separate ways, but with the amount of pussbags out there, I doubt that you'll last for much longer. We've lasted for long enough in here." Flash spat defiantly. Stan turned to him, his expressionless face making Flash suddenly feel uneasy. Staring back into the man's empty eyes, he began to wish that he had kept his mouth shut. It was as if Stan was some kind of demon, able to suck a person's courage from him and replace it with fear and apprehension before devouring his soul. "We know that you can't stay in here for much longer," Charlie spoke up from within the group. "So don't play dumb and treat us with the same contempt. We know your situation and that your base is crumbling around you." Up until that point he had remained quiet, weighing up the situation and the people that were around them. Flash looked back at him, wondering how he could possibly be so aware of their dire circumstances. He immediately felt psychologically knocked off balance and out of his depth with the expertise of the new arrivals. "Time spent on reconnaissance is seldom wasted." "Son," Charlie shrugged, answering the young man's questioning eyes. Tina and Al glanced at one another. Stan seemed to be very forthcoming with information, and he did not seem to be holding anything back or hiding an ulterior motive. Tina still felt uneasy when she looked at him. The man never seemed to blink or show any kind of indication to what he was feeling, but she sensed that he was speaking openly and with honesty. "Well, what's it to be?" Taff pushed the question, standing his ground and unwilling to follow them any further. "We can work together on this." Tina finally spoke with an affirmative nod. She turned and continued to walk with Stan by her side. Paul's the man you need to speak to about your ship. He served on merchant ships as a mechanical engineer. Sounds better than what we've got at the moment, Kyle noted. Steve doesn't know his arse from his elbow when it comes to the engines. We bug out through the sewers, head across land, get you to our ship, and from there you get us up and running and headed south for the Azores. That's the bargain in a nutshell, Stan concluded. Tina stopped as they reached a large iron gate that spanned the entire width and height of the passage, blocking their path. Once everyone was through, Flash secured it against the wall behind them, leaving it open and keeping the tunnel unobstructed. The clang of the bars crashing against its wall mounts reverberated loudly, seemingly lasting a long time, after the bolt had been slid into place. 100 meters further on, Tina paused again and pointed to one of the demolition charges that had been placed in order to collapse the supports in the event of the base becoming overrun or the tunnel being breached. We have another charge further up and 2 more gates. Al informed them as they continued on their way. By now they could see a faint rectangle of light far off along the tunnel. It was the door leading out into the base. What happens once we've made it through the sewers? How do we get to the coast? We have nearly 200 people here, and walking that sort of distance isn't a realistic option, Tina stated. I assume that you have an evac plan of your own, Taff asked. Yeah. Al nodded, but headed for the coast was never a part of it. We once had a number of options, including routes, vehicles, and safe havens. But over the years, they've become obsolete. Every vehicle we had in place for an evac is fucked, and all the safe havens are overrun. Everything is crumbling out there, and these walls have been the only safe place that we've come across for years. Then we need to find vehicles, clear a route, and get this place evacuated, Stan answered plainly. The bus depot, Tina replied, remembering that they had still not confirmed whether there were vehicles there that could still be of any use to them. We could still check on the bus depot. There may be some vehicles there that have been kept secure and away from the elements. If there isn't, then I guess we're walking, Al grunted. The conversations continued. Tina asked more about what they had experienced over the years and the people aboard their ship. Stan replied to her questions, but it was Taff and Kyle who were forced to elaborate on his succinct answers. Now that Stan had confirmed that there were certain members within Tina's group that could be of assistance to him and his people, he showed no further interest in the rest of the base's population. He asked about their ammunition status and fighting strength, but after that he fell silent for the remainder of the journey through the tunnel, making his own appreciations in his head and seemingly working over a plan of action that would get them safely out of there. Tina watched him from the corner of her eye and feeling uncomfortable in his presence. When he was talking, although to the point and not exactly generous with speech, he at least seemed human. However, when silent, she could not help but get the impression that he was a hollow shell, with only his own interests and those of his men being of any concern to him. She wanted to know more about him, intrigued by his enigmatic manner and unreadable face. But at the same time, there was a part of her that was terrified to know anything more than what she could already see. 3 kilometers? Taff asked, as they reached the door at the far end. Roughly that? Yeah, Al replied. He eyed Taff with quiet respect. The man had been pacing the route the entire time, measuring the distance with great accuracy despite the lack of visibility and even being fully involved in the conversations along the way. Quite an accomplishment, considering the circumstances, Charlie added with genuine admiration and staring back into the dark tunnel behind them. It took us 5 years to dig it out. We scrounged what we could from around the inner complex of the base, but we had to travel further afield for the gates and the larger support beams that are holding up the walls. How did you manage that with all those things out there? Kyle asked, nodding his head towards the ceiling of the tunnel. It's not as though you could fight your way through them carrying logs. We had some air support once upon a time, Tina replied, a hint of sadness in her voice as she remembered how they had once been much richer in assets and resources. But those days are long gone, I'm afraid. Yeah, the good old days, Al agreed nostalgically. Emerging from the darkness, the team were led out into the bright morning light, forcing them all to squint and shield their eyes. They were standing in an open area that was approximately 50 meters wide and appeared to run along the entire length of the inner walls. To their front was a number of buildings that made up the central complex, and at their backs were the high, protective walls. What they could see as they exited from the tunnel suddenly gave them a better insight into the scale of the base. They had been aware that the fob was of a considerable size, but now it seemed much larger than they had expected. Out in the open again, the atmosphere and sound changed abruptly in stark contrast to the claustrophobic and damp tunnels that Stan and his men had become accustomed to over the past few hours. A cold wind was blowing into their faces, and the roar of the dead could be heard from just beyond the perimeter. It had been many years since any of them had heard the infected in such vast numbers. "Jesus, will you listen to that?" Kyle gasped. In another time and place. And if the voices had been coming from the living, he could have imagined himself having walked out from one of the Colosseum archways and into the arena during the times of the Roman Empire's gladiatorial games. Only now the crowds did not only want to see his blood, they wanted to taste it. The relative safety of the tunnel suddenly seemed to beckon him back into its protective confines. He looked at the walls and began to feel exposed and open to attack. "There's thousands of them out there, and more of them are arriving by the hour. We beat the bastards back years ago, but over the past couple of days they've become brave again," Al replied as he stared up at the walls. "No one can explain why or how, and personally I couldn't give a shit," Tina added. "All we know is that there are too many of them for us to deal with, and eventually the bastards will find a way in." Stan looked around them and then up at the T-walls. They reminded him of his time in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Iran. He had spent years operating from similar fortifications in those countries. Such bases were always strong and reliable and capable of withstanding many attacks. But they were always built by the lowest bidder and intended as short-term forts, designed to sustain the troops within for only a few years. They were never constructed to be permanent defensive positions, and even when civilization was collapsing, Stan doubted the government would have changed their ideas on the building of such structures. He turned his body in a circle and counted the gun towers that were visible on the northeastern section. He could see the barrels poking out from behind the sandbags and saw that they were a mixture of Browning 50 heavy machine guns and the smaller, but equally devastating, 7.62mm general-purpose machine guns, GPMGs. In between the towers, he noted the guard force that were manning their positions, and he instantly saw that they seemed a little lighter on the ground than they had been led to believe. A few of the troops stationed along the walkway turned and watched the new arrivals with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. They looked frightened, and Stan was unsure if it was due to the dead or the appearance of him and his men. Their beards, matted hair, and grimy clothing that was swathed in blood and all manner of filth must have made them appear like wild men born from absolute savagery. "Everything okay, Tina?" a voice called down from above them. She turned and saw Paul watching them from the wall. He was holding his rifle so that the barrel was casually pointed in their general direction as he eyed the fearsome-looking men around her. She waved back to him and gave him a thumbs up. "That's Paul, our ship guy," she informed Stan. "They seem a little nervous." "They're just being cautious," Tina replied. "It's been a while since we had visitors here, and the last bunch weren't exactly what you could call friendly." They began to walk again. Stan and his team herded into a tight group while Al and the others took advantage of the open ground and were able to form a loose cordon around them again. They were headed for the inner complex. "Is the tunnel your only way of getting out?" Taff asked to his left. Flash turned and looked at him as they walked. At first he considered ignoring the question, but then smiled. He saw no point in lying to the man. They would soon know everything about their situation. "Yeah, pretty much," he replied. "The chopper is knackered and the tanks are gone. If we hadn't built that tunnel when we did, we'd be well fucked now." "Yeah, no shit." Stan and his men could see from the moment they entered into the complex that things were getting desperate for the survivors living there. The place was decaying, and the people they had seen so far seemed to be suffering the same fate. Even the corridor that they were moving along was subsiding, forcing them to have to lean slightly to their right as they walked. The place was deserted, but they knew that there would be others. The smell of humanity, unwashed bodies, and rotting food lingered throughout the complex. The hallways reeked of mildew, and the interior echoed with the distant bellow of coughing from numerous sources. "You have sick people here?" Taff asked, raising an eyebrow. "We have sick people, yeah. The flu is still in the air, and there are still a number of cases each year. Some of the stronger people get through, but the weaker ones never stand a chance. We're short on medicines, and our best doctor was killed just yesterday." Tina replied over her shoulder, her voice holding a clear note of regret as she once again pictured their pathetic cemetery in her mind. "Where is everyone else?" "In the assembly areas ready for an evac. The med staff and the sick are in the clinic, and everyone else is at their posts on the defenses." In the places where there was still power, the lights flickered and popped as water dripped through the joins in the prefabricated modules that made up the inner complex of the fob. The atmosphere was a depressing one, and even though there was no one in sight, the base seemed to be laden with human misery and despair. It was as if death was hovering above them, waiting for its opportunity to strike. What a shithole. I feel fucking depressed here already. Kyle grunted to no one in particular as they headed through the maze of passageways and turnings. Flash was walking beside him, and he looked down at Kyle and nodded, humming his agreement. He felt the same way and understood how the conditions must seem to an outsider. He had been there from the very beginning, and he clearly remembered the place being in a much better condition in the early days. Everything worked back then, and compared to most people trying to survive the apocalypse, life for them had been relatively easy, even comfortable. As the years blurred into one another, the situation had deteriorated, but experiencing the hardships as they unfolded over a period of time had helped them to get used to life within the base. You should try living here. I'll stick to my caravan, thanks, Kyle scoffed, suddenly remembering that he had forgotten to repair the broken window. So come on then. Why do they call you Flash? The man shrugged, a slight smile creasing the corners of his mouth. He had been wondering how long it would be before someone asked him that question. My name's Gordon. Al and Tommy took me under their wing when I turned up here as a kid, and they nicknamed me Flash. And no, before you ask, I've never seen the movie. You poor bastard, Bull grumbled from up ahead of them and turned to grin at him. You've never seen Flash Gordon? Well, you're in for a treat if we ever make it out of here and back to the ship. Taft's got it on DVD. We'll have a special showing, just for you. Tuxedos with red carpet and all. Yeah, Flash replied under his breath, if we make it. They reached the conference room. Tina held the door open with Al standing close beside her and watching the newcomers closely as they filed into the room. Stan and his men complied, allowing themselves to be corralled and at the mercy of their new hosts. What, no brew kit or biscuits? Bull ruptured as he entered the room. He stood there looking around in dismay and disgust. This isn't good, Stan. We would never bring people in without offering them a brew. I reckon they're cannibals. Stop thinking about your stomach for once. Your thighs are getting too big as it is. Charlie grinned. Yep, they're definitely cannibals. 16 before the group was able to begin speaking and discussing their options and forming a plan of action. There was a screeching crunch from somewhere deep within the base. The noise seemed to travel through the ground and up through the floors. As people turned to one another searching for answers, the sound of muffled gunfire began to ring through the air and soon grew into an unrelenting barrage of rifle and machine gun fire. What the fuck was that? Al gasped, unslinging his rifle and turning to look for Paul, the man in charge of the base's security. Get me a sit rep now! Paul was standing in the corridor, already about to call through his radio when the alarms began to howl, blasting at the eardrums of anyone within the complex and leaving any form of verbal communication virtually impossible. Stan and his group could do nothing but look on at the concerned and confused faces of Al and Tina, completely deaf from the noise of the alarms and utterly bewildered to what was happening. Taff and the others were already readying their weapons, pulling back the cocking levers, and then checking on the ammunition stored within their pouches. One thing that they were sure of was that the situation had abruptly gotten worse within the fob. Everyone moved towards the door. What is it? The western gate? Tina called to Paul from the doorway as he was still standing in the corridor. Beyond the ear-shattering wail of the sirens, the faint thump of gunfire could still be distinguished. Inside the buildings, it was hard to tell in which direction the shooting was coming from, but Tina, Al, and Paul assumed that it was coming from the western gate and began heading for the junction in the corridor that would lead them out to that particular section of the perimeter. That was their most vulnerable position, and it was thought the most likely area where there would eventually be a breach in their defenses. Stan, Charlie, and the rest of their team did not wait for an invitation and followed after them. All of them charged out from the conference room, ready and willing to join in the battle. Paul was holding his hand to his ear as they took off running through the complex, struggling to understand what was being said to him through his radio by the panic-stricken voice of one of his section commanders. Before they had moved more than 10 meters, he reached out and grabbed Tina by the arm of her shirt, coming to an abrupt halt and dragging her with him. She spun on him and was about to attempt to pull away, but stopped when she saw the expression in his face. He was shaking his head and already turning back the way they had come. Something within his own instincts was telling him that they were headed in the wrong direction. He could not explain it even to himself, but he was sure that the western gate was not the problem right at that moment. The alarms were canceling out all hope of communication, and it was impossible to gain a clear picture of the situation. He looked angered and frustrated. "What?" Tina shouted into his ear. "Useless bastards." Paul roared as he clicked his radio, hoping that someone on one of the other sections of wall would hear him over the racket. "Turn the fucking alarms off. I can't hear a word." Turn them off finally. Someone understood what was needed, and as the sirens ceased, leaving the heads of the people inside the complex spinning while their ears buzzed, the distant bark and rattle of gunfire grew louder, sounding more ferocious than before. "Say again your last." "Is it the West Gate?" Paul asked into his mouthpiece, still struggling to hear over the ringing in his ears. He could now make out the voice that was screaming to him over the airwaves. The man sounded terrified and rattled, sputtering his words and having to shout over the din of the shooting. Paul's face twisted into a perplexed frown, quickly changing to a look of concern and becoming ashen as the information that was being given to him struck home. His jaw visibly fell open as Al and Tina stood staring back at him, anxiously waiting for an update on a clearly critical situation. "It's the East Gate," Paul shrieked at them. He turned and took off in the opposite direction along the corridor, barging through doors and vaulting over equipment, while still yelling back at them over his shoulder. "The Eastern Gate is collapsing. The whole fucking wall on that side is about to come down." Al was the first to move, quickly followed by Tina. "Flash, come on!" Al cried. The man was ahead of them, having took the lead when they thought that the trouble was coming from the west. "It's the other side." They took off at a sprint, running through the complex and chasing after Paul, headed towards the rumble of the guns and the terrified screams of the living. "Looks like we arrived at a bad time," Stan Taft commented as they followed. "You sure this was a good idea?" They ran through the complex, the sound of their footsteps and the clunk of their weaponry echoing loudly within the passageways. They were headed in a different direction from the way they had come in, giving Stan and his team the opportunity to see more of the layout of the interior. They swept past what appeared to be the dining hall, a large room that was filled with startled faces that watched them as they raced by, calling after them in worried voices and pleading for information. The appearance of Tina and the soldiers seemingly fleeing through the complex set off a ripple of panic amongst the survivors in the assembly area. No doubt some of them may have even believed that they were about to be abandoned. Desperate cries called after them, with people running for the doors as the guards attempted to restore order and prevent a rout. Even the packet commander of that particular assembly point seemed to lose his mind and attempted to chase after them. He was instantly stopped in his tracks and dragged back by one of the militia guards. Stan and his group reached a set of double doors and emerged into the open area between the perimeter wall and the living quarters. The noise of the gunfire was no longer stifled by the walls of the buildings. It blasted loudly and continuously, sounding more desperate than ever as some of the guards opened up on full automatic. Stan halted and quickly surveyed their surroundings. People were running in all directions, carrying ammunition and whatever equipment they could lay their hands on to help shore up the defenses. Others were screaming for help or running in the opposite direction, while commanders roared orders and demands. It seemed that mayhem was threatening to take over, and with no one really in overall control of the situation. A gaggle of men and women were crowding the eastern entrance, throwing their weight against the large steel plates and hoping to reinforce it with their bodies until more help arrived. They were screaming out to one another as they desperately attempted to prevent the gate from caving inwards. He turned and looked for Tina amongst the chaos. He spotted her along with Al and Flash, headed straight for the area of the gate and the epicenter of the panic. Paul was already vaulting up the nearest set of steps and screaming at the top of his lungs for the men and women above him to control their rate of fire. Too much ammunition was being fired and wasted in the bedlam, and at the current rate of consumption it would not be long before all the weapons ran dry. "Tina," Al yelled as he rushed forward, his arm raised and his finger pointing up towards the top of the gateway. It did not take more than a second for her to recognize that the support pillars on either side of the gate were about to collapse. The concrete that held the large iron hinges was crumbling away at a rapid rate as the heavy doors shook and rattled. Large portions of the cement were already dropping from the reinforcing rods inside the support columns and thumping loudly as it crashed to the floor around the troops that were fighting to hold the barrier shut. The gate itself was swaying as the weight of the crowd outside jostled and pushed against it. The noise from the dead on the other side grew louder as they sensed triumph and continued to hurl themselves against the perimeter of the base, indifferent to the wall of heavy fire that was raining down upon them. Al and Tina reached the scene and threw themselves into the chaos, helping to shore up the collapsing gate. By now there were over a dozen people thrusting their weight against the swaying barrier, but it seemed to be doing nothing to prevent the gradual collapse. Stan looked at the walls on either side of the tall doorway and saw that the sections of T-wall to the left and right were also moving, oscillating lazily as the pillars shifted, and the sections became loose from their deteriorating supports. He looked to his left and saw the entrance leading into the tunnel. It was approximately 250 meters away, and if the gate was to collapse at that moment, it was clear to him that most of the people still inside the complex would quickly be cut off from their only escape route. "Charlie, get over there and see what you can do," Stan ordered, pointing towards the men and women that were attempting to hold up the gate. "Get a grip of those clowns and sort them out. Nobby, get up on the wall and help that Paul fellow out. Keep an eye on him. And no matter what happens, don't let him get eaten." Charlie raced over with his small group of men and immediately began to take charge of the situation, barking orders and organizing the defense. Within seconds, there was a row of men and women, their backs against the thick steel sheets of the gate, and with their heels dug in against the shifting gravel as they pushed back at the weight of the infected on the other side. A second row was formed with more people pressing against the barrier with their hands and driving it back into place with the power created in their legs and shoulders. The pillars rocked back into place, but they would not stay there for long, and the desperate people beneath would soon tire regardless of their determination and will to survive. "Wood, iron, anything," Charlie called out, grimacing with the effort. "Find something to shore this up with. Tear the fucking buildings apart if you have to." There was very little left within the base now that could be salvaged and used to help reinforce the walls on that side. Most of what they could use had been piled up at the western wall to prevent the dead from gaining entry on that side. Charlie stepped away, leaving the men and women that were already in place to keep the failing gate in position. He spun around and saw a number of people headed towards them, having been dispatched from the southern end of the base to help with the defense on the east. "You lot, come with me," he shouted to them, leading them towards the complex. Nobby reached the wall and instantly began to assist Paul with controlling the rate of fire. Up until that point, the shooting had been purely fear-driven, with no thought for accuracy or the conservation of ammunition. Most of the rounds were being loosed off without aim, causing more psychological comfort to the firers than actual damage to the infected ranks. The firing slowed, becoming more deliberate and effective as Paul and Nobby directed the men and women of the militia. More soldiers arrived from other parts of the wall, creating a line of troops that were standing shoulder to shoulder and firing down into the densely packed crowd of howling faces. Stan began to move forward, having carried out his battlefield assessment. Despite the catastrophic events that were unfolding, he refused to allow him and his team to be drawn into the confusion without first getting a clear picture of what was happening and considering the options available. He knew from his years of training and experience that regardless of how urgent the situation was, charging in blind would always cause more harm than good. Taking just a few moments to read the ground and consider the options always resulted in a better decision being made. Charlie and a number of people had begun ripping apart the nearest of the cabins for anything that could be used to barricade the crumbling gate. The gate was currently back in position and holding, and the fire from the wall was being controlled by Nobby and Paul. With his appreciation of the situation completed, Stan launched himself and his men forward. Taff and Bull joined the group at the gate while Kyle and Mark assisted Charlie with the dismantling of one of the prefabricated cabins. Axes and sledgehammers went into action, smashing at the walls, doors, and floors of the huts, while work crews dragged the heavy fragments across the gravel and began piling it up against the eastern entrance, while the strength of the people holding it shut was quickly beginning to ebb away. "We need to get out of here," Stan yelled into Tina's face, pulling her to the side and away from the bedlam. "You need to get your people moving from the assembly areas and into the tunnel, or it'll be too late. This place is going to fold no matter what we do. We can't," she screamed back at him and tugging at his arm. "We can't go anywhere until we secure the gate." She broke free and jumped back to her position beside the others. No matter how many people they had pressing against the gateway or how much debris was piled against it, the weight of the crowds on the other side was steadily beginning to overpower the defenders. "We need more people," Al called out, his feet slipping against the gravel as the gate began to shift inwards again. Bull was beside him, pressing his palms against the cold steel of the entrance, growling and scowling against the pain that throbbed through his shoulders and into his back. There was a sickening squeal from above them as the barrier abruptly bowed inwards and one of the iron hinges broke, shattering into dozens of corroded pieces. More clumps of the support pillars fell and crashed into the ground around them with bone-crunching thumps. He could see the sections of T-wall sagging inwards to their left and right as the integrity of the perimeter was steadily compromised. He instantly recognized that if just one slab was to fall, a domino effect would ensue and the entire perimeter would quickly collapse, allowing the dead to exploit the gaps. "That isn't going to last for long," he shouted over the noise as the moans of the dead reached fever pitch. A long piece of iron framework slammed into the area just beside his head, clanging loudly and causing a shower of sparks as metal violently rasped against metal. He turned to see Kyle and Mark pushing against the iron post until it reached an angle of 30 degrees. They wedged the other end into the ground, stomping on it in the hope that it would gain some grip in the layers of gravel and mud. "If we don't thin out that crowd, that wall is going to spank in within the next few minutes." Al called across to Tina as another jolt forced his feet to slip. The doors rocked and skidded across the stones, causing some of the equipment that had been piled up against them to slip and collapse. The hands of the dead now began to thrust through the gaps, clawing at the steel and concrete, and reaching out for the living people within the base. There were shouts and cries as the claws of the infected made contact with live flesh, digging their nails into the soft tissue or pulling at the clothing as the survivors continued to push their bodies against the gates. Al regained his footing and pushed back against the barriers, throwing all of his strength against it. Bull joined him, groaning through clenched teeth as he did so, while the muscles in his arms throbbed and almost split the material of his jacket. With a concerted effort, they forced the gate backwards. It banged together with a dull, reverberating twang, trapping and severing many of the grasping, rotted hands that were reaching through the gaps. "Take them out," Nobby yelled from the top of the wall. "The gate's going to give. Concentrate your fire into the center. Shoot the bastards. Now. Rapid fire." The men and women standing on the wall above began to pour more fire into the crowds beneath them, desperately trying to thin out the masses of corpses that were pushing against the gate. The machine guns in the towers to the left and right swiveled on their mounts and began to spew long, devastating bursts into the infected. Their bullets rained down, smashing the heads of scores of the dead and chopping through the bodies of countless more. However, the pressure against the perimeter did not ease. It continued to lean inwards, the concrete holding it in place, becoming weaker by the second. Another large piece of mortar, destabilized from the constant movement and becoming dislodged from the reinforcing rods inside, fell from one of the support pillars, even over the sound of the guns and the cries of the living and dead. The heavy thwack was audible as the bulky block of concrete crashed onto one of the militia soldiers beneath. His body instantly and silently dropped to the ground as his skull was crushed, his comrades barely noticing as he lay twitching and dying in a pool of his own blood. "It's no good," Taff yelled. "It's not going to hold." "We need to move, Tina," Stan hollered again over the fire. "Not everyone will make it if we go now," she snarled back at him. She understood the urgency of the situation, but she was also thinking about the other survivors within the base. Turning to run now would guarantee the wall to collapse, and most of her people were still in the assembly areas, with every one of them being needed to help stabilize the perimeter and communications virtually non-existent. Informing the two assembly points to begin moving was impossible at that time. "Use what fuel you have to," Tina shouted up to Paul, realizing that desperate measures were required, even if it was only to buy them a few minutes. "Use all of it. Burn them and get them away from the gate." Paul understood what needed to be done. Grabbing a few of his troops to assist him, he raced off to find Jim, their quartermaster, who had the keys for their fuel tanks. Stan was beside Tina, pressing his weight against the entrance and staring up at the gate as it continued to rock back and forth, the top moving further inwards with each push from the opposite side. The rifle and machine gun fire from the wall continued under the direction of Nobby, but it did nothing to throw back the assault. "If we're going to do this, then we need to do it sooner rather than later," Stan shouted, referring to the evacuation. "Burning them will only buy you a little more time. The gate isn't going to hold them back." "Tina," Al called from the right. She turned and saw him standing on the other side of the equally huge bull. Both of them had faces that were rapidly turning purple from their efforts of holding up the gate. They were snarling through their teeth as they pushed at the heavy barrier. "We need to get the fuck out of here," he yelled across to her, over the bobbing heads of the other troops around them, echoing Stan's recommendation. "We're using up too much ammo, and we can't hold them back. If we don't leave soon, we never will." "Just stay firm," she shouted back to him, feeling her head begin to throb and her muscles become an inferno as she too fought hard to shore up the gate. She knew that they would soon need to evacuate, but fleeing from the gate now would cause them to be overrun within minutes. They needed to hold out for as long as they could until Paul returned with the fuel. That at least would buy them the precious time they needed to enable them the chance to reinforce that section of the perimeter and begin the evacuation. She just hoped that Paul got back to them in time. This place is shit. Whose great idea was it to come here? Taff growled sarcastically from somewhere close by. Not mine, the veteran hollered back to him. I told you years ago that we should have gone to Norway. Minutes later, as the situation and the barricades continued to rapidly deteriorate, Paul's group finally returned, rolling the barrels of fuel across the gravel and then heaving up the drums towards the top of the wall. The people below stayed where they were as hundreds of gallons of petrol and kerosene began to rain down onto the infected that were crowding and pushing against the entrance. The flammable liquid seemed to incense the dead, and they increased the ferocity of their assault. Thousands of voices were howling, slamming their bodies against the barriers in a last bid to smash their way through as if they understood what would be coming next. Get back, Paul screamed down from above, waving a flare gun above his head. Get back from the gate, as Tina and the others hurled themselves away and jumped clear of the area. There was a loud whoosh sounding like the winds of a hurricane, suddenly breaking against the perimeter walls. A blast of immense searing heat forced its way through the gaps in the defenses, the flames racing after it and curling into the base from beyond the walls as the fireball mushroomed and billowed upwards above the perimeter. The temperature rose within a millisecond, hot enough to scorch the lungs of the living and strip the flesh from the bones of the dead as the fires instantly engulfed them. The men and women on top of the wall dropped into cover, protecting their exposed skin and screaming against the blistering heat that swept over them. The people below shielded their faces, turning away from the thick steel sheets of the gate and searching for cover as the world around them seemed to melt into the furnace that they had created. Outside, hundreds of the infected were reduced to human-shaped torches, burning quickly and spreading the flames further into their own ranks, as they continued to charge about, blinded by the raging flames that melted their skin and destroyed their eyes. The sky above them quickly became black with thick, bubbling clouds of nauseating smoke, tinged with the stomach-churning scent of burning human flesh. With the initial inferno quickly dissipating, Tina was able to turn and witness how effective the fire had been. The gates were glowing red with the extreme temperatures caused by the fires, and the walls on either side had been scorched black. Smoke was pouring into the base, carrying with it the stench of burning bodies, and blinding the living people as the acrid clouds swirled around them. With a sense of triumph surging through her, she saw that the gate was no longer moving, the dead having been incinerated to piles of charred bones and ash. It worked, Paul shouted, with excitement and relief from the walkway above them as he climbed back to his feet and surveyed the scene. They've fallen back. The soldiers on the wall quickly regained their positions and began to fire again, fighting hard to maintain a buffer zone between them and the swarms of infected. The fires would not last long, and they knew that the dead would soon regroup and launch another assault against the weakened defenses. "Do we have anything left?" Tina called up to him. "Enough for one more blast like that one, then we're out. Whatever we're going to do, we better do it fast, Tina," Al said from the side of her, rubbing at his stinging eyes. "You got your people ready?" Stan grunted. "Get everyone moving, Al. Evacuate the assembly points and the rest of the wall. Leave a handful of troops on the west until the main body have made it to the tunnel. We're leaving now," Tina ordered before turning her attention to Stan. "Yeah, we're ready. Good," he replied. "About fucking time. 17. Quick battle orders QBOs are never intended to take any longer than just a few minutes. They are designed as a purely reactive and short set of orders to an unfolding situation rather than a deliberate full set of orders outlining every detail of a preemptive attack or defense. With no time for in-depth planning and preparation, it is down to the commander on the ground to quickly form his plan and then instruct his troops on what they are going to do and how they will do it, giving a brief description on the task and relying on the abilities of his soldiers to anticipate and understand what is required of them. Stan pulled Tina closer and dropped into a kneeling position with Taff, Bull, Mark, and Kyle closing in around them. Charlie Taff called out and placed his hand on top of his own head, signaling to him that he was to close in on the assembled group, on me. Around them, word was spreading fast as the message was passed from one person to the next, telling everyone within the base to prepare to move. The militia remained on the wall at the eastern gate and firing at a much reduced rate to conserve ammunition while elsewhere. Weapons and ammunition were being collected and redistributed. Some of the troops were already filing down from the walkways and assembling in the open area in front of the tunnel entrance. Others were tasked with assisting in the evacuation of the civilians from the assembly areas within the complex, helping to maintain command and control and prevent the withdrawal from turning into a full-scale and uncoordinated retreat that was fueled by panic. Al arrived back and dropped down beside them, nudging his way into the tight circle so that he could see and hear what was being discussed. He nodded to Tina, informing her that everything was underway and that the people in the assembly points were being mobilized. Both assembly areas are moving under the packet commanders and militia sections, he reported, looking back over his shoulder at the complex. It's fucking pandemonium in there, Tina. The civvies are in a right flap. He looked worried. There was a lot of people that would be suddenly moving together. The two assembly points were at different ends of the complex, with the largest group situated in the recreation room on the southern side. It was a long way for them to travel to get to the tunnel, dragging children, elderly, and the sick with them. Maybe we should have started moving them to the tunnel entrance sooner. And then what? Turn this place into a panicking gang fuck while those things kick the shit out of the walls. Taft snorted. I'm just worried about the distance and the time we have left before the walls cave in, is all. Stan took in a deep breath and adjusted his position so that he was more comfortable, ready to give his orders. Everyone turned to him, forgetting their concerns for the moment and waiting for him to begin. I don't need to go over the situation of enemy and friendly forces. Stan grunted. I think it's all pretty clear on that aspect. They all nodded. Charlie, you and your lads will move out ahead of us to the bus depot, clearing the route through the sewers as you go and marking the way. There'll be a platoon of militia with you to act as a protection force. Taff and Bull, once Charlie is moving, you'll push on a few minutes behind him with Mark and a few of the militia. Head to the RV that we used on our way in, and once there, get the SUVs prepped and then set up a perimeter and wait for the rest of us. Roger that, boss. Kyle, you'll be in the main body with me, Tina, and the remainder. Once we have everyone assembled at the tunnel, we'll follow on and go static at the RV to wait for the buses. Grab a few of the guns and as much ammo as you can carry. Get some of the civvies to help you. You'll be the front and rear protection for the main body. No problem, Kyle replied. Where's the depot? Stan asked. He reached into his pocket, pulled out his map, and passed it over to Al after a few moments of study. The big man marked the point on the map with a circle and handed it back. Stan examined the location, approximately calculating the distances and positions between the base and the depot itself in relation to the main built-up areas of the town. Charlie shuffled across and peered down at the map. I watched the man for a while with interest. He was evidently much older than any of the other team members that he was operating alongside of. He was tall and slender, with long limbs and a neck that seemed to jut out too far above his shoulders. His physical strength and wisdom was evident in the way he moved and held authority within the group, and it was clear that the others listened to and respected Charlie's opinion. His long, bulbous nose was his most distinguishing feature, set within his stern, thin face and flanked by deep wrinkles that made him appear like a man who had seen and done all that there was to experience in the world. His mouth was little more than another thin line, his lips barely visible and giving the impression that he was a deep thinker or even ill-tempered. But his eyes revealed a man of compassion and knowledge, far beyond that of anyone else present in the group. The way in which he spoke had given Al an insight into the man's character, and already he had flashed his teeth a number of times since entering into the base in a broad and extremely warm smile. Al felt confident that he liked Charlie more so than any of the others at that point in time. If not for Charlie's presence, he suspected that he may have been more openly hostile toward Stan and his men, but the man's aura seemed to have a calming effect upon him. Charlie leaned further forward, arching his long neck while resting his shovel-like hands on Stan's shoulder and meticulously scrutinizing the map. It's about 3 kilometers from our exit point, from the sewers by the looks of it, he stated, leaning back and pulling on the tip of his long, bulbous nose with his thumb and forefinger. Considering their situation, he seemed completely relaxed and at ease. Just on the outer edges of the town center. Is it reachable? Stan asked, looking up at him. Do you think you could get in there without any problems? Charlie shrugged, holding his rifle so that the butt was resting against the ground and helping to prop him up. All depends on how much activity there is in that area. If the infected are still crowding around where these guys got themselves stranded the other day, then hopefully we could get in and out before too many of them are attracted to the bus depot. The thing is, though, we can be as quiet as mice, but once we start up the engines, the game will be up. At that point, I reckon there'll be a lot of those things within earshot that could ruin our day. We'll need plenty of ammo, as well as the troops you suggested. That won't be a problem. Tina nodded. We'll give you the best people we have and make sure they have all the ammo they need. We don't have the luxury to send out a recce beforehand, Stan noted. So it will all have to be done on the move. If there's nothing there, get back to the RV as quickly as you can, and we'll reassess. Roger that? Charlie nodded. I'll be with you too, Al suddenly announced. Everyone turned to look at him. It seemed odd to Al that anyone would have presumed that he would not be going. He was one of two people who knew the built-up areas better than anyone else. Charlie may have been the right man for the job as far as Stan was concerned, but he did not know the city. It would make a lot more sense if I'm with you for this. Tommy will come along too, Al shrugged. Stan nodded to him and then turned to the veteran. Go and assemble a gun team and meet me back at the tunnel. Kyle stood up, having received his orders, and took off at a brisk jog towards a group of militia that were standing idle, looking worried and crowding around the entrance to the tunnel while they awaited further instructions. You fuckers, he called, sounding more friendly and relaxed than his words implied. He waved them towards him. The troops reluctantly obeying and approaching with frightened expressions, but clearly willing to be commanded and guided by a man with his experience. You're with me. Stan turned on his haunches to glance over his shoulder at the gate and watched the men and women that were still in position as they continued to fire their weapons into the crowds below. He caught sight of Kyle and a number of the militia racing along the walkway as they collected the machine guns. They were already heavily loaded with belted ammunition and grabbing more as they made their way from one tower to the next. I'll just be happy to get out of this death trap, Bull grunted. What about comms? Taff asked. We'll get what we can from Ron, Al replied. We don't have much, but I think we can manage a VHF set with enough range for each group. The smaller personal sets are in short supply too, but we should have enough so that each team has internal comms. The doors leading into the complex behind them suddenly opened with a bang. They turned and saw Tommy standing there wearing his armor and equipment and carrying his rifle. He was ready to join the fight. Al looked back at him and studied his face. There was no expression there at all. No hint of sadness or even a trace of fear. He nodded towards the group and then called back through the door, waving someone forward from the interior. The first group of civilians began to file out from the building, flanked and herded by some of the guard force, and led by a man in civilian clothing whose eyes were as wide as saucers. The men and women of the first group huddled together for comfort and reassurance as mothers pulled their children closer. They all appeared terrified, but they walked through the chaos in silence, squinting and gagging at the reek of the burning corpses beyond the wall. Keep a tight grip on them, Tommy ordered as he stepped away from the line of civilians. He raised his finger and pointed it to the man leading them. It was Nigel, one of the civilian leaders. He was not a soldier, but a council member for the mostly civilian population of the base. It was not clear if his terrified appearance was as a result of the predicament they were in, or if Tommy was the cause. Line them up at the tunnel entrance, and make sure you keep the place clear. Don't let it turn into a cake and arse party, Nidge, leaving the packet commanders to guide the civilians to their forming up points. Fup. Tommy joined the small gaggle of people that were attending Stan's orders group. Tommy, he grunted with a nod, introducing himself to the strangers as he crouched down beside Al. Bull looked at the two men, eyeing their homemade armor that was made from black leather and thick plastic and compressed cardboard. Their shoulders were covered along with their chests and backs with vambraces and greaves made from the same material protecting their arms and legs. He understood the need and practicality for their appearance, but his humor was fighting to the surface. Who are you two supposed to be, Batman and Mad Max? You're with me on this, mate, Al informed Tommy, ignoring Bull's taunts and bringing his friend up to speed on what was being decided. We're heading for the depot along with Charlie here. Tommy nodded, but said nothing. He seemed distant, almost disinterested as he stared down at the maps and sketches that Stan had laid out on the ground in front of him. Another man appeared, pushing his way through the throngs of civilians, and headed towards Tina. He hobbled as he moved, his pale and sweat-soaked face contorted with pain. Stan watched him as he approached them and noted the white bandages that were wrapped around his legs and arms. They were soaked with blood, and it was obvious to him that beneath the dressings were bite wounds. The man reached the group and slumped down so that he was kneeling beside Tina, his drawn face and sunken eyes making him appear like someone who had recently escaped from a slave labor camp. That's the recreation assembly point moving, he reported with a grimace. Gary and Jim are leading them through, but they're moving too slowly, and they've a long way to go. There's too many of them, and they're crammed into the corridors like sardines and moving at the pace of the slowest person, which is roughly the same speed as a startled slug. Thanks, Tina smiled sadly. She could see that the infection was already tearing through him, causing him immense pain and suffering. But she could also see that he would not let his condition beat him, and that he would soldier on until the very end. He stood up and headed towards the wall. "I'd better get over to the tunnel and help out," he croaked. "Greg," she called after him. He stopped and turned to her. She wanted to say something, but she could not find the words. She did not want to tell him that she was sorry or offer him the chance to rest while others did the work. He would not take kindly to such words. Instead, they watched one another for a moment, saying nothing until the man's face changed from an expression of physical pain and exhaustion to one of absolute resolve and determination to continue with the fight, doing all he could to help the other survivors. He turned and headed away, following after Nigel and the first group of evacuees. She saw Stan glaring back at her. He raised a questioning eyebrow and nodded towards the spot where the wounded man had been standing. "He was bitten earlier today," Al informed the group. "He was with me in the sewers trying to find a way through when we got jumped. He knows he's already dead, but he's a tough bastard and will never give up." "Sounds like a good man," Taff added thoughtfully. "He is," Tina confirmed, staring at the dirt around her feet. Stan nodded, watching her for a few seconds before turning his attention back towards the maps laid out on the ground and the men assembled around him. He began his summary of the operation, ensuring that everyone understood what was required of them. Charlie would move first, followed by Taff towards their respective task locations. Shortly afterwards, Stan and Tina would begin making their way through the tunnel with the main body of the survivors from the base, headed towards the rendezvous with Taff. "Once in the RV, we'll set up a perimeter and wait on the buses. Make sure that your people are in good order. Keep them two abreast in the tunnels and tight together," Stan instructed Tina. "Keep them quiet. We don't want anyone flapping and giving the game away because they lose their nerve." "What happens if there's no vehicles that can be used at the depot?" Al asked. The question had been weighing heavily on his mind. "We'll have no choice but to walk," Tina shrugged. "What about your two anti-tank guys, the ones you left outside?" "What anti-tank guys?" Taff grinned. "Bluffing cunts," Al snorted. "We needed an ace card of some sort, mate." "Yeah, we were bluffing," Taff grunted. "For all we knew, you might have thrown us in a pot. We're not quite at the stage of cannibalism just yet, mate." Al huffed. "Grab as much ammo as you can." Stan ordered to Taff and the rest of his men before turning back to Al. "We don't have much, so would you mind sparing some?" "Sure thing. Get your comms and troops together," Stan said, turning to Charlie and Taff. "You're moving out in 5 minutes. We'll be right behind you." "Stand by," a voice shouted from behind them. It was Paul warning them that he was about to dump the last of the fuel onto the infected. The gates were once again beginning to rock as the flames died and the dead regained the initiative and relaunched their assault. Everyone dropped to the ground and covered their faces, curling themselves into a tight ball. The fuel exploded like napalm, engulfing hundreds more of the attacking dead. The heat blasted through the walls and the gate, causing the already terrified civilians to scream and throw themselves into whatever cover they could find. "Keep moving," the soldiers around them cried, ushering them towards the tunnel. "Get up and keep moving." Stan turned and looked up in time to see the orange and black fireball as it mushroomed over the wall. He felt the heat wash against his face and the ground beneath him rumble. That was the last of it. There was no more fuel now, and nothing to stop the dead. "That's it. That's us. Charlie, Taff, grab your radios and get your guys moving." 18. Within just a few minutes, the advance groups had disappeared into the mouth of the tunnel, moving towards their jumping-off positions and ready to begin their charge through the sewers. Sent forward by Stan to clear the route and secure their objectives. They were to act as the pathfinders for the main body of survivors. "That's us in position. Moving now." Taff's voice crackled through Stan's earpiece over the radio waves. Stan was standing at the entrance and peering into the gloom. He could not see Taff, but he could see the individual lights of the assembled men and women of his team, bouncing from one wall to the other as they took off, running into the darkness. They needed to move fast to clear the sewers as quickly as possible and reach the bus depot and the rendezvous because Stan and the rest of the survivors from the base would be moving very soon. Once they were deeper into the tunnel, and especially within the sewers, communications between the groups would cease and no one would know how the others had fared until they were out in the open again. "Good luck," he called after them. He stepped back and looked around him at the others that were anxiously awaiting his commands. It was cold, and the clouds of their steamy breath came in plumes as their hearts thundered and their bodies shivered. The sound of the dead battering away at the walls and gates had reached the point where ordinary speech was impossible. The thunder of guns and the hollers of the living mixed with the crescendo, creating an atmosphere of terror that surged into the souls of the men and women assembled. Sebastian was doing all that he could to console his dogs, speaking to them soothingly and assuring them that all would be okay. There were 3 of them standing beside him, pulling at the chains that were wrapped tightly around his wrists, barking and whimpering alternately. The 2 German shepherds were foaming at the mouth, baring their teeth and wanting to break free and attack the hordes of infected. Their instincts to protect their human owners were overriding their own need for self-preservation as they attempted to pull away and charge towards the dead. They jerked and snarled, their hearing and sense of smell driving them wild as the legions of reanimated monsters pressed in with their siege. "Okay, it's going to be okay," the dog handler cooed. He crouched down to comfort his favorite animal. A border collie named Lucky. He turned and looked back at Tina. "I think they know more than we do about the situation." Ron was standing a few meters away looking bored and smoking a cigarette while supposedly helping to maintain control of the assembled evacuees that were lined up and ready behind him. Even by Stan's composed and mysterious standards, the man seemed remarkably reserved. Ron noticed that Stan was watching him and turned to face him with a questioning, almost challenging jut of his chin. "Are those VHF sets you gave us likely to work?" Stan asked. He asked the question in order to judge Ron's mind state. The man did not look right as far as he was concerned. "Fucked if I know," Ron grunted, shrugging his shoulders and flicking his cigarette to the side. He turned away and walked back towards the rear of the first group of evacuees. Stan watched him as he went. The man did not even turn to see if there was any kind of reaction to his passively hostile attitude. He really seemed to care nothing about what was happening or for the people around him. What radios they had and believed to still be in working order had been centralized and redistributed amongst the 3 groups. Not even the militia that were still manning the perimeter had any communications now, and the 2 advance groups were carrying radios that could not be guaranteed to work over any real distance. They had tested them, but they could not be sure that once they were mobile and the range between the groups grew that the radios would still be powerful enough to transmit and receive. Stan at least wanted Ron's reassurance instead. He received an overdose of insufferable arrogance. He felt his blood begin to simmer, and for a brief moment he considered raising his rifle and putting a round through the back of the man's head. At another time and place he would not have hesitated or given the matter a second thought once completed. The only thing that stopped him now was the fact that such an action would cause panic to erupt from within the ranks of the nearby civilians who were already close to the point of breaking. He decided to leave the matter for now, but he would never forget it. Being a forgiving or even tolerant person was never something that he was particularly well known for. Beneath his whitewashed exterior lurked a monster that bubbled and toiled, always having to be restrained by a conscience that barely kept him within the ranks of normal civilized behavior. He turned his attention back to more pressing matters. Up on the wall the gunfire continued, but it was incapable of holding back the tide of dead. As far as Stan was concerned, the troops on the defenses were wasting ammunition and time. The infected, numbering in their hundreds of thousands, were now smashing at the gates at the east and west again, having lost huge numbers to the fires, but remaining determined to break through. The barricades were holding, but only just. Time was running out, and there was still no sign of the second group of civilians that were slowly making their way through the complex towards the tunnel. "Get your guys down from the walls," Stan ordered to Tina. "It's no use now. We can't hold them, and they'll be trapped if those things break through." She was standing beside him with Flash and Greg close by. She turned and nodded to Flash, who then jumped up and sprinted off towards the west, headed for the gate and the militia on the far side of the base that were putting up a valiant resistance there. From their position, they could not see what was happening on that side due to the buildings of the inner complex, but they could clearly hear the intensity of the gunfire beginning to rise. "Where's the second group?" Stan asked impatiently. "Still moving," Greg replied before breaking into a bout of sputtering coughs that ended with bloodied spittle dripping from his lips. "Still moving?" The veteran gasped with disbelief. "Who's leading them, Miss fucking Daisy?" Greg's face was ashen and drawn. He was sweating profusely and clearly becoming weaker by the minute. He stared back at Stan with shining, fevered eyes from deep within their hollowed sockets. Stan had seen that same look 1,000 times over the years. They were the eyes of a condemned human being. Someone who knew they were going to die but would meet their end while standing on their feet rather than their knees. "The rec room is at the far end of the complex, and there's nearly 100 people in that group, including the sick from the med center," Tina replied. "For fuck's sake," Stan uttered, turning around and checking the progress of Taff and his troops in the tunnel. "They're taking too long behind them," was the first column of civilians that would move forward. They stood in silence, shivering from the cold and fear, their faces pale and filled with uncertainty and staring at the door to the tunnel. There were many children within the group, huddling their parents and looking around with terrified eyes, flinching with every gunshot that echoed from the walls. Their parents did what they could to console them, but they too were clearly frightened and agitated, unsure of what would happen and hoping that they would soon be moving. "Prepare the move," Stan uttered with a sigh, knowing that they had no choice but to hope that the second group would make it there before it was too late. From just 100 meters away came a gigantic clang. The unmanned north entrance was under a heavy assault as the dead hurled themselves at the barrier. The assembled civilians yelped and hollered and began to push forward, eager to gain as much distance between them and the gateway as possible. "Kyle, bring your team up," Stan ordered with urgency. He could see the crowd of evacuees beginning to surge and knew that a rout was imminent. Once the panic took hold, there would be no way of stopping them, and the evacuation would instantly crumble into an uncoordinated stampede. He peered into the tunnel's entrance and saw the faint lights of Taff in the distance. It was time for them to move, regardless of whether they were all there or not. The second group from the recreation room would just have to catch up or be left behind. It was clearly that simple, as far as Stan was concerned. The veteran made his way towards the head of the column with his gun group. There were 7 of them altogether, carrying 3 of the machine guns from the vacated towers. The soldiers moved forward, bristling with belted ammunition that crisscrossed over their chests and protruded from their pouches. They sweated and panted as they struggled with the weight of the heavy equipment and followed after their new commander. Kyle had chosen the most experienced of the soldiers available to aid him as the fire support group. Each of them had been gunners within the towers and knew how to handle the heavy weapons. "Put 2 of your guns on point and leave 1 here with me," Stan instructed him. "When you reach the far end, go firm and wait for me to catch up." Kyle nodded and pushed into the enveloping blackness, leaving 2 of his men behind to act as a support group for Stan and the main body of survivors. Outside, the cold air was thick with the smell of fire and the nauseating stench of burning flesh. But in the darkness of the subterranean passage, and despite the claustrophobic confines, it felt strangely less constricting and the air tasted fresh in comparison to what was outside. It was much colder in the tunnel. A chill seemed to creep down from the surface and seep through the walls, bringing the temperature down to near freezing. The sounds of the gunfire and the moans of the dead melted away into the distance, seeming as though they had crossed through a porthole in space and descended into a different world. Kyle took in a deep breath and felt his lungs fill with the cool air as his troops closed in around him. He looked back at the entrance and saw Stan silhouetted in the light from outside, snapping orders and attempting to maintain control. The veteran turned to his group. He did not want to leave Stan to lead the evacuees on his own, but he had his orders and needed to follow them in order to ensure that the operation was successful. "Come on," he said to his gun group, turning away and breaking into a run. The fires had eased the pressure on the western gate, but the flames could not be maintained for long. The base was now out of fuel, and despite the weapons of the guards, the dead continued to hammer at the gates. For now, with the extra heavy equipment piled up against them, the barricades were holding. But the veteran knew that it would not last for long, and he was just as anxious as anyone else to get moving. However, once at the far end, his intention was to leave his gun team to protect the entrance while he returned to assist Stan. In the open, the firing suddenly ceased, and for a brief moment, a strange calm seemed to settle over the crumbling defenses of the fob. Stan looked up and saw the militia from the eastern gate stomping their way along the walkway with Paul in the lead and making their way towards the main body. It was time. The defenders were falling back, virtually out of ammunition, and leaving the walls and hastily reinforced gates as the only means of holding back the army of infected. "Go, go." Stan roared, stepping to the side and allowing Greg to begin leading the first group of civilians into the tunnel, get them in there, and keep them moving. He turned and grabbed the 2 men carrying the machine gun that had been left behind from Kyle's group. They looked frightened as they watched the men and women begin to hurriedly file in through the tunnel's entrance, clearly wishing that they could join them in the evacuation. Instead, they had been left behind with this strange, mad man. "Stay close and do exactly as I say," Stan ordered them up above them, with the air silent apart from the growl and bark of the dogs and the wail of the infected. Paul stopped abruptly before reaching the stairs and turned his attention towards the west. His face gradually changed from one of confusion to a look of complete shock and horror. He began to holler, waving his arms down at Tina and Stan and then pointing across towards the western gate. That is, when they all heard it. There were other noises occurring from the far side of the base. The unmistakable grind and clang of heavy metal. There was no longer any gunfire coming from that area, and the noise was clearly not being made by the defenders. Flash suddenly appeared, sprinting towards them from around the far corner of the inner complex. His face was a portrait of fear, and he was screaming unintelligibly while frantically waving his arms. Another two figures shot out from behind him, instantly identifiable as members of the guard force, except neither of them were carrying their weapons. They were running as fast as they could and glancing back over their shoulders at something that was evidently following them but not yet visible to Stan and the others. The gates gone, Flash howled between breaths, his feet sending up loose shingle around him as he charged for the safety of the tunnel. It's fucking gone. It's collapsed. There's hundreds of them coming in. Get them in there, Tina roared, grabbing the nearest civilians and pushing them towards the tunnel. Faster! Move! Move! By now, most of the troops from the east had arrived and began helping to drive the group of screaming men, women, and children into the dark passageway. Paul was still making his way towards them, bounding down the steps and screaming at the top of his lungs when there was another loud bang. This time, everyone could see as the eastern entrance bowed inwards and then collapsed. The huge steel gates, along with a section of the blackened and charred T-wall, falling to the ground with a mighty crash and sending up clouds of soot and dust as they slammed into the gravel. The hordes of corpses pushing from the outside instantly began to spew into the base like a crashing wave, tumbling over one another as they searched for the living people. "We're too late," Sebastian shouted in horror, pulling his dogs back as they fought against their chains. "They're in! They're fucking in!" Flash came to a skidding halt in front of Tina, quickly followed by the two remaining militia from the west who charged past them and into the tunnel without stopping. It was clear that no one else from that section had survived being overwhelmed and engulfed by the thousands of infected that had rushed through the broken defenses. "You," Stan growled, grabbing the machine gunner and his partner and then pointing to the mass of dead that were piling into the fob from the east. "Keep those fuckers back." The gunner and his assistant ran forward a few meters and dropped onto the ground, flipping out the bipod legs of the GPMG and quickly adjusting their positions. Within seconds, the gun opened up and began firing long, sustained bursts into the crowds. Dozens of them instantly toppled over as the bullets ripped through them. Red tracer rounds blazed over the ground, ricocheting into the air as they smashed through bone and flesh. "Get these people moving faster," Stan barked at Sebastian and Paul. "Get them moving through the tunnel." Paul was frantically searching for his wife and daughter, unable to see them amongst the mob of stampeding people. He was calling out to them, ignoring what Stan was ordering him to do, and pushing his way through the crowd. "They're already in." Someone shouted across to him, "They're up at the front." Paul disappeared through the door, still screaming the names of his remaining family. Tina was already sprinting towards the complex, hoping to find the other group from the recreation room before it was too late for them. The dead were spilling in from the east and west, and it was only a matter of time before they would be completely cut off. Stan followed, along with Flash, Ron, and Ben, the militia soldier who had injured his leg the previous day during their retreat from the sewers with Greg. He limped after the others, determined to help and ignoring the wound that ached and throbbed relentlessly. They were headed for the northern door, leading into the living area, hoping that the machine gun and remaining militia troops could hold back the dead from the east long enough for them to save the others. Stan looked back and saw that there were still a lot of the evacuees within the base, pushing at the people in front of them as they trundled in through the tunnel's narrow entrance. They were moving too slowly, the entrance way, causing a bottleneck that stalled their progress. Tina reached the door and almost ripped it from its hinges as she pulled it open. There was still no sign of the infected from the western part of the base, but she knew that it would not be long before they made their way along the inner wall between the complex and perimeter and rounded the corner. She stepped in and looked along the corridor. She could see movement in the low and flickering light. It was them, the second group. "Gary," she shouted, unable to see him but hoping that he was leading them. "Move your arses. The gates are down. You need to move. We're coming." A voice called back to her. She could now hear the sound of trampling feet and anxious voices bouncing along the corridor towards her as the large group made their way through the complex. A shiver ran down her spine as the bark of the machine gun, to their left, stopped for a few seconds, and the cries of the dead filled the sound vacuum. The gun started up again, drowning out the haunting wail of the bloodthirsty ghouls that were quickly filling the fob. Come on," she growled under her breath. She was now able to see Gary as he ran along ahead of the group, needing to stop every few meters to allow the others to catch up. He was shouting at them, trying to make them move faster while other members of the militia drove them on from behind. He was now no more than 30 meters away, but with almost 100 people stretched out along the corridor behind him. Tina knew in her heart that they would be lucky to get them all out in time. She stepped back and glanced across to the tunnel. The first group were still there, their numbers steadily shrinking as they disappeared into the darkness, while the machine gunners and remaining troops laid down heavy wall of fire support. Someone began to fire from close by. She turned and saw Flash and Stan pointing their rifles towards the right and the exterior corner of the complex. They were shouting back to her between their shots, urging her to hurry from her position on the threshold. She could not see what was going on to the west, but she could imagine that the infected were now appearing from around the side of the cabins while Stan, Ron, and Flash attempted to hold them back. She turned to call out towards Gary, but her words were instantly transformed into a horrified and shocked scream as she watched a blur of brown and gray figures emerge from an adjacent corridor ahead of the group. They saw the people and fell upon Gary and the civilians that were following him. The complex erupted with the screams of the living and the lustful howls of the dead as more of them appeared from around the corner to join in on the frenzy, completely blocking off any chance that Gary and the others had of escaping. "No," she cried. Raising her rifle as she saw her people becoming engulfed, she bounded forward. "No." A hand grabbed her from behind as she began to move towards the dozens of bodies that were blocking the hallway, wanting to help Gary and the others with no thought for her own safety or survival as the screams of terror and pain echoed around her. She thrashed and pulled at the man who had wrenched her backwards. "No," she cried again. "We can't leave them. We can't leave them." There was a blast beside her as a rifle barked. More shots followed and a few of the surging corpses fell, but it did nothing to help the trapped people. There were more of the infected charging in from the hallways and rooms connecting onto the main corridor, and within seconds there were dozens of them completely blocking the view of Tina and the others. Gary had been swallowed up in the crowd, but his screams for help and cries of torture could still be heard over the gunfire. "We can't help them. They're gone." Stan growled into her ear as he hauled her back. "There's nothing we can do, Tina." She kicked and pulled at him, trying to break free of his overpowering strength. She was screaming manically, seemingly losing control of her senses and becoming completely engulfed by her emotions. "Flash, help me get her out of here," Stan shouted, struggling to keep his grip on Tina as she thrashed against him. A number of cracks snapped around them as someone with a rifle from within the crowd of infected began to fire. Some of the bodies fell and gaping holes suddenly appeared in the walls on either side of Stan and the others, as the rounds easily plowed through the flimsy plaster and aluminium sheeting. Flash let out an agonized cry and dropped to the ground, dragging Tina with him and clutching his hand over a wound in the side of his abdomen. The militia soldier Ben also tumbled, folding in on himself as he took a round through his midriff. He slammed into the floor and let out a scream that quickly turned into a rasping gurgle. Someone from within the mass of infected was trying to fight their way out and firing wildly as they bravely battled to create a path through the wall of corpses. "I'm out of ammo," Ron shouted from beyond the door as his suppressive fire ceased. "I've nothing left, and they're getting closer." Stan reached down and scooped up Tina, grasping her hard by the scruff of her neck and throwing her back through the door. "They're gone. There's nothing we can do for them now. We need to get out of here before it's too late." He screamed into her face. She stared back at him in shock. His eyes were wide and blazing with anger. His teeth were clenched, and his lips peeled back while his face was contorted with rage. She could feel his hot breath against her face and the power of his grip upon her as he handled her like a bundle of rags. The man seemed to have suddenly come to life, having shown no sign of emotion up until that point. But what she saw in his eyes now was more terrifying than the faces of the dead that were closing in all around them. Beyond the aggression and fury in his eyes, she could see something else. She could only describe it as lust. A love and yearning for the battle that he found himself embroiled in. The man was in his element, his dark soul feeding off the fear and chaos that had erupted all around them. "We need to move, Tina. We need to save the ones we can. Forget about the others. We can't help them. Now fucking move." She quickly regained her composure, Stan's words rebounding through her mind like hammer blows. She knew that Gary and the others were gone. Over 90 of her people trapped and condemned to death because there was no way they could reach them without finding themselves surrounded and doomed in the same way. Tina and Stan began to fire, standing side by side and throwing everything they had against the rotted faces that were charging towards them from the western side of the base. More were making their way along the corridor, drawn to the sound of the voices and gunfire of the living and forgetting the screaming people that were being torn apart behind them. Everywhere Tina looked, she saw the dead eyes and snapping teeth of the infected leering and staggering towards her with grasping hands. "Let's get out of here," Ron called as he clasped his hands around Flash's harness straps and began to drag him backwards through the door. "Come on, get up!" As Flash climbed to his feet, bent almost double and struggling to walk, Stan reached down for Ben, who was lying in an expanding pool of blood. He turned the man over and saw that he had taken a hit in the chest. He was pale and gasping for breath as his lungs collapsed in on themselves from a wound that was causing blood to fill his chest cavity and preventing the expansion of his lungs. Stan knew how to treat the wound, known as a hemothorax, but they had no time, and Ben would be dead by the time they made it back to the tunnel. Triage was driving Stan during those seconds, and without any further consideration, he raised his rifle and blasted a hole through the man's pleading face. "Move!" He roared at the others who were standing in the doorway, staring back at him in complete shock. "Fucking move!" He pulled the heat grenade from his pouch, pulled the pin, and tossed it back through the door. The four of them began to fall back towards the tunnel, dragging Flash with them. There was a heavy thump, and a portion of the complex roof shot up into the air as the grenade exploded. More debris and smoke spilled out through the main door, helping to cover their retreat as they headed for the tunnel. Most of the civilians were now inside, leaving just a few of the militia and the gun group behind to hold back the dead and keeping the path open for Tina and the others. "Get him out of here," Ron ordered, passing Flash over to a cluster of soldiers who dragged him away into the darkness. The shuddering growl of the machine gun abruptly stopped. Stan looked to his right and saw an ocean of staggering, rotting scarecrows filling the entire space between the complex and the wall on the eastern side. They were no longer falling from the sustained fire that had been slamming into them and were now gaining ground. The first of them were just 40 meters away, and their haunting voices could be heard over the blast of the remaining rifles. "That's us," the man behind the machine gun yelled, jumping to his feet and flinging the GPMG across his shoulder. "We're out of ammo, there's nothing left." Stan and Tina, along with 4 of the guard force, were standing their ground as the last of the evacuees disappeared through the doorway. Their fire was accurate and rapid, but it was doing nothing to stem the tide. The dead did not care for the numbers they lost. Their only thought was to reach and devour the living. "Go, go," Tina ordered. "Fall back and seal the door." The last of them were inside, and the noise in the tunnel was deafening. The people were screaming as they tramped their way through the darkness, guided by the few lights of the militia around them and the shouts of Tina and the others from behind. Their progress was hampered by the dark, the amount of sick and elderly, and the panic that rippled through the crowd. People fell and were trampled underfoot, while children screamed and called for their parents as they became separated in the darkness and confusion. The evacuation had turned into what they had feared the most, an uncoordinated retreat, quickly turning into a chaotic rout. Tina and Stan stepped away from the door, but within seconds it was rattling against its hinges as the dead pounded against it from the other side. They knew that it would not hold, but they hoped that it would delay the infected for long enough to allow the living to put some breathing space between them and the bloodthirsty creatures. "You got the detonator?" she asked, turning to Paul, who was standing behind her. He had pushed his way back from the front of the column, having confirmed that his wife and daughter were safe, and now stood staring at the rectangle of light that encompassed the door. He looked at her and nodded, his eyes shining brightly in the dark as they reflected the lights of the others around him. "Good," she replied. "Let's get moving." "What about the others?" he asked, referring to Gary and the second group. "They're gone. There's nothing we can do to help them now." Time ticked by, but the pace of the people did not increase. There were too many people trying to squeeze their way through the narrow passageway, dragging too many of the young, old, and sick with them. Some had raced ahead, able to move rapidly under their own steam, but many were being left behind and becoming jammed into a bottleneck of slow-moving people who needed to feel and grope their way through the near darkness. Stan and Tina were at the rear, along with Ron, Paul, and Sebastian. The dogs seemed to have calmed a little, no longer barking or pulling at their restraints, as they sensed that the immediate danger had passed and that the people they instinctively protected were now safe. Behind them, the entrance into the tunnel continued to bang and buckle as the swarms of infected charged at the barrier, smashing their decomposing bodies against the shuddering door in an attempt to force their way through. Their howls and wails sounded laden with excitement and frustration in equal measure, knowing that the living were close by but being thwarted in their attempts to reach them. "Come on, keep going," Tina's echoing voice called out into the blackness ahead of her, encouraging the survivors. "We're nearly there, but you need to hurry. Pick up your feet and keep moving. As fast as you can. We're moving too slow, Ron grumbled, glancing back over his shoulder towards the mouth of the tunnel. In almost 15 minutes, they had traveled only a few hundred meters. They'll break through soon. We need to speed it up. Come on, Tina shouted again, sounding more urgent and joined by the voices of Paul and Ron. Move your arses and get going. There was a commotion up ahead. People were yelping with fright, and others were cursing loudly. In the beam of his light, Stan saw Kyle pushing his way through the crowd towards him, carrying one of the machine guns and weighted down with hundreds of rounds of linked ammunition that glinted in the beam of his torch. I thought you could use some help back here, he huffed with a smile. Did we get everyone out okay? Stan said nothing but glanced at Tina as they continued to walk along. She shook her head, averting her eyes so that the veteran could not see the regret and shame she felt. Only half of them, Stan whispered to him. The second group and most of the militia never made it. Jesus, what about? Kyle's words were abruptly drowned out by a reverberating screech that traveled along the shaft like a roaring, high-pitched wind. It clawed at their minds and bodies, making them wince against the spine, tingling vibrations that rippled violently through their eardrums, like the sound of giant claws being dragged along a chalkboard. There was a wrenching clang, and wavering beams of light suddenly spilled into the tunnel behind them as the door was forced inwards. The moans of the dead instantly filled the tunnel, traveling the length of the shaft and instilling fright and dread into the civilians. The terrified people at the back pushed and cried out to the people in front, stomping their way forward and thrusting to the side anyone who stood in their way. The panic-stricken screams of the living joined in with the woeful laments of the dead, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror that threatened to overwhelm everyone who heard it. A stampede began to take hold, with everyone rushing forward, almost causing a complete blockage of tangled bodies, as the slower and weaker members of the group struggled to stay on their feet against the sudden surge. Tina and the others charged along at the rear, but they were hampered by the people who had fallen and needed to stop and help them to their feet before continuing. The light from behind them was now completely blocked by the hundreds of bodies that were rushing through the door. They could hear the howl of the dead growing in volume, clawing its way along the tunnel as more of them spilled in through the gaping hole. The fear in the atmosphere was thick, and the screams and beseeching whimpers of the panic-filled people only added to the terrifying situation. There was a shriek from close by, followed by the sound of someone falling. It was Paul. He had collided with a man lying prostrate on the ground, having been trampled and left unconscious. "Help me get him up," he called out, grasping the invisible man by the arms and trying to lift him. "Someone help me." Stan jumped across and helped to stand the man up. His light flitted across his face, and he saw that the man was far too old and weak to be able to flee with the others without being left behind. There was a large abrasion on his forehead, and his eyes had rolled backwards, revealing only their whites. Stan considered dropping him back to the ground, but a sputter and a groan convinced him that there was still life in the old man. "It's okay." "I've got you," Stan reassured him, lifting him up and cradling him in his arms. "You're okay, mate?" The dead were giving chase, following the lights and the fear-filled screams of the men and women as they charged through the tunnel. The living were still moving too slowly, and more of them were falling or being pushed to the side. A Darwinian state of mind seemed to be quickly taking hold amongst the survivors, with everyone looking out for their own interests and willing to sacrifice the old, young, and sick in order to save themselves. By now, Tina's group at the rear were hauling a number of hapless victims of the anarchic exodus. Some hobbled and others needed to be dragged, but she was determined that no one else would be left behind to be torn to shreds by the infected. She looked back over her shoulder to check on their hunters and noticed that they had passed through the first of the gates without realizing it. She stopped the gate. She shouted, "We need to close the gate! No time!" Kyle grunted, grabbing her by the arm and pulling at her. She tugged away, slapping his hand to the side. Getting the barrier closed and sealed would buy them a little more time, maybe giving them the chance to get through the tunnel before the dead managed to break through. She turned to run back, but stopped when she saw that the first of the pursuing bodies had already crossed through that particular point, blocking all hope of her reaching the gate. "The charges," she hissed. "The first one is just ahead of us, on the right." She continued after the others, quickly catching them up and hollering at the people in front of her to keep moving. Despite the pressure from behind, the crowd did not seem to be moving any faster, and the dead were steadily catching them up. The sounds of their feet rasping over the dusty floor and their conjoined moans were getting louder. "How far to the explosives?" Stan called back over his shoulder, still carrying the old man in his arms. "Just up ahead, about 50 meters or so." Kyle stopped and turned to face the oncoming swarm of bodies. Holding the machine gun at his hip, He pressed back on the trigger. The rounds erupted from the barrel in a thunderous cacophony, spewing out in bursts of 2 to 3 and drowning out all other sounds. The bright flashes from the muzzle lit up the passageway, framing him and the advancing dead in momentary swaths of yellowed light. Tracers spat out from the gun, zipping along the tunnel and smashing into the corpses. He dropped his aim slightly, bringing the barrel down so that it was aimed at waist height. Again, he sent a number of bursts downrange, hoping to cause enough damage to create an organic obstruction that would stall the advance of the dead. With one final burst, he turned and charged after the others. They had made very little progress during his short absence. That should slow them down a bit, he grunted, pulling a fresh belt of 7. 62mm rounds from one of his pouches and clipping it onto the remainder that was hanging from the feed tray of the gun. "There," Tina shouted, pointing to an area on their right. "That's it." Stan halted and spun around, lowering the unconscious man to the ground. He glanced across and saw one of the thick wooden support beams highlighted by Tina's flashlight. Attached to the side of it were 2 plastic boxes that were each approximately the same size of an average paperback novel. Tina stepped across and opened the flap that kept its contents protected from the damp atmosphere. Inside there were 3 blocks of yellow material and something that was clearly an electrical receiving unit. She pressed a button and the display on the old mobile phone lit up, confirming that it was ready to receive a signal. Although there were no mobile networks working, Ron had reprogrammed the phone so that it could receive a signal from the transmitter that Paul carried, providing that there was line-of-sight communications. "That's a lot of explosives," Stan grumbled. "We wanted to be sure," Tina replied. "There's no one here that knows demolitions, so we made a best guess." "Well, I know explosives, and that's a lot. Will it be enough to collapse the support that and the whole street above us?" "Shit. Shit." Someone hissed from nearby shit. Tina saw Paul frantically rummaging through his equipment, turning his pockets outwards and then ripping through his pouches. She did not need to ask what the problem was. She already knew, and the dread began to bubble inside her stomach. "The detonator!" He gasped. "I must have dropped it back there." Everyone turned and looked back along the tunnel. Their lights, losing some of their luminescence over the distance, revealed the faint, misshapen silhouettes of the advancing dead as they lumbered and crawled after them, dragging themselves along, groaning and wailing. Going back to search for the remote was impossible. "We can still blow it. We light the safety fuse." "It's about 2 minutes long and enough to give us the chance to get some distance," Ron offered. "I'll do it," Paul volunteered, hoping to make up for his mistake. "You lot get going, and I'll stay to light it. I'll catch you up." "No," Sebastian replied, stepping forward. He reached out and handed the dog chains across to Ron. "Look after these for me. I'll set it off. You need to get their ship working again, Paul. I'm surplus." "Okay," Tina instructed him, knowing that there was no time to get into a debate over who should stay behind. "Let us get some distance, light it, and then get the fuck out of here." "That's exactly what I had in mind." Sebastian nodded with a nervous smile. His anxious eyes looked from her and back to his dogs, who were now whining again, sensing that their master was about to put his life in great danger. "Keep tucked into the left," the veteran advised him, grabbing him by the shoulder and pointing to the side of the tunnel he was referring to, so that there were no misunderstandings. "I'll be sending a lot of shit down along the right once we get to a safe distance. Just run, and don't look back." "Okay, the swarm was closing in. You'd better go," Sebastian replied. "Go, I'll catch you up." They turned and began to chase after the main group. Ron was having to drag the dogs with him as they fought against their restraints to return to their owner. Stan was in front, huffing with the exertion, as the limp body of the unconscious man bounced against his chest and hoping that they could gain enough distance to minimize the effect of the blast. "Light it up, Seb." Tina called back into the darkness when she judged that they were gaining some ground. "Light it and get out of their cover." Sebastian's panicking voice called out, "Cover me. They're almost here. Someone fucking cover me." The veteran jumped to the side and dropped to the floor behind his gun. A moment later, and he was sending long bursts along the opposite side of the tunnel from where Sebastian and the explosives were. The deep grinding noise of the weapon shook the ground and caused clods of loose dirt to tumble from the ceiling. He could see Sebastian's light on the left, moving around as he frantically tried to light the fuse. "Come on, mate," Kyle growled as he let off another burst and felt the butt of the gun push back forcefully against his shoulder. "Come on back! Get back!" someone cried from close behind him. There was a sudden flurry to his left as something big whipped by him and barreling back down the tunnel at breakneck speed, Between the bursts of the GPMG and their deafening echoes, he heard the snarls and snorts, but they were not coming from the infected. Another dark figure shot by, screaming out to the first and forcing the veteran to cease fire as the man drifted across and into his arcs. It was Ron chasing after two of the dogs that had managed to break free from his grip. "Ron, get back here, you fucking lunatic," he called after him, but the man did not stop. He continued forward into the gloom, rushing after the dogs and soon reaching the area of Sebastian and the explosives. As they disappeared into the darkness, there was a sudden flash, and the world seemed to implode around the veteran. The explosives detonated, blasting away the supports and a large portion of the ceiling, vaporizing Sebastian, Ron, and the two dogs in a violent burst of heat and light. The shockwave raced along the narrow corridor, sucking away all the air while flinging people in all directions and smashing them into the walls and one another, breaking limbs and crushing skulls in the process. Everything went black, and the high-pitched ring of the explosion's aftermath filled the passageway, pressing inwards against the eardrums of the living and sending them into shock as they gasped for air through their flattened and deflated lungs. There was nothing but darkness as people's vision blurred and swirls of dust and debris plumed through the tunnel. Kyle coughed, choking on the clouds of smoke that billowed around him and the clumps of dirt that clogged his mouth and nose. He spat, trying to clear his throat as he crawled out of the shallow grave he had found himself buried in. He felt a searing pain in his shoulder. He groaned and he reached into his jacket, feeling the wet and warm blood that was seeping from the wound. His fingers ran over something hard and jagged that was protruding from the flesh. He hissed and grunted, biting down against the pain as the foreign body rasped against the torn edges of his skin. He rolled over and scratched at the ground, his mind jumbled and barely able to breathe as he crawled on his hands and knees while searching for his machine gun. The sound of people groaning around him brought him back to earth, his senses quickly returning. There was a loud rumble followed by a mighty crash from behind him. The street above them was collapsing, the buildings tumbling in on themselves and smashing through their own foundations, threatening to collapse the entire tunnel. "Move," he yelled. Suddenly realizing the danger they were in of being buried alive, he climbed to his feet, grabbing and shaking the nearest body that he came into contact with. "Come on, get up and move!" He stumbled forward, his knees buckling and his head spinning. He kicked at the people that were sprawled all around him and squirming in the dirt or lying in shocked silence. His light passed over Tina. She was staring back at him, her eyes bulging from her blackened face and her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. "Get up and help me. The whole place is going to fall on our heads." The veteran roared, dragging her to her feet and throwing her forward. More people began to recover, lifting themselves up from the ground and helping the shocked and injured survivors around them. There were a number of bodies that were incapable of moving, the life having been sucked from them when the shockwave tore along the corridor and ripped through their bodies. "Take care of the dead," Stan wheezed, sputtering from the dust that was clogging his throat. "Don't leave them to come back." The man he had been carrying was unresponsive, and he could not find a pulse. There was no time to attempt resuscitation, and Stan had no choice but to leave him where he was. He pulled out his knife and slammed the blade down through the old man's forehead, wiggling the hilt from side to side, and ensuring that the brain had been damaged enough to leave it incapable of reanimating. "What happened?" Tina groaned, climbing up from the ground and steadying herself against the wall. "I thought we had 2 minutes on the fuse." "Obviously we didn't," Kyle snorted. He coughed and turned to shine his light back along the tunnel behind them. He could see nothing but clouds of billowing dust and hear the constant rumble of collapsing masonry. "Where's Ron and Seb?" "They're gone. The charge must have blown the second they lit the fuse." They struggled forward, climbing over the prostrate corpses that littered the ground. There were at least 15 who had been killed in the blast, their frail bodies unable to withstand the shock of the detonation or the impacts. As they were launched into the walls and the support beams, some of the survivors needed to be physically dragged away as they lay screaming and crying over their fallen loved ones and friends. Parents were torn from their lifeless children, and orphans whimpering in the darkness were wrenched away from the limp bodies of their mothers and fathers. The dead lay where they had fallen now, their brains destroyed and their corpses entombed within the collapsing tunnel as the remainder of the evacuees limped on, nursing their broken limbs and rattled minds. Stan was at the rear with Kyle. They were still having to step carefully, their shaking legs recovering slowly as their bodies pieced themselves back together. The effects of the explosion within such an enclosed space had debilitated almost everyone, but the 2 veteran soldiers were recovering faster than the others. After what seemed like hours, they finally reached the far end and the steel hatchway. Kyle's gun group was there waiting for them as they kept the area secure. They helped the shaken survivors through the hatch, whispering words of encouragement and attending to what wounds they could. Stan and the veteran stepped through last, the passage behind them continuing to growl and groan as more of the supports collapsed in on themselves. There was no way that the infected could get through now, but they still had the sewer system and its inherent dangers to negotiate before they would taste clean air and feel any resemblance of safety again. "You okay?" Stan asked when he saw that Kyle was having to manipulate his weapon with just one arm while he protected the other. "Yeah, took a bit of shrapnel, but I'm okay," he replied, handing over the machine gun to one of the militia who in turn handed him back his rifle. "What about you? Not a scratch." "I told you we should have gone to Norway." The veteran huffed as they left the collapsing tunnel behind them. They made their way towards the front of the column and to where Tina and Paul were now positioned, resting for a few minutes before they continued with the evacuation through the warren of sewers and utter darkness. "I'm starting to feel like I agree with you, mate," Stan grunted. 19? That's it there," Al whispered to Charlie, who was crouching beside him. "To the right of the church, that's the bus depot." He turned and looked up at the darkening sky. At ground level, the shadows between the buildings were getting longer and harder to penetrate with the naked eye. But enough light was still coming through for them to see where they were going. The temperature was dropping sharply, and the wind chill penetrated through their clothing and bit into their bare flesh. Al shivered. It was going to be a cold night, and if they did not get away from the city and find somewhere to hole up, they would all suffer. He doubted that everyone amongst the survivors were strong enough to survive for long without food and shelter. As planned, while Taff and Bull followed them through the sewers and then headed north, while Charlie and his group, along with Al and Tommy and two of the mechanics from the base, had crept their way south and into the city, headed for the bus depot. The outskirts had been quiet, with only a few of the infected wandering through the streets. Their numbers were nothing like what they were closer to the town center. Behind them and waiting within the grounds of a partially destroyed leisure center that had been gutted by fire was the rest of their group. 20 militia soldiers lurked in the shadows, watching and waiting for the signal to move forward and act as a protective cordon around the depot while the mechanics got to work on the vehicles. Charlie and Al waited, squatting in the rubble and leaning against the cold bricks of a burned-out building, their breath misting in the cold air as they listened to the sounds of the dead just a few blocks away. They could hear the racket being created as the infected rampaged through the inner city, tearing buildings apart in their search for the living. It seemed that, despite the time that had elapsed since Tommy and Al had escaped them, they refused to give up the hunt, unable to reason that the men had long since slipped far beyond their reach. The ring of breaking glass, the grind of doors collapsing, and the rasping crump of blockages and barricades being forced open never ceased. The continuous uproar was joined by the incessant backing of the dead voices, their monotone hum filling the chilled air. "Jesus," Nobby whispered from behind. "It sounds like there's a million of the bastards out there. They're tearing the place apart." "Let them get on with it," Charlie replied. "As long as they're busy chasing shadows, it should keep them off our backs for a bit." He turned and watched the rest of his group. The two mechanics were sitting close behind him, their bulging eyes watching every shadow in the surrounding area. Their heads swiveled constantly, as though they had become loose from the bones in their necks. Every movement and every sound, no matter how slight, sent ripples of terror shooting through their bodies. "You two," Charlie hissed at them and clicked his fingers lightly to grab their attention. "You up for this?" They looked back at him but said nothing. Their faces were pale and their bodies were shaking. Charlie knew that it was not from the cold alone. It had been years since either of them had set foot outside of the fob, and the world had changed a lot since. There were many more of the monsters now and fewer survivors. The land was bleak and frightening, and the haunting sounds of the masses of infected only added to the terrifying atmosphere. "It'll be okay. Just stay close and keep quiet. Once we get in there, we'll cover your arses while you do your thing." "Okay," they nodded in unison. Charlie glanced down at their toolboxes. They were big, heavy, and cumbersome. He dreaded either of the mechanics losing their grip and dropping one of the bulky steel containers. The noise created by the tools spilling out would be like the bells of a cathedral, and enough to attract every corpse in the city to their location. He reached over and gripped one of the handles with his left hand. With his free hand, he forcefully grabbed the mechanic's arm and placed it on the box. "Don't worry about anything else other than this," Charlie whispered, staring at them both intently. "We'll do any fighting that needs to be done while you two keep a tight grip on the tools. You got that?" Again, they nodded. He looked around him, checking the area before turning his attention back to the bus depot. They were 40 meters away, but the ground between their position and the objective was wide open. They would be exposed to any prying eyes in the area as soon as they broke cover, but they had very little choice. The only alternative was to pass through the streets behind the terminal, traveling an unproven route while adding time and risk to their journey. Charlie watched the building, looking for any signs of movement. There was only one of the dead that he could see in the depot enclosure. It was ambling around in the open area between the collapsed mesh fence and the main bay doors of the huge garages, dragging its feet as it stared down at the ground and unable to hear the din being created by the hordes that were crowding the city center, just a few streets away. There were a number of coaches and buses outside of the building, but they were clearly too damaged and worn to be of any use to them. They were covered in green mold and weeds, every one of their windows smashed, and their tires had rotted away many years ago. It was obvious that the engines would have long since seized up and become nothing more than useless clumps of rusted metal. The large doors of the depot appeared to be sealed shut. It did not seem as though anyone had used the place to hide. There was no sign of barricades, boarded doors, or damage to the exterior. It was as if the place had simply been closed for business long ago and had been left forgotten ever since. Their only hope was that there were more vehicles inside that were sheltered from the elements and still salvageable. Charlie sniffed at the air. He could easily deal with one reanimated corpse, but he knew that there could be many more of them prowling in the shadows of the rusting hulks or around the corners of the main building. It never took much noise or movement to attract hundreds of them into an area that had otherwise seemed devoid of anything other than rats and the corroded relics of human civilization. "Okay, mate. Prepare to move," he whispered back to Nobby and then turned his attention to Al. "We'll go forward and have a gander. The rest of you stay here and we'll give you a wave once it's all clear." "No worries." Al crept back, passing on the message to the others and taking up his position beside the mechanics. It was his job to keep a close eye on them and prevent them from panicking should they run into any trouble. Once Charlie had confirmed that the depot was safe, Al would lead them out, with the mechanics close on his heels and Tommy tucked in just behind them. The rest of Charlie's team and the militia would provide flank and rear protection as they moved through the open ground. Once at the depot, they would throw out a cordon and wait for the mechanics to identify whether or not there was anything that could be salvaged from within the bay doors. Charlie stood up and crept towards the corner of the building. He peered out into the street to their left, checking that nothing had changed over the previous few minutes. It was still clear, but the noise from the dead grew suddenly louder without the wall of the building to buffer the cries and wails. With a nod, the two men stepped out and into the open, moving slowly and methodically over the debris-littered street. Al watched them, his rifle and eyes scanning their surroundings and gliding over the numerous rusted vehicles that sat idle along their path. He was nervous and could feel the knots forming in his stomach. He had been apprehensive from the moment they started the move out from the base, but now was the moment of truth for them when they would find out whether or not their particular role in the evacuation was going to bear any fruit. Tommy suddenly appeared beside him, waddling forward on his haunches and cradling his rifle across his chest. He came to a halt and let out a sigh. "How's it going?" "Getting there." Tommy saw Charlie and Nobby inching their way across the street, moving very slowly and avoiding any sudden movements. Unlike Al, he had not spoken to Charlie or any of the others until just minutes before they launched into the retreat from the base. Since then, they had been completely focused upon their objectives, and Tommy had not yet taken the time to make any judgments on the new arrivals from his own personal perspective. "You trust these guys?" he suddenly asked. "I haven't had much to do with them yet, but do you trust them?" Al thought for a moment. He pictured the cold, unblinking eyes of Stan, the towering and menacing monolith named Bull, and the indifferent, seemingly reluctant manner of Kyle. They had traveled a long way, and despite the fact that Stan and his men wanted their help in return, they could easily have left the people inside the base to their fate. Instead, they had taken a great risk, almost becoming trapped in the fortress themselves. On arrival, as the situation rapidly deteriorated, each of them had joined in with the defense of the fob without hesitation, helping to shore up the gates and assisting with the evacuation. Al nodded with assuredness. "Yeah, I do. I would never say that I 100% trust them, but they've proven to be a decent bunch up to now." "Shit. I never trusted anyone to that level even before all of this started. But if you trust them, then I will too." "That Stan guy, though?" Al shrugged, feeling a shiver running down from his neck and along his back. "He definitely knows what he's doing, but I don't think he's human." "Yeah, I noticed that about him. I've known him for years, and I feel the same way. A voice from behind concurred. Al and Tommy turned and saw Brain, one of Charlie's team members. He was smiling at them and nodding his complete agreement. The man had not said much since their arrival at the base, but during their move through the sewers, Al had noticed that he walked with a severe limp. As it turned out, Bryn had a prosthetic leg. At first, Al had assumed that it had been an amputation due to a bite, but when he probed further, he learned that Bryn had been badly wounded in an IED improvised explosive device attack in Iraq back in 2006. Al turned to check on Charlie. He was almost to the collapsed fence that encompassed the depot and slowly approaching the lone figure that was still shuffling around in the open, dragging its feet through the puddles and swaying from side to side like a drunk. "Yeah, Stan's a strange one, but a good man all the same," Bryn continued while keeping his eyes on his commander. "He knows what he's doing, and there's nothing he can't do. If he says he'll get your people to the coast, he'll get them there. He's the best and most professional soldier I've ever met. And although he looks like an uncaring evil fucker, he's as loyal as a dog and will fight to the death for his people. The funny thing is, though, I think Death is actually scared of the old bastard." "How long have you known him?" Al asked. "Nobody really knows him. We've been with him for the past 9 years, he said, with a nod and indicating towards Charlie. "Stan and his blokes saved our skins when we were overrun. Those two lunatics, Taff and Bull, have been with him from the very beginning. And before that, they were part of his Spec Ops team for years. But they still don't have a clue about who he really is. I've found that it's best not to pry too much either. He doesn't open up to anyone. He is what he is, and we accept him at face value because there seems to be very little else to him." Al nodded, contemplating what Bryn was telling him. If Taff and Bull, the men who had served alongside of him for years, could not tell them anything, then he doubted that he would find out much for himself. Bryn backed off a little, moving into a position from where he could see both Charlie to his front and the militia to his rear. Once the depot was cleared, he would lead them across and begin placing them into a cordon. "Look, mate," Al began, realizing that he and Tommy were alone for the first time since they had begun the evacuation. "I'm really sorry about Lucy, she's dead, so don't worry about it." Tommy spat harshly as her face was suddenly thrust back into the forefront of his mind. Up to that point, and even though his memories of her were still very recent, he had been able to prevent Lucy from overwhelming his every thought. He had thrown his mind and body into the task at hand, refusing to be overcome with grief and thoughts of the woman he loved. She was always there, lurking in the shadows of his mind, but he had the ability to switch off his emotions when the situation called for it. He needed to operate at his full capacity. But now Lucy was suddenly there again. His statement made Al turn to look at him. He had never seen someone die from the infection so quickly, so he instantly understood what Tommy was not telling him. "You mean?" Tommy looked back at him, their eyes locking for a moment as 1,000 words went unspoken. Al knew exactly what Tommy had done. He would never have left it for anyone else to deal with. The fact that their relationship had never flourished into a romantic and physical one did not matter to Tommy. He loved her regardless, and he would have wanted to be the one who was there at her end. "Jesus," Al sighed. The fever was burning right through her. Tommy continued, suddenly feeling that he needed to explain things to his closest friend. His words came out in a quiet monotone as he sat staring out at the depot. His eyes were unfocused and glistening with the hurt that was trying to push its way to the surface. She was in pain and too far gone to know what was happening. "I couldn't let her go on like that, Al. I couldn't stand to see her suffer in that way, and I couldn't leave her behind. She would never have made it through the evac, so He paused and turned his head in shame. "Yeah, I know, mate. You did what you had to." Al placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. Tommy was strong and tough, but Al knew that losing someone close was enough to break any man. If Tommy was to burst into tears at that moment with the pain of grief, Al would think no less of him. He had felt the same thing on many occasions, and it was having friends like Tommy that had helped him through such hard times. "If there's anything you need, Tommy, you only have to ask." "Yeah, I know," Tommy grunted, shrugging his shoulders and refocusing his attention upon the depot. "But we've got bigger fish to fry at the moment, so just forget about it for now, will you?" Al nodded. At that moment he understood that Tommy needed to come to terms with his loss in his own way. In time he may need to turn to Al for his support, but for now he would deal with his pain alone. "Yeah, sure, I'll leave you to it." They both fell silent for a while, watching Charlie and Nobby as they closed in on the corpse that was oblivious to its impending doom. In a flurry of movement, the old man lunged at the figure, while Nobby caught it before it hit the ground. There was not a single sound made in the attack. And within seconds, Charlie and Nobby had disappeared around a corner to conduct their sweep of the depot's exterior walls. Tommy and Al waited, listening to the unnerving roar of the dead through the streets and staring out at the darkening buildings that flanked the bus terminal. Both of them understood that now was not the time for grieving or reflection. There was a job to do, and getting everyone safely to the coast was the priority. Once aboard the ship, there would be the chance to deal with emotions and ponder the events of the past. "You think Paul will be able to get their ship running?" "I hope so," Al replied. "I'm just not sure if it will make it to the Azores. It's a fucking ferry, not a cruise liner. But if we get that far, then Stan and his guys have done their bit. We'll look like a right bunch of cunts if we can't do our part." "That's us. Let's move," Bryn snorted from behind when he saw Charlie reappear a few minutes later. "Al, get the grease monkeys moving and I'll bring up the rest." Tommy stepped out ahead of them and into the open street. He could see Charlie and Nobby both crouched beside one of the old buses, watching the area and providing cover for them. Behind him, the heavy, labored breathing of the two mechanics sounded far too loud in his ears as they lugged their cumbersome toolboxes. He stopped and turned to them, giving them a nod of encouragement. After a few long minutes, and moving slowly just as Charlie had done while crossing the open ground, they passed through the collapsed fence and dropped down in front of the bay doors. The militia were moving in, their dark silhouettes looking very much the same as a herd of the dead as they converged upon the depot. Bryn brought them in, and wasting no time, began placing them out around the perimeter. "Is there anything worth salvaging?" one of the mechanics whispered to Charlie as they waited for the cordon to get into place. Charlie looked back at him and smiled. The man looked as though he was coiled too tightly and a sudden noise would cause him to jump out of his boots. The question was just his way of occupying his own mind, trying to be proactive and preventing himself from thinking too much about their precarious situation and where they were. "Don't ask me, mate. I just work here. If we knew the answer to that, then we wouldn't need you two with us, would we?" When Brian returned and gave the thumbs up and confirmed that the protection force was in place, Nobby got to work. He moved towards the main entrance while retrieving the bolt cutters from his pack. There was a much smaller door to the left of the garage entrance, but it was closed and sealed from the inside, with no handle or lock visible on the outside. Regardless, they would eventually need to open the bay doors if they found what they needed. There they paused and listened, with their ears pressed against the icy metal of the huge corroded shutters. "Anything?" Al asked as he watched Tommy and Nobby, their faces contorting as they listened for any noise coming from within. Tommy shook his head and took a step back. Nobby concurred a moment later and raised the cutters, placing the blades over the thick chains and the rusted padlock that were holding the doors shut. He pressed the long handles together, forcing all of his strength and weight into the cutters as they bit into the lock. With a clunk, the U-shaped bar of the padlock was split in two. "Just a touch." Charlie whispered and nodded towards the seal of the door. "Big enough to climb through?" After years of them being closed, he knew that the hinges and rollers will have become heavily corroded, and opening them would make a lot of noise. He wanted to leave the noisy phase of the operation until the very last minute, once they had vehicles ready and were about to turn their engines over for the first time. That is when things would need to move fast. The doors would have to be forced open as quickly as possible, with the militia simultaneously collapsing inwards from around the perimeter and mounting the buses before the infected were able to swamp the area, gritting his teeth and cringing at the impending noise that they were about to make. Nobby dug his heels in against the ground and pulled the handle. Al, Tommy, and Charlie stood watching the seal and ready to fire at anything that came rushing out towards them. "Easy now," Charlie whispered. "Easy." The bay doors slid across their tracks much easier than he had expected, with only a slight whine as the wheels ran along the ungreased rails. Once the gap was a meter wide, they met resistance, and the door refused to move any further without being forced. Charlie held out his hand and signaled for Nobby to stop. They would use more men and more strength later when they needed the bay fully open. Until then, the gap was sufficiently large enough for them to squeeze through. He eyed the black chasm that presented itself before them. He could not see anything that was beyond the threshold, but a strong and familiar smell of old oil and mildew drifted out towards them. There was no scent of the dead, their reek completely absent from the air. It was a good sign, and each of them instantly began to feel more confident about their task. Nobby stepped through, quickly pushing to the right and dropping into a crouch as Charlie entered behind him. They waited for a while, allowing their eyes to adjust to the change in light above them and around the circumference of the building where the walls met. The ceiling were narrow rectangular windows that allowed very little light to pass through due to the grime that covered the glass. The roof of the building was made from corrugated sheet metal, interspersed with sections of opaque glass or heavy-duty plastic acting as skylights. Again, they too were caked in layers of accumulated dirt and allowed very little of the fading daylight into the building. The two men refrained from turning on their lights, preferring to smell and listen, trusting their senses before relying upon false illumination to show them the way. The place was as still and silent as a tomb, and after a few minutes they felt confident that there was no threat and called in the others. Al switched on his light and scanned the area around him. They were standing in the center of the huge garage with rows of dust-covered buses on either side of them that were still sitting in their bays and slowly eroding. He instantly saw that the ones closest to the entrance were beyond salvageable. He was no mechanic, but he could see that they were in a state that was not much better than the vehicles outside, falling apart in the parking lot. His heart began to sink at the sight of them as they advanced along the center of the garage. More beaten and corrupted hulks appeared from the gloom as they moved further in. But one thing that he noticed was that each appeared less decrepit than the one sitting in the bay beside it. Charlie stopped when he judged that they were more or less standing in the center of the building. The others closed in around him. "We'll stay with the mechanics while they carry out their inspections," he informed them and indicated himself and Nobby before pointing to Al. "You two push further in and make sure there's no surprises waiting for us back there." Towards the rear of the building were the offices and staff areas for the bus company employees. Al and Tommy pushed towards them, passing through the workshop where the depot's mechanics had once stored their tools and spare parts. The room was spacious and mostly empty, with only a few bulky containers and racks of shelving fitted to the far wall. Beyond that, they entered into a narrow corridor that was flanked by dark, sinister doorways. The lights attached to their rifles pierced the blackness of the offices as they crept by, the dust that had been drifting around in the air for years, twinkling in their beams. The atmosphere suddenly felt closer and colder compared to the wide and open expanse of the main garage, as though they had just entered into another world that was in the depths of a deep freeze. Al shivered, his feet treading lightly over the grimy floors and scuffing against the occasional clump of plaster that had fallen from the walls. Nothing seemed out of place. The desks lay empty with their chairs neatly tucked away. The computers and monitors sat silent and coated with dust, while the printed paperwork beside them and pinned to the notice boards had become faded and yellow over time. Just as the depot had appeared from the outside, its interior confirmed to him that the place had merely been sealed shut and abandoned during the early days of the outbreak. They reached the end of the hallway and passed through a set of doors leading into what was clearly the cafeteria. The tables and chairs remained, along with the serving counters and the piles of discolored and broken cups, plates, and cutlery. The only thing that gave any indication that the outbreak had given the depot even the lightest of touches were the broken and misshapen vending machines in the far corner of the dining hall. Someone had smashed them open, looting what was inside. As they patrolled deeper and into the offices, they began to see signs that someone may have actually been there at some point in time. There were empty food cans and wrappers, along with moldy cardboard boxes that had been piled into a corner, their labels faded and unreadable. Someone had gone to the effort of ensuring that the litter was confined to one space, packing it all into the boxes, and preventing it from becoming scattered throughout the building. To the right of the garbage was another office. The plaque on the door indicated that it had once belonged to the station manager. While Tommy moved off to clear the adjacent rooms, Al pushed inside. The desk was positioned so that it faced the door and occupied a large area in the center of the tiny room. It seemed far too big for the small office and much too ornate. Beneath the dust, the deep gleam of the mahogany finish could be distinguished. The curving and intricately carved legs were thick and solid-looking, appearing more like something expected to be found inside the private study of an aristocrat rather than a bus company branch manager. It was clearly a pretentious status symbol for someone who had once been in charge of the depot and held delusions of grandeur for their rightful place amongst the social elite. Obviously not content with the usual style of company-issued flat-pack furniture that the rest of the managerial staff contented themselves with, this person had sought out an antique and hefted it into their office. Al raised his light and leaped back as he saw the withered corpse that was seated behind the desk, almost fossilized into the chair. It was clearly dead, and no threat to him, but that did not help with his self-aimed anger. It had taken him far too long to notice the body, and he was astounded and somewhat embarrassed that he had not seen it immediately. He took a step closer, feeling curious as to why someone would be sitting there in the first place, as though it had been work as usual for them. The man's head was thrust back against the headrest of his seat, his jaw hanging open in a silent, perpetual scream. The station manager's uniform continued to cling to his bones as his body decomposed beneath, identifying him as the very same pretentious person who clearly loved his desk right up until the very end. "Tommy, come over here. I found something," Al whispered loudly into the corridor. "Take a look at this fucker." Tommy arrived and stepped in through the door. He turned his body in a circle, shining his light over the walls around them and into the corners before giving his attention to the morbid, but strangely curious figure that Al had discovered. "All clear out there," he reported. "Bit weird, don't you think?" Al said, gesturing towards the corpse in the chair. "Weird," Tommy replied, screwing up his face. "How do you mean it's not the first stiff that we've come across?" "Yeah, but this guy is still in his uniform and sitting at his desk." "Why would anyone stay here, all dressed up with nowhere to go? How did he die? Why didn't he come back like all the others?" Tommy suddenly realized what Al was getting at. He nodded, agreeing that it certainly was a little out of the ordinary. It was unclear how long he had been there, but judging by the pile of rubbish outside of his office, he had survived in there for at least a few months after the depot was emptied and closed up. He stepped forward and around towards the right of the desk, checking the area directly behind the corpse. "That's why he hasn't come back," Tommy grunted, shining his light over the back of the office chair. Al stepped around and saw that a long, slender metal rod had been placed so that one end was wedged against the corner of the room and positioned so that it was incapable of slipping, while the other end disappeared into the back of the chair in line with the dead man's head. Al looked at Tommy, his forehead wrinkling in a frown as his light traveled from one end of the rod to the other. "What the fuck? That's dedication for you. To do that to himself must have took some real balls. He must have really loved this place." Tommy shrugged. Al picked up a book that was sitting on the desk in front of the body and wiped the dust away from the cover. It was a diary and long since out of date. Al flicked through and saw that the man's name was emblazoned in large, thick letters across the first page. Neville Cumberland. Al read aloud. "The first entry looks as though it was written about the same time it all went to shit." Tommy leaned over and took a look at the diary as Al leafed through, sliding the pages across and noting that the entries appeared to be getting more jumbled and ranting as the days increased. It appeared that the man had kept a day-by-day journal of what was happening and how he was feeling. "Poor bastard," he sighed, and then turned to look at the body. His whole world came crashing down around him. This place was probably his entire life, and it looks like he finally gave up about a year after it all started. Al replied, reaching the last page containing Neville's scribblings. "Says here that he's had enough and there's no hope left." "Hope of what?" "Someone coming to catch a bus?" Tommy sniggered. "Come on, let's finish up and get back to the others." Al tucked the diary into his jacket with the intention of reading through it at a later date out of morbid curiosity. It was hard for him to imagine someone shutting themselves away from the world and other survivors, choosing to live alone and remain in the place that was most familiar to them. There was nowhere on the planet that held such strong sentimental value for Al. Even the base that had been his home for the last 12 years held no power over him. They had fled from the fortress, and he would never look back with even the remotest sense of longing for the place. Possibly the only location in the world that could give him even the slightest sense of nostalgia was probably Aldershot, a garrison town in the south of England where he had been based for a large portion of his army career. He did not love the place, but he had many fond memories of the town and the time he had spent there. However, his emotional link with Aldershot was nowhere near strong enough to make him to want to die there. He followed after Tommy and headed back towards the main garage. They found Charlie kneeling beside one of the long buses and shining his light into the engine compartment while the mechanic rummaged around, huffing and grunting as he carried out his checks. "How's it looking?" Al asked. Charlie turned to him and shook his head. "Not all that good, to be honest. We found one that they think just might work, but it'll take some time before we'll know for sure. It needs the tires changing as well as the battery, bearings, filters, oil, brakes, fuel, the bloody lot. Even then, it still might not start. Just one, but there's 200 of us. Looks like it might be a little more cramped than we would prefer then." Charlie smiled back at him. "Hey, mate, I'll be happy with anything as long as it rolls. We'll tie people to the roof if we have to." A few minutes later, and Nobby confirmed that the other mechanic could not find another vehicle that he considered salvageable, but he had identified a number of buses that had parts that could be stripped and used. "I'd better get out there and see if I can make comms with Stan. I hope he's made it through," Charlie said gravely. He then turned to Al and smiled. "Not to worry, big fellow. We'll make it work somehow, 20. Stan was out in front, leading the survivors up the hill and towards the prominent observatory building that they had nominated as the location for the rendezvous with the advance group. It was getting colder by the second, and as they reached the high ground, the wind chill increased, biting its way through their clothing. Above them, the sky was now completely dark and devoid of any clouds. The stars were out in force, twinkling brightly against the impenetrable blackness of the vast galaxy that blanketed the heavens. In another time and place, Stan would have been tempted to stop and admire the sight. But right now he needed to get his group into the relative safety of the rendezvous. They had made it through the sewers without any major problems. The veterans' gun group had led the way, blasting any straggling infected that crossed their path, while Stan and Tina drove the others forward, refusing them any opportunity to rest. With the amount of injured that they were carrying, they did not have the luxury of stealth, and the journey inevitably became a noisy affair. They thrust their way through the tunnels, screaming at the bark of the machine guns and the roar of the men and women who were relentless in their determination to keep the group moving. It soon became a brutal affair. People were kicked, punched, and dragged as they collapsed with exhaustion and refused to move any further. On one occasion, Stan was ready to shoot a man through the head when he fell and was unable to continue. Paul saved him, seeing that the threat was not an idle one. After the incident, the civilians realized that the man leading them was as cold and ruthless as the dead themselves. However, their fear of Stan kept them mobile and forcing themselves forward through the darkness, terrified that they would become the victims of Stan's lust for blood should they fall behind. He reached the top of the hill and looked back. The men and women behind him were suffering from exhaustion, shock, and now the cold. They silently hobbled along in his wake, struggling to keep their legs moving as their bodies wanted nothing more than to collapse from beneath them. They groaned and whimpered with pain, nursing wounds that they had sustained during the journey, but were unable to treat due to the rapid pace of the retreat. Now they were almost there, the hill sapping the last remnants of their energy as they struggled on after the monster who was leading them. Taff was already there with his group and waiting for them. He began to move forward when he saw Stan reach the clearing from the track that was surrounded by woods. "We've been trying to reach you on the radio," he reported. "We haven't got one anymore," Stan replied. "That wrong guy didn't make it." Taff nodded and watched as Stan's group continued to drag themselves up the hill. After only a few minutes, most of them were out of the woods and headed across to where Bull and the others waited. There were still a few stragglers climbing the slope, but Taff could see that the majority of the people from Stan's group were now in the rendezvous. He looked at Stan quizzically and then back at the survivors, forming a rough estimate of their numbers in his mind. "Where's the rest? That's all of them." Stan shrugged. "The bastards broke through the gates, and at least half of the folk were cut off from the tunnel." "How many?" "Not done a full head count yet, but I'd guess we managed to save about 60 or 70 of them. We lost some in the tunnel when we blew it, too." "Shit, been a bit of a rough one then. Yeah, you could say that. Get the guns pushed out on the perimeter and covering the likely approaches. Make sure that one of them is covering the road and get me an accurate ammo state." "No worries," Taff replied, and then looked towards the survivors. They were a pathetic-looking bunch. "What about this lot?" Stan shrugged and turned to look at them as they collapsed into heaps around him. "What about them? Just keep them quiet." Before the evacuation, each and every person had been carrying their bug-out bags containing some food, water, and warm clothing that would help to sustain them for a period of approximately 24 hours. However, it soon became apparent that during the chaos and panic, many of the civilians had tossed their belongings away in fear of being slowed down by the weight. Now the survivors sat huddled together in the open air, shivering uncontrollably and suffering from thirst and hunger. There were a number of wounded amongst the group, and with most of the medical supplies, including all of the staff from the clinic, being left behind, there was very little that Tina and the rest of them could do to help. "You'd better come and take a look at Greg," Paul advised her. "He's in shit state, and I don't think he'll last much longer." He was holding the lead attached to the one remaining dog, Lucky, the border collie. Since the loss of his master, he had instinctively kept himself close to Paul, adopting him as his new owner. Tina glanced down at him. The dog was evidently mourning the loss of Sebastian, and the sorrow and uncertainty in his eyes was clear to see. Tina placed a hand on his head and ruffled his fur in an attempt to comfort him. Lucky whined and licked at her fingertips, grateful for the moment of reassuring contact between them. Greg was lying on the cold ground, shivering and sweating. Flash was kneeling beside him and ignoring the pain he felt from the wound in his side as he tended to his dying friend. The infection had spread through Greg's body much quicker than it normally would have done, with the adrenaline and exertion helping to carry the virus along his bloodstream at a rapid rate. The effects had taken hold and deteriorated his condition prematurely. He was thrashing his head and groaning, becoming noticeably delirious as he babbled incoherently. "There's nothing we can do for him now." Flash sighed as he looked up at Tina. "He's completely gone." They stood and watched him for a moment, knowing what needed to be done but no one wanting to bear the responsibility of even suggesting it. The man was still alive, and although he was surely going to die, he was one of their own, and killing him before his time, even out of mercy, still felt like an abhorrent crime to them. Tina had a sudden flashback to the incident in the complex and saw the smoking barrel of Stan's rifle and the deformed and bloodied face of Ben. It had been a mercy killing, and she understood that now. But nevertheless, it had been a horrific thing to witness, especially when she saw the cold look in Stan's eyes. There was not a trace of remorse. She would not allow for Greg's passing to be treated with such indifference. He was one of their own, and he deserved more than a bullet to the head and being discarded and left for the dead to devour. Greg suddenly reached up and forcefully gripped Flash by the arm and pulled him close. In that moment, the dazed and confused appearance seemed to lift from his eyes. He became focused and coherent again. "Do it, mate." He snarled through pain, gritted teeth, and staring at him with pleading eyes. "It hurts. It really fucking hurts. Don't let me come back. Do it." His grip loosened, and he dropped back down as the mist of delirium drifted over him once again and sent him back into his fever-filled abyss. He twitched and groaned, mumbling something that none of them could understand. They all turned to look at one another. Their grimy, exhausted faces and red-rimmed eyes reflected the horror that they had all been through, and they knew that the horror was not yet over. One of their friends lay dying and begging them to end his life. It was a responsibility that they all feared, but each of them felt that they must burden. Flash moved to carry out Greg's final wish, but Tina reached out and grabbed him by the shoulder. She shook her head and he stepped back. He nodded solemnly. Tina crouched down and cradling Greg's sweat-soaked head in her left hand. She lifted him from the ground slightly. She leaned over him and kissed his forehead as she brought her knife around with her right hand. "Sorry, old friend," she whispered. "I'm so sorry." Greg's body stiffened and his head snapped back, his eyes springing open and staring up at her as Tina thrust the long blade through his ear canal. He slumped in her arms again and became completely still and silent. She quickly returned the knife back to its sheath, refusing to look at the blade and the blood that dripped from it. She sat holding him for a while, rocking him gently as though she was sending him to sleep. "We should bury him while we have the chance. We can't leave him lying here like this," Flash insisted. Stan was standing by the two SUVs with his men, talking quietly while the civilians remained centralized and doing all they could to keep warm. Time and again, someone from amongst the group would hiss and demand that a whimpering voice be silenced. Fear had a strong hold over the survivors. They were in the open and vulnerable, no longer having the walls and machine guns of the base to protect them. Many of the children within the group had never set foot outside of the fob in their entire lives. Now, to be out in the open, where the dead roamed and dominated the ground, was a terrifying reality that none of them had ever wanted to face. "Anything from Charlie?" "Nothing yet. We tried contacting him, but I think this radio may be fucked." Taff grunted, rapping his knuckles against the VHF set that was sitting on the hood of his vehicle. "What about the HF? Anyone spoken to Steve?" "Yeah, we sent a sit rep to the ship about half an hour before you turned up. Told him that we're bugging out and that he's to put the kettle on," Bull added. "What do we do now, then?" the veteran asked. "We wait as per the SOP," Stan replied with a shrug. "If Charlie doesn't make comms by first light, then we start making our own way out on foot. I doubt that there'll be many of this lot left by then. They all jacked and threw their grab bags away, didn't they? Look at them. They're already turning blue." Stan looked at the clusters of people that were sitting around on the freezing ground. They were a sorry sight, and it was clear that staying out in the open for too long would have catastrophic consequences on the ill-prepared and untrained civilians. Lighting a fire, no matter how small, was out of the question. In an otherwise dark landscape, it would be a beacon for the dead to close in on. For now, they needed to sit tight and hope that Charlie managed to make it out of the city with the vehicles they needed. "Fucking civvies," Taff grumbled. "How's your shoulder?" Stan asked, nodding to Kyle. "Hurts like a bastard. I think I took some shrapnel when the charges blew. I can feel it moving about in there. Here, let's have a look." Bull coaxed. Stan helped him to remove his assault vest and jacket, and exposing the wound in his shoulder. As Taff held up his light, allowing Stan to get a better view of the damage, he instantly recognized the foreign body that was embedded into the veteran's flesh. At first he thought that Kyle may have shattered his clavicle with fragments protruding from the ripped tissue, but then he quickly realized that the object was never a part of the man's makeup. "That's bone," Stan grunted. "And it isn't yours, mate?" The veteran frowned and looked down at the wound. To his horror, he saw that there was a shard of white bone sticking out from his skin. Most of it had been buried deep into the muscle and leaving only the tip visible, but it was undoubtedly a bone fragment, and he knew in his heart that did not belong to him. "Fuck," he hissed with terror and revulsion. "Get it out. Get it the fuck out of me." "Grab the med kit," Stan snapped at Mark as he took a tight grip on the panicking Kyle. "Get me all the ethanol we have." In a matter of a few short seconds, Taff and Bull had taken a strong grip on the veteran and wrestled him to the ground, pinning him in place while Stan drew his knife, thrust it into the wound, and wrenched the bone fragment from his flesh. Kyle kicked and growled, biting down on the piece of cloth that had been shoved between his teeth to prevent him from screaming out. The operation had been a complete surprise to him, and for a split second he was not sure whether the blade of the knife was headed for his damaged shoulder or intended for his eye socket. "Easy," Stan ordered. "Keep him still." He reached in with the knife again and began sawing away at some of the tissue around the hole, wanting to be sure that he had removed all of the bone fragments and any potential infection. The veteran let out a muffled, gut-wrenching howl from beneath the gag. He could feel the sharp blade slicing through the muscle tissue, sending his mind reeling and spinning as the pain intensified. He writhed and thrashed against the hands that were holding him down, his consciousness threatening to slip from him as the pain receptors in his brain flashed repeatedly and went into overdrive. Stan leaned back, sweating and breathing heavily from the sudden flurry of action. Kyle's blood glistened on the shining blade of the SS dagger he held in his hand, dripping from the point like a warm, black liquid. "I think that's all of it," he huffed. Kyle settled while tinkering on the edge of reality as the white-hot pain of the knife cutting through his flesh slowly abated. The rag fell from his mouth, and he sat there for a moment gasping loudly, with his eyes shut tight. "Fuck, that hurt," he groaned. "You're a butcher, Stan?" Without warning, Stan snatched the bottle of surgical spirit from Mark and doused the wound. Kyle's body arched as he let out a silent scream, unable to form any sound as the pain swept away his breath and his voice. His eyes bulged as the liquid flowed into the open wound and attacked the raw flesh. The pain was worse than the knife, and he kicked at the gravel beneath him while Taff and Bull continued to hold him down. Stan began packing the hole in his shoulder, shoving in clumps of gauze and then holding a field dressing over the swollen, bloodied tissue. Kyle slumped back, the sting of the alcohol subsiding and being replaced by a sickly, churning feeling in his stomach. He gasped, finally able to regain his breath. "You could have warned me, you cunt," he scowled. "Where's the fun in that?" Taff sneered from beside him as he released his grip on Kyle's arm. "We wanted to see you act like a pussy." As Stan finished up dressing the wound, the veteran sat up and inspected his throbbing shoulder, still wincing from the dissipating sting. He rotated his arm, checking his mobility and grimacing. Bull was kneeling beside him and shining his light into his palm as he studied the shard of bone that had been removed from the gash. Kyle leaned across to take a closer look. It was roughly 10 centimeters long, white, and with a few strands of sinew still clinging to it. Otherwise, it was impossible to tell what part of a body it had come from. It could have been from Sebastian or Ron or maybe even one of the dogs. They had all been caught in the center of the blast and instantly torn to pieces and scattered in all directions. Kyle's face suddenly paled and his eyes grew wide. He realized that the bone could even have come from one of the infected. If they had made it to Sebastian's position, then they too would have suffered a similar fate, and it could have been a fragment of one of their bones that had whizzed through the tunnel and embedded itself into the shoulder of the veteran. "I don't think it's from one of the pus bags," Stan reassured him, reading his thoughts and seeing the fright in his eyes. "How do you know it could be? It could have been. Looks too fresh to me. The marrow is still pink." "Can the infection be passed on through something like that?" "If their blood and bites can kill you, then so can their bone and tissue, right?" Kyle was becoming more worked up and on the verge of panic as he looked from the bone fragment to his shoulder alternately. "Here," Mark grunted, moving towards him with a syringe. He jabbed it into the opposite arm. "It's penicillin and should help with any secondary infection." Shit. "Calm yourself down," Stan ordered. As the veteran became more agitated, he reached forward, grasping Kyle by the back of his neck and pulling him closer. "Take it easy, do you hear me? We have enough shit to deal with without you losing the plot. Keep an eye on your wound. If it gets any worse, then we'll deal with it." "How? How the fuck will we deal?" Stan pushed him back, unwilling to spend his time pampering to the veteran. Internally, he sympathized with the man, but at that moment they had other concerns. Personally, he felt confident that the bone belonged to someone or something that had been alive at the moment of its obliteration. But that was not enough to console Kyle. He looked to Taff and silently beckoned him across to him. "What do you think?" Taff asked in a hushed voice while Bull kept the veteran under control and began trying to reassure him. "Fuck knows. If it came from one of the infected, then he's a dead man. We won't know for a few hours. But in the meantime, I don't want him losing his head and spreading panic. What should we do?" Stan shrugged and looked beyond him to where Kyle was still sitting, talking in a frantic whisper with Bull. "We still got some morphine left." "Yeah, dose him up," Stan ordered. Taff looked back at him in surprise. "He's hurt and won't be much use to any of us for the time being. Dose him up and put him to sleep. Throw him in the back of one of your vehicles. And keep an eye on the wound. If he's infected, we'll soon start to see the signs. If he isn't, wake him up and give him the good news. He'll be the best of all of us if that's the case." Taff grunted, a smile involuntarily stretching across his face. Stan had not meant his remarks to be amusing, but nevertheless Taff found a strange comedy in his commander's cold and calculating form of reasoning. "What about Charlie and the others? We'll just wait," Stan replied, his attention being snatched away as he noticed that a small gaggle of people had congregated by the trees and away from the rest of the survivors. "Burial," Taff said, looking into the area where Stan was watching. "One of their guys has just snuffed it. Keep trying the radio." Stan headed for the group of silhouettes that he could see moving about in the cover of the trees. As he drew nearer, he could hear the sound of labored breathing and the unmistakable crunch of a shovel being slammed into the dirt. He recognized Tina and Paul from their silhouettes and muted voices, but the rest were hidden within the gloomy shadows. Tina noticed him first and stopped, holding the shovel out to one of the others for them to take over. She sighed, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she walked towards Stan. "It's Greg," she informed him, when she saw him eyeing the human-shaped mound stretched out in the dirt behind her. She glanced back over her shoulder at the man's body that was wrapped in a blanket. "We thought we should bury him while we had the chance." Stan nodded. It made no difference to him whether they buried their dead or not. He did not really know any of them, but he saw no harm in them affording a little dignity to their fallen when and if they had the chance. He watched her for a moment, the sound of the shovel striking the hard soil echoing a little too loudly for his preference. "The ground's too hard," she continued, feeling uncomfortable about his strange silence. "I think a shallow grave will be all we can manage, better than nothing." Stan looked up at the vast, cold sky and stars above them. His breath was coming in thick, white clouds, and he wondered how close to freezing the temperature now was, and how much longer they would be able to wait before survival dictated that they begin moving, if only to keep warm. He looked around him. He was unsure of exactly how many people they had saved, but he had seen a number of small children amongst them, even babies, and no one seemed particularly well equipped against the cold. "I'm thinking about sending the advance party forward," he said, turning back to her. "If we strip them down to the bare minimum, they could possibly take the weakest of the survivors with them. At least they'd be warm in the vehicles." "I think that would be a good idea. We can." Stan shifted suddenly, jutting his neck forward and moving into a semi-crouch as though readying himself to spring at her in an attack. A faint light flickered across Tina's face, illuminating her features for a moment as Stan spun on his heel, expecting to see someone disobeying his orders and holding an unshielded light. The area around them remained dark, with the dim shapes of the survivors barely visible against the ground and the surrounding trees. Beyond them was the large dome of the observatory, perched on the summit of the hill. The sky beyond was glowing. Stan and Tina rushed forward, bounding over the people who were sitting around in silence and huddled together for warmth and comfort. Some of them took notice and began dragging themselves up from the ground and followed after their leaders, curious and frightened from their sudden burst of activity. Holy shit. Tina gasped as she reached the area where Stan had come to a standstill and stood staring out towards the built-up area. Out ahead of them, and roughly 5 kilometers to the south, a bright light hung in the air, lighting up the dead city beneath it as it slowly drifted down towards the earth. Another rocket silently soared up into the sky and burst into brilliance, casting its light over a vast area of the ground and making the buildings appear to sway and their shadows stretch and shrink. Flares, she said, feeling a sense of hope suddenly flood into her body. Within an instant, however, the hope she felt turned to despairing horror. Her head began to spin, and her stomach flipped as she placed her hands over her mouth, holding back the cry that threatened to fall from her lips. Her legs became weak, and she swayed as she staggered forward, shaking her head and unable to take her eyes away from the majestic light that oscillated from side to side as it drifted towards the ground. My God, some of them are still alive down there. More of the civilians and militia had gathered around them and were watching the lights in dismayed silence, knowing that some of their own had somehow survived and remained trapped within the fob. A few turned away, not wanting to acknowledge the truth of what was being spoken to them from across the city. Others buried their faces in their hands, stifling the sounds of their despairing whimpers as the horror of the situation impacted heavily upon their minds. The majority looked on in stunned and frightened silence, some feeling shame and revulsion towards themselves, while others fought against the urge to go charging from the hilltop and towards the town in a desperate bid to do something. Anything. We have to help them, Paul gasped from behind Tina and looking around him to see if anyone was in agreement. Some were nodding, taking small steps forward and fighting against the trepidation that was clear in their faces. Others shrunk away, the memory of the evacuation still too fresh in their minds and their survival instincts in complete control of their actions. We can't leave them there, another voice whispered. There are people, someone else pleaded. We have to do something. The group was beginning to stir, and hushed arguments for and against attempting a rescue were beginning to grow in volume. Even before Tina and Paul had said anything, they were divided on what they should do. As many turned away, some men and women remained behind, already checking their equipment and counting their remaining ammunition. They turned to Paul and Tina, awaiting their commands and willing to risk everything they had to help the trapped people that had been left behind. Tina, Paul said, stepping closer. Stan watched her as she turned to face Paul. He had said nothing since the flares went up. His mind was already made up on their course of action, but the decision was Tina's to make. He and his men would take no part in an attempt at rescue. There was no possibility of them reaching the fob. The entire city was swarming with the dead, and they no longer had the tunnel as an option for entry and exit. They had risked their lives enough, and they would head back to the coast with or without the survivors from the base. What do we do? Paul asked. She looked up at him, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts and struggling to make sense of a single one of them. Her heart screamed at her, demanding that they do something to help the beleaguered survivors, but her cold logic repeatedly reminded her that they had barely made it out with the people they had. She was torn, and her common sense was battling hard against her emotions and sense of duty to her people. She looked around her at the pitiful remains of their colony. Dozens of faces stared back at her with uncertainty and fear etched into their eyes. More of them would surely die if they attempted to return to the base. That much she was certain of. There's nothing we can do for them, she finally stated with a shake of her head. We can't help them. As the words slipped from her lips, she felt her heart sink and a cold shame flow through her body, clamping its icy fingers around her heart and soul. The survivors who were desperately clinging on to life within the ruined fortress were being condemned to death by the woman that they had always relied upon to keep them alive. We can't help them, Paul. Stan nodded and turned his back on the remaining flare that was beginning to fade and allowing the darkness to claim back the city into the night. Tina was right. There was nothing that anyone could do to help whoever was left down there. Getting to the base was impossible. The tunnel was gone, and the land surrounding the fortress was teeming with the infected. Hundreds of thousands of them had swarmed into the area, and it was a certainty that anyone who went down there would never be seen again. There would be some amongst the survivors that would strongly disagree with Tina's decision and even accuse her of abandoning her people when they needed her most. But that was the price of leadership. She needed to preserve what they had left and ensure that the people they had made it out with survived. She could not risk losing any more, regardless of what her feelings told her. Stan Taft called to him in a hushed voice as he approached the SUVs. We've made comms with Charlie. He wants to speak to you. Stan took the handset from Taft and placed it against his ear. Bull and the others remained close, sharing a mug of coffee while anxiously awaiting the news from Charlie. Good to hear you made it to the RV, Stan. Charlie's cheery voice crackled. Yeah, good to hear from you, too. What's your sit rep? Static at the depot? The cordon is out and the area secure. The mechanics are hard at it, but there's only one bus here that we think has a chance at starting up. Stan glanced around him at the pathetic gaggle of survivors that had made it out. Some were sitting or crouching, and others were standing. All of them were exhausted and shivering from the cold. Some were clearly in shock, traumatized by the events of the day, and others were doing all they could to encourage and reassure the people around them. One thing that was evident from just a mere glance was that their numbers were nowhere near what they had been before the evacuation. "I'm afraid that one bus will pretty much do it, Charlie." The line was silent for a moment, the cryptic message clearly unraveling itself in Charlie's ears and filtering through into his brain with its full weight. "Shit," he replied. "That bad, then?" "Yeah, we lost about half. The base was overrun within minutes of the first gate collapsing," Stan replied. "When will you be moving?" "In about 5 minutes. Once we've finished the refueling, we'll see if we can fire up the engine. That's when it'll probably get noisy around here. So keep your fingers crossed for us, old boy. Wait out." "Get everyone ready, Taff," Stan ordered, handing back the handset. "Whether they make it through or not, we'll be moving soon." 21 Al, Tommy, and Nobby were standing by the bay doors and tensely awaiting the signal from Charlie to begin sliding the heavy shutters across. Up until now, they had gone undetected by the thousands of infected that were roaming the city. But the operation was about to change from covert to overt. Once the mechanics fired up the engine of the bus, the noise would instantly give away their presence. They would need to move fast, simultaneously heaving the doors open and beginning their escape before they were engulfed by the legions of walking dead. Once the bus was through the opening, the security cordon would begin to collapse inwards and start mounting the vehicle before the dead had the chance to react and converge upon the depot on completion. And with everyone accounted for, they would race out of the city towards the north and head directly for the rendezvous with the main body of the evacuation. That was the plan. "You sure this old bucket of shit's going to work?" Charlie asked while wiping the thin layer of sweat that was forming across his brow. The mechanic was sitting in the driver's seat and nervously playing with the ignition key. He turned to Charlie with a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. "I never said I was sure it'll work. We've done what we can, but for all we know, the engine could be fucked beyond hope. At least try to sound positive." "Okay, I'm positive that in the next few minutes there's going to be 1 billion dead people running towards us. Is that better?" "There you go." Charlie grinned back at him and patted him on the shoulder. He was just as scared, but he was dealing with his fear much easier than the man sitting behind the wheel. The mechanic was scared out of his wits, while Charlie was drawing on his skills and experiences and running on high levels of adrenaline. "That wasn't so hard, was it?" "We're ready," the second mechanic informed them as he appeared at the door, his face pale and looking anxious as he climbed inside and took his seat behind them. The moment of truth, the last of the fuel that they had managed to siphon from the wrecks within the garage had been poured into the tanks. The engine was primed and ready. The wheels had been changed along with the oil and other vital fluids, and all other repairs and maintenance had been completed as best they could manage under the circumstances and with the equipment that was available. The bus was as ready as it was ever going to be. "Okay, do it," Charlie ordered to the nominated driver. He cocked his head and clicked his radio to inform Bren, who was still outside with the militia and controlling the cordon. "All call signs, stand by." The mechanic slipped the key into the ignition, adjusted his feet on the pedals, and double-checked that the engine was in neutral. Turning the key to the first click, he saw the lights across the dashboard suddenly blink to life and then fade back to nothingness. A second later, and they came back glowing in the darkness and informing him that the battery, oil, engine temperature, and fuel levels were all at satisfactory levels. He let out a long, groaning breath that he had been holding for the past few seconds without realizing it. A shiver ran through his body, and his palms began to sweat against the steering wheel despite the chill in the air. He hesitated and glanced back at Charlie and the other mechanic. The trepidation was clearly visible in his face. "Here we go." They nodded back their encouragement. The engine whined and groaned, echoing through the cavernous garage like a huge beast stirring from a long slumber. It chugged and rumbled, but ultimately failed to start. He turned back the key, paused for a second, and then tried again. This time it sounded as though there was more life in the bus, as the painful grumble of the engine sounded louder, but still laboring and failing to fire up completely. Again, the mechanic eased back on the key and pressed his foot down on the pedal a few times before trying for a third time. The sputtering drone continued as the driver frantically pumped at the accelerator, growling through his teeth and hoping to force some fuel into the pistons. "Come on," he snarled, caressing the steering wheel affectionately. "Come on, you big beautiful bitch." A shudder rippled through the length of the bus, causing the seats to vibrate and the windows to rattle as the machine finally came to life. The coughing rumble of the engine quickly began to grow into a loud roar as the mechanic grinned hysterically and pressed his foot down hard, causing the needle of the Revolution's counter to rocket across to the right before swinging back and settling within the green portion of the dial. Again he pushed down on the pedal, laughing and whooping with delight as the exhaust boomed beneath them and cleared out ears of carbon and clogged dust in huge and dirty black clouds. "We got it." The driver howled back at Charlie. "The old bitch is working out to the front." Al, Tommy, and Nobby began hauling the doors open as the building seemed to shake around them from the deafening noise of the bus. The monstrous sound of the engine was terrifying, especially when they knew that every ear in the vicinity would be able to hear it and easily zero in on their location. "Heave!" Nobby groaned loudly, wanting to increase the speed of the opening shutters. "Put your backs into it." The doors screeched along their rails and banged against their frames as the gap slowly widened. The garage of the depot was now ringing with the noise of the bus's engine and the clamor of the massive doors, destroying all continued hope of remaining undetected. It was deafening and nerve-wracking to anyone who heard it. In the otherwise silent night, they were now ringing a dinner bell and inviting every infected body that was within earshot to their location. Only the driver seemed unaffected by the uproar as he sat bouncing in his seat and screaming for the others to get the doors open. "Go, go!" Charlie cried from behind him when he judged that the opening was wide enough for them to fit through. "Get us out of here!" The mechanic threw the vehicle into gear and released the brakes with a loud hiss. The old bus, weighing almost 11 tons, violently lurched towards the doors. The people inside were flung back into their seats and then forward again as the axles and wheel discs that were almost completely seized from years of inactivity threatened to collapse and shatter the chassis. The driver, fearing that the bus was about to stall, released the clutch completely, sending the huge vehicle hurtling towards the bay doors. "Move!" Al screamed, diving for cover and dragging Tommy with him and out of the path of the oncoming bus. The bus rocketed past them, catching the bay doors along its side and sending out a shower of sparks as the paint was gouged and the metal torn. Once clear, the mechanic threw the wheel across to the left, narrowly avoiding a collision with one of the rusted old hulks that was sitting in the courtyard of the depot. The bus rocked and dipped as it hit a series of potholes, battering the bodies of Charlie and the other mechanic who were being tossed around inside. They were headed directly for the exit and racing away from the main building of the depot, the driver showing no signs of slowing. "Stop!" Charlie yelled as he climbed forward towards the driver's seat and smacked the mechanic across the back of his head. "Stop the bus, you fucking idiot!" The driver stepped on the brake far too heavily in his excitement and fear, causing the vehicle to come to an abrupt, shuddering halt that almost separated the body from the chassis. Charlie flew forward and crashed into the frame of the front window and then tumbled into the short stairwell leading down to the door. "Sorry," the driver offered sheepishly as Charlie regained his feet and glowered at him. "I flapped." They could see that the protection force were already collapsing in towards the center, retreating from the perimeter, while Al and the others sprinted from the main building to catch up with the runaway vehicle. Bryn was the first to reach the doors as the sound of gunfire erupted from behind him. "They're coming," he cried as the first group of militia began piling into the bus, pushing and shoving at one another as they scrambled for safety. "There's fucking thousands of them, and they're coming right for us." Al ran towards the vehicle with Tommy and Nobby close on his heels. He could hear the moans of the dead above the rumble of the engine and the chatter of the rifles that were growing in volume as planned. The northern part of the cordon had retreated into the center, leaving the southern perimeter manned as they faced the direction of enemy threat. Once the order was given, then they too would move to the bus, but not before the other militia units were in and secure. A full withdrawal with each unit moving at the same time would not only leave them unprotected but would cause a massive bottleneck as close to 30 men and women fought to mount the bus. "We need more men," someone cried from the cordon. "Tommy, with me," Al shouted back and sprinted by the vehicle and towards the main gate of the depot in the open street. They reached the area where the fire was loudest. There were at least a dozen of the militia troops still in position there, firing from behind rusted cars and crumbling walls. Their baseline spanned the width of the street that led south towards the city center, and they were laying down a wall of defensive fire that would hopefully slow the advance of the infected, enabling them to make their escape once ordered to withdraw. People were screaming to one another, calling out target indications and states of ammunition, all the while controlling their rate of fire and avoiding the urge to loose off long volleys that would be ineffective against the dead. Faced with overwhelming numbers of bloodthirsty ghouls that were creeping ever closer, the militia managed to keep their heads. Even amongst the mayhem and deafening blasts of rifle fire, Al felt a pang of pride for his troops surge through him. In the road beyond the line of defense, he could see the dark mass of bodies that were headed towards them. They were nothing but a black, unstoppable wall that was inching its way forward. Tracer rounds were whipping along the street and creating bright, narrow beams of light that bored through their ranks. Scores of them were falling, but their progress was steadily increasing as they staggered along the road, with more of them pouring into the area from adjacent streets and buildings. The rate of fire increased and waned alternately as magazines were changed and ammunition was hastily redistributed. Still, no amount of suppressive fire and devastation would convince the dead to retreat. A man stepped back from the line, releasing his spent magazine and replacing it with a fresh one. He saw Al and Tommy and jogged across to them while shouting over the raging din of battle. It was Trevor, one of Charlie's men. They're getting closer. Nothing we do will slow them down, and we're low on ammo. We need to move. Al glanced back towards the bus. The first group of militia were almost on board, and he could see Charlie waving back to him. He turned and checked the area to the north of them. The streets remained empty, with all the infected having converged on the center during the past few days. "Okay," Al yelled back at him. "Get them moving." Within seconds, the last of the defending troops were jumping from their positions and racing towards the bus. Trevor, Al, and Tommy remained in place to monitor the dead and ensure that no one was left behind. With the fire suddenly abating, there was nothing to hold back the crowds of infected. Now their ranks surged along the street unobstructed and rapidly gained ground. As the last of the militia raced by and screamed at them that she was the last, Al and the others began to fall back. "Last man," Al cried, bounding through the door as Trevor and Tommy piled inside. "That's everyone complete. Go get us out of here." The doors closed behind him with a hiss, and the vehicle rocked as the driver pressed his foot down hard. Al fell backwards as the bus came to an immediate stop again, the wheels locking and the noise of the engine falling deathly silent. Al caught his balance and stared at the driver, his eyes bulging as he realized that the vehicle had stalled. Without the growl of the engine, the voices of the dead outside quickly grew to an ear-splitting and ghastly roar. "What the fuck are you doing?" he shouted. "Get us out of here, now!" The driver fumbled with the key, frantically turning it, while the lights of the dashboard blinked back at him. He was whining, pleading with the engine to start while he stomped his foot down on the accelerator pedal, over and over. "Don't, you'll flood the engine," Charlie shouted, reaching across the driver's counter and gripping the man by the collar of his jacket. "Get your foot off the pedal." The man could not hear him. The only sound in his ears were the moans of the dead that were growing louder as they drew nearer. He looked around him, ignoring Charlie's commands and the tugging against his clothing. Peering through the windows of the bus as he continued to twist the key, he saw the long shadows of the dead reaching towards him from beyond the downed fence of the depot. Their faint, wraith-like and twisted shapes stretched across the ground like an oozing liquid that would gradually swallow them up. He yelped as he saw the first of the corpses appear at the fence line, stretching its mouth wide as it identified the bus as its goal. There, here, a window shattered from somewhere behind him, followed by the bone-shattering crack of rifle fire that made him flinch and almost drop into the footwell. And becoming incapacitated with fright, he was no longer turning the key or making any attempt to restart the engine. He was staring back at the figure by the collapsed fence, petrified and mumbling incoherently as more of the dead appeared from the gloom behind it. "Get out of there!" Charlie growled as the last of his patience was spent. He reached across and pulled the mechanic from his seat before flinging him back into the passenger compartment of the bus. More windows shattered as rifle butts were slammed against them from inside, the troops acting on instinct and doing what they could to hold back the dead from the vehicle. Gunfire roared and people screamed, desperate to halt the impending disaster that was slowly unfolding around them. All around the depot, rotted feet were trampling over the fences and shambling between the wreckage, reaching out their clawed hands towards the vehicle filled with living people and uncaring to the exploding heads and collapsing bodies that were dropping to the ground beside them. The troops called out to one another, hollering target indications and the state of their rapidly dwindling supply of ammunition, as their weapons thundered relentlessly in a desperate bid to hold back the infected and give them the time they needed to recover the stalled vehicle. Al looked around him and watched the men and women as they jumped from seat to seat, firing at multiple targets that were now within the perimeter fence of the depot. "Magazine on your right, on your right." "Nail the fuckers. I'm out of ammo. Switch left, switch fire to the left. They're coming through? Come on, you big ugly bastard." Charlie growled as he willed the engine to turn over. Come on, come on." Al turned his attention to the large windows at the front of the bus. The dead were beginning to fill the area ahead of them and blocking their escape route from the depot. If too many reached the exit, then it would not matter if the bus started or not. With the short distance between them and the growing crowd, the vehicle would not build up enough power and momentum for them to plow their way through a densely packed throng of corpses. Fuck this. He wrenched open the door and jumped from the step, immediately raising his rifle and firing rapid-aimed shots as he advanced towards the gate. Tommy saw him leave and bounded after him, understanding what needed to be done in order to save the bus and the people inside. The two of them advanced side by side, firing their weapons and sending dozens of the infected to the floor while they headed for the street, seemingly undeterred by the number of reanimated corpses that were appearing ahead of them, on me. Bryn hollered to the men and women around him, charging along the central aisle of the bus and heading for the door. "Help me, you fuckers." 2 sections of the militia followed while the others remained behind with Nobby to defend the ground to the right of the vehicle and prevent the dead from getting too close and overwhelming them from the flank. They were desperately low on ammunition, and it would not be long before they were forced to fight the infected with whatever was to hand. Outside, the sound of the gunfire raged as the fight was taken to the enemy. Everyone was shouting and screaming aggressively as they charged forward in a life-and-death struggle in an attempt to throw back the infected while shoring up their own floundering courage. Al and Tommy, along with 20 other members of their civilian soldiers, threw themselves into the fray and instinctively knew that there was much more at stake than their own lives. Nothing would stop them now as their blood flowed through their veins and their adrenaline heightened their senses. The gunfire raged, seemingly endless as every rifle was brought to bear, sending scores of the grotesque figures sprawling across the ground. All the while, the sound of the bus's engine continued to whine and stutter behind them. "Forward," Al called out as he changed his magazine. "Keep going, keep the bastards back from the gate." Tommy was beside him. He was down to the last of his ammunition and needed to make every round count as he switched from one target to the next. They were headed directly for the thousands of dead that were pouring out from the main street leading back into the city. He saw nothing but a wall of flailing arms and screaming faces, all staring back at him and lusting for his blood. In his rage, he suddenly saw the face of Lucy flash before his eyes, reminding him what the monsters had done to her and stolen from him. He felt his anger surge. "You bastards!" he cried as his weapon ceased firing. Dropping his rifle to the floor, he drew his pistol and continued with his advance, shooting one after the other until there were no more rounds in the magazine. Again, he tossed his weapon to the side and drew his machete, raising it above his head as he howled demonically and began chopping and slashing at the hands and faces that were closing in around him. "Tommy, get back!" Al shouted after him, seeing that his friend was too far ahead and unsupported in his wild charge. "Tommy?" The man was not listening. He was consumed by his fury as he hacked his way into the mass of grasping arms and snapping teeth and was quickly becoming swallowed up. Al chased after him, screaming for him to fall back while firing the last of his own ammunition into the creatures that were quickly surrounding his friend. But no matter how many of them he killed, there were more that were willing and eager to replace the fallen. Someone screamed to the left of him. One of the militia was tackled to the ground by a group of hungry ghouls that quickly engulfed the man. Another ran to his aid and attempted to pull the howling soldier to safety, but was quickly surrounded, dragged down, and set upon as the ring of corpses tightened around the living. Screams of agony and calls for help rang out from all quarters as the gunfire ebbed and the dead surged. Some of the troops began to fall back while others were trapped and dragged away into the mass. "Tommy," Al yelled, ignoring the calls to retreat and chasing after his friend. "Tommy, where the fuck are you? Fall back." "On your right," someone called out. "Watch it, get back." Another of the soldiers screamed from the right flank as a rotted face sprang at her and bit down hard, its teeth chomping into her shoulder. Denise howled, falling backwards and sending up a splash of dark water as she crashed into one of the rain-filled potholes that covered the road. The snarling body fell with her and landed on top of her, instantly seizing its chance to take another bite. It lunged and ripped away a large clump of flesh from her cheek, tearing the skin as it snatched its head backwards and began thrashing against the natural resistance of the tissue. The woman's scream turned to a sickening gurgle as her own blood filled her throat. More of the dead scrambled in around her and joined in on the feast. The shrieks of the living were now drowning out the excited cries of the dead and creating a soundtrack of horror to accompany the terrifying events that were unfolding all around them. There was no ammunition left, and there were far too many of the infected for the living to stand even the slimmest of chances against with their hand-to-hand weaponry. A total collapse was now inevitable. "Help, help me." From somewhere within the confusion, Trevor was screaming. He howled and thrashed as he was dragged away by a group of the creatures, feeling the agonizing torment of his body being ripped open by hundreds of groping fingers and teeth, while his innards spilled from the gaping wound in his abdomen. His cries became muffled and eventually faded as the last of his life was plucked from his body and his bloodied carcass was dragged away into the tide of rotted flesh. Al continued forward, determined to help Tommy despite the failure of their assault. From within the crowd, he caught sight of a tall, dark figure that was swinging its arms and wielding a long blade that glinted as it cut through the air. It was Tommy, high on his bloodlust and determined to kill as many of the infected as he could. He chopped his way through them, leaving a carpet of mutilated and squirming bodies behind him as the ground became coated with coagulated blood and putrefied brain matter. "Get back, Tommy. We need to pull back," Al shouted after him. Tommy had disappeared from sight again, becoming caught up in the swarm and completely surrounded. Al ran forward, shoulder barging his way through the mass of corpses that stood in his path and sending them scattering in all directions as they feebly reached out for him. He could now hear the grunts and growls of Tommy just ahead of him. The man was unrelenting and utterly oblivious to the orders for withdrawal. Al reached through the swarm, feeling his fingers come into contact with a warm body and instantly grasping hold of the material around it. He wrenched his arm backwards, and Tommy burst through the crowd as he was pulled away by Al's powerful arms. "No," he screamed, still swinging his long blade at the nearest decomposing faces. "No, I'll kill them. I'll kill the fucking lot. Get back. Get to the bus," Al demanded, hearing the engine behind him as it continued to chug and snarl. "There's too many. We need to get back." Al, Tommy, and the remaining militia began to run, dragging themselves and their wounded across the street and back towards the gate. Some were hobbling and others were virtually crawling, hurt and desperate to get away from the biting tide of death. One of them was Bryn, his prosthetic leg having been ripped away from him and now needing to be supported by one of the militia as he made his retreat. As the dead surged after them, Al caught sight of a bright flash of light close by emanating from above the wailing crowd. A wall of heat blasted outwards, sending many of the dead tumbling to the floor as a ball of fire engulfed them. Al felt the flames brush against the bare skin of his face, and the light shock wave push against his body as the dark street was instantly illuminated, revealing the thousands of silhouetted bodies around them. A plume of orange and black billowed up from amongst the mass of corpses and was immediately followed by another and then another as the flames erupted with a growling whoosh. More of the dead fell, their fragile and heavily decomposed bodies unable to withstand the pressure waves and extreme heat surging out from the fiery detonations. "Come on, Tommy," Al growled, realizing that they now had a chance of escape as another ball of flame erupted from close by. As the fires roared and the dead groaned, Al could hear the distant sound of a dog barking. In that instant it seemed impossible, but during the chaos and confusion, the noise had definitely registered in his mind. Dragging Tommy back towards the bus while the militia continued their retreat while hauling the wounded with them, Al caught sight of something happening to his left and above them. Glowing objects were sailing through the air and coming from the rooftop of the nearest building. They crashed down into the mass of infected below, where they burst like small pods of napalm, incinerating everything that they came into contact with. He recognized them immediately. They were Molotov cocktails and were being tossed from the building by someone who was trying to help them, creating a wall of fire that stretched the whole width of the street and blocked the horde of infected from getting through. As the flurry of fuel bombs ceased, bursting into flames as they smashed into the ground and spreading rapidly into the infected, a shadowy figure moved, scurrying along the edge of the building's roof. Al could not stop. There was no time to call out or investigate. The dead were burning as the flames were engulfing their forward ranks, and the remainder of the living were fleeing back towards the stalled vehicle. Someone was helping them, but at that moment there was no time to thank them, let alone find out who it was. He reached the door of the bus, still struggling against Tommy's thrashing arms and determination to fling himself back into the fight. He threw the raging man inside, quickly lunging forward and landing a flurry of blows into his face. Al's knuckles smashed against Tommy's cheek and jaw and sent him reeling backwards into the arms of Nobby. He went limp, Al's punches knocking him out cold as Al helped to heft his friend's limp body onto the bus. He saw the shining warm blood that coated Tommy's hand. He gripped the cuff of his jacket and pushed it upwards, revealing the bite wound on Tommy's wrist below the vambrace that protected his forearm. Al's heart sank. "Get him in," he growled while barging his way through the door. Charlie was still sitting behind the wheel and shouting at the dashboard while banging his palms against the wheel. "Start, you bastard! Start!" He turned to Al and shook his head while his face glowed orange from the reflection of the flames outside. "It's no good. We'll have to bug out on foot." "Try again," Al replied, and then turned to the rest of the men and women on board. "Prepare to move." He looked back and saw something moving from within the flames. The dead that were still mobile were slowly regaining their feet, but what Al could see was not one of the infected. The figure was hurtling towards them, a smaller object bounding along at its side as they both charged through the fires and infected, passing through the gate and headed for the depot. "Frank," Al called out as he threw open the doors, recognizing the recluse who had helped him and Tommy find their way through the sewers. "Come on, get in here." Frank reached the bus and was closely followed by Jeff. His faithful dog, they jumped inside, panting and groaning, while Al and the survivors looked on at them in shocked disbelief. "Fucking wankers," he huffed. "Looks like I'm coming with you now, I suppose." 22. The firing in the distance had stopped. It had been over 3 hours since the last of the rifle chatter had ceased to echo up to them from the streets of the city below. For quite some time the survivors had crowded the hilltop, staring out over the suburbs and towards the south while watching tracer rounds sailing lazily into the air as they ricocheted from hard objects. The sound of battle had lasted long into the night, but eventually petered out into sporadic fire before falling completely silent. All attempts at making contact with the depot group had failed, and it was concluded that they had either lost their radio or the dead had overwhelmed them. Stan remained standing close to the wall of the observatory, watching for any signs of Charlie and his men. The land was dark and silent and gave no indication that there was anyone still alive in the area of the bus depot. There had been no more gunfire, transmissions, or even the faint glow of headlights as the expected vehicle made its way through the crumbling streets and towards the rendezvous. "I don't think they're coming," Tina said dejectedly while standing at his side and studying the lowlands. Stan said nothing, but he was thinking the same thing. The time had been and gone for Charlie to have made it out. The last that they had heard was that they were about to attempt to start the engine. He looked to his left. The eastern horizon was still dark, but it would not be long now before dawn began making itself known to the dark land. They would soon pass the cutoff time and need to begin moving with or without the depot team. The thought of heading for the coast on foot was not a welcome one, but with no other option. They would have to begin once that first light arrived, searching for food and safe locations to hole up in during the nights along the way. Traveling in the dark across the infested wasteland of Britain would be suicidal with the amount of young, sick, and wounded they would be dragging with them. "In 10 minutes, I'll send Taff and Bull ahead of us with the SUVs. They can clear the route and maybe even find other vehicles if we're lucky." She nodded, knowing full well that their chances of discovering serviceable vehicles that were capable of carrying them to the coast was extremely slim at best. "There's room enough for 10 passengers if we squeeze them in," he continued. "I suggest you pick the weakest members of your group to go." "And what about the rest?" "Tina," Stan said, and needing her to look at him, she turned and stared back into his unblinking cold eyes. "Not baggage. Do you understand? Only choose those who are likely to survive the journey." She understood completely. There were a few people amongst them who were too weak or injured to walk, and there were others that were unlikely to survive the coming hardships of a forced march in cold weather and with virtually no food or medical supplies. Stan was making it clear that he and his men were not there to carry people and that the survival of the fittest would be the deciding factor of who would get to travel in one of the vehicles. However, she wondered what Stan expected her to do with the men and women who were not likely to make it to the coast, but she dreaded to ask his advice. Tina shivered and rubbed her palms over the jacket covering her upper arms. She was cold and hungry, tired and losing hope, just as rapidly as the rest of the disheartened survivors that were all clustered together behind her and waiting for her to lead them to safety. They had lost a lot of people during the evacuation, and now it seemed that the majority of the militia, along with Al and Tommy, had become more regretful statistics in the fight against the dead. "We'd better get ready then," she sighed, turning to head towards her people to begin preparations for the move out. Something caught her eye from far off in the distance. A shimmering light streaked across the dark sky and left a glowing trail in its wake. For an instant, she thought it may have been another flare from whoever was still clinging to life down in the base, but she quickly realized that it was not the case. The object was far too high to be a flare, and it was traveling in the wrong direction. Instead of going upwards, it was plummeting down towards the ground. "Meteor?" she asked, aware that Stan had also noticed it. "More likely a satellite," Stan replied with a shrug as the object broke into a number of pieces, each creating its own shimmering tail of sparks. A lot of the ones in low orbit will have already come down with no one to maintain and correct their positions. There's probably still a few of them floating around up there. Even the things we put into space are falling apart. Tina grumbled, feeling despair beginning to surge within her. Think of it as an omen if you're that way inclined. A good one, of course, despite their situation. She suddenly felt small and insignificant in comparison to the scale of the universe. It had been a long time since she studied the night sky, and it was something that she had pretty much forgotten about. In the old days, before the dead began to walk, she used to sit and watch the stars and the vast space above her for hours, reminding herself that her problems and concerns were petty in comparison to the immensity of the heavens. It had been one of her ways of dealing with issues and finding a perspective. Now she was being reminded that although she and her people had suffered great trials and losses and still had more to come, they were trivial matters and would make absolutely no impact on the continued existence of the universe and time to get these people moving. She grunted and turned away. She went to find Paul, with Greg dead, Flash wounded, and Al and Tommy missing. He was the only person left that she could now rely on to assist her. The cream of the base had perished over the years, with the majority of them being lost in the last 24 hours. All that was left were the young, weak, and old. There were physically fit and healthy people amongst the survivors, but they lacked the inner strength and courage to fight or assist with the tough decision-making. Before the walls came down, the more gentle members of the colony had their uses in the daily running and upkeep of the base. Not everyone was expected to be a soldier or a leader. Some people were just too traumatized to barely function on a day-to-day basis, never truly recovering through the passage of time. Some were capable of pulling themselves together and rebuilding their minds behind the walls, but never able to contemplate ever leaving the base again. It was something that was to be expected. Some people were just mentally and emotionally more robust than others. Now, when the struggle for survival was at its toughest, she began to wonder if there was any use for most of them at all. The best of them were gone, leaving only the needy and infirm. She checked herself, realizing that she was beginning to think a little too much like Stan and was becoming governed by ruthless and unemotional logic rather than compassion and humanity. They were still her people, and she would do all that she could for them. She found Paul. He was standing with his wife and daughter, his arms wrapped around them as they shivered, and their eyes glistened in the cold air. He was speaking quietly to them, reassuring them that all would be okay, even though he did not believe it himself. He saw Tina approach and step towards her, not wanting his family to hear anything that she had to say in case it was less than good news. "I need you to help me identify 10 people who'll travel ahead in the vehicles." "Yeah, of course," he nodded. "Any word on the buses?" "They need to be people who don't stand a chance of making the journey on foot," she replied, ignoring his question and hesitating before continuing. She looked at him, her eyes unblinking and becoming like stone. "But they can't be anyone who is likely to die either." There was an audible intake of breath from Paul as her words struck home. He was an intelligent man and did not need to have everything spelled out for him. She was being evasive and almost cryptic, but he understood her meaning. He looked around and immediately knew that their dwindling numbers would shrink even further over the coming days. Already he could see people becoming weak and exhausted. Sickness would soon become an added concern due to the lack of food and shelter. "Flash should be one of them," he said coldly. "He's hurt and should be in one of the vehicles. We need people like him to survive this. I suggest that the kids go too." Agreed. Paul turned around and looked back at his wife and daughter. They were both watching him with scared and expectant eyes. He wanted them to be safe and warm, but his sense of honor and duty spoke to him and would not allow him for even a moment to consider trying to find them a place on the vehicles when there was limited room and others that were less capable of making the journey. He would keep them with him, close and as safe as possible. He turned back to Tina and was about to say something, but they were interrupted by a flurry of activity from the other side of the clearing. They saw a number of figures sprinting towards the observation building. Tina recognized the large shape of the man they called Bull moving fast, along with a few of the others. "What's happening?" Paul asked, following after Tina as she took off towards them. By the time Tina and Paul had made it to the spot where they were standing, Bull and Taff were already turning away and running back towards the track. "Someone's coming," Stan hissed to them as he sprinted by, following after his men. "Get everyone stood to quietly. Wait," Paul gasped, grabbing Tina by the arm as she made to follow. "Listen." She stopped and cocked her head, listening into the night. From somewhere below them, coming from the suburbs, she could hear the distant groan of an engine. It sounded big and labored, as though struggling up a steep hill. The sound was familiar to her, although it was something that she had not heard in many, many years. "It's a bus," she gasped, grinning broadly and unable to contain her delight at hearing the sound. They made it, down on the road. Stan stood waiting and listening as the sounds of the engine continued to grow. Bull and Taff pushed forward along the roadside and through the trees with Mark, checking that the area was clear and knowing that there would be a lot of people flooding the road within the next few minutes. The last thing they needed was for a horde of the undead to come charging through the woods while they attempted to mount the vehicle. Further along the lane, a faint glow appeared as the headlights blazed from around a bend, growing brighter and illuminating the tunnel of trees that cocooned the approaching vehicle. Tina came to a stop beside Stan, her heart beating heavily in her chest as her hope grew and filled her to the core. She was incapable of holding back the relieved smile from her face, while at the same time, trepidation began to bubble inside her as she anxiously waited to see who had made it through. A dark, boxy shape appeared from around the bend with its lights dazzling in the otherwise black landscape. Tina shielded her eyes but refused to turn away from the approaching bus for fear of it being nothing more than a cruel trick of the mind. A mirage sent to torment them and then suddenly disappearing again along with all their hopes. It grumbled towards them, struggling with the incline of the hill, and eventually coming to a stop in a hiss of brakes while the sputtering engine continued to groan and shudder, and coughing out black, nauseating clouds from its exhaust. The vehicle was a wreck. Years of mold and rust covered almost every surface, but there was a lot of damage that was clearly more recent. Nearly every window was broken and the front of the bus was covered in dents and scuffs with huge streaks of blood coating the paintwork and cracked windshield. Dark shapes moved inside, the sound of heavy footsteps and the lamenting groans of tired and hurt people drifting out from the gaping windows. The doors opened and a large figure stepped out onto the asphalt, his heavy boots scuffing against the road's surface as his legs, drained of strength and energy, struggled to lift his feet. It was Al. He looked unsteady, exhausted, and ready to collapse as he swayed and fought to remain upright. Tina and Paul rushed towards him, happy to see him but concerned about his state. They could not help but consider the fact that he may have sustained serious wounds during the battle for the depot. "Water," he gasped, as Tina tucked herself under his huge arm, supporting him as they staggered to the side. "Get us some water." More of the people on board began to step out, looking just as drained and disheveled as Al. There were fewer of them than had started out, and many of them were needing to be helped, either through fatigue or injuries. Tina watched them and instinctively knew that some of them were nursing bites. "How many?" she asked, helping Al around to the front of the vehicle as Paul went in search of water and what medical equipment he could find. 12, Al grunted, dropping into a squatted position with his back resting against the blood-stained grill of the bus. "We lost 12, and we'll lose more soon. Where's Tommy?" He slowly shook his head, turning away with regret and shame. "He's here, but he won't make it," shaking her head and taking a step back. Tina hoped that she had misheard or misunderstood him, but when Al turned back to face her again, she no longer needed any confirmation. Her body sagged abruptly as though a valve had just been opened and the air was escaping. Her heart skipped a number of beats, and her guts twisted themselves into tight knots as she placed a hand over her forehead. She turned away and then looked back at him. She did not know what to do. She shuffled her feet as though she was going to climb aboard the bus, but then stopped and stepped back towards Al, raising her hand again and covering her mouth. Every negative emotion that the human body was capable of feeling was attacking her all at once. An indescribable pain radiated out through her body, emanating from her misfiring heart as the news sunk in and tore at her soul and began devouring her from within. She turned and headed towards the survivors that were now descending the hill, leaving Al to be taken care of by Paul and the others. Taking in a long, deep breath, she composed herself and walked over towards the 2 SUVs that were now sitting at the roadside, ready and waiting for the move-out. The news about Tommy had sent her mentally and emotionally spiraling down into a dark chasm, but she needed to stop herself from falling before she was incapacitated with grief. Stan climbed aboard, his boots crunching against the cubes of shattered glass, spent bullet cases, and the piles of bloody dressings that littered the floor. The interior had the distinct and unmistakable smell of battle. The aroma of cordite lingered in the air, mixed with the pungent stench of blood, vomit, and urine. It was a fragrance that was as familiar to Stan as was the scent of roses to a florist. Charlie was in the driver's seat, his head and arms resting against the wheel. "You look like you could do with a brew," Stan noted. "That bad, eh?" Charlie looked up at him and nodded. Yeah, he wheezed back at him. There had obviously been a lot of screaming and shouting going on with the fumes from all the firing adding to the noxious air and playing havoc upon the man's chest. We lost Trev and about half of the troops from the base. We're out of ammo, too, not a single round left. Sorry to hear that, mate, Stan replied, trying to sound a little less autonomous than usual as he looked around at the condition of the vehicle. Trev was a good bloke and he'll be missed. How did you manage to get through? By the skin of our teeth. It was nothing short of a miracle that we made it. Those things were in their thousands and all over us. The rest of your guys okay? Yeah, the rest are good. Bryn lost his leg again along with the radio, but that was all. What about you lot? A few cuts and bruises, Stan shrugged. Who's the new face with the dog? He nodded to one of the people who had climbed out from the bus. The man was standing to the side, a thick, bushy beard covering much of his face beneath a mass of unkempt and wavy hair hanging down from his head. He watched the people around him, saying nothing but paying attention to everything, with his beady eyes. His dog was sitting by his side and doing the exact same thing. A friend of Al's from the city. If it wasn't for him, we'd all be dead. Charlie stood up and stepped out from the driver's nook, brushing back his white hair with his blood and grime-stained hands. He deliberately left the engine running, not wanting to run the risk of it, never starting back up for them when the time came. What about this thing? Stan asked, looking around at the wreckage of the bus. It looked as though it had been hauled through a huge meat grinder. Will it make it? Doubtful. It keeps stalling and there's virtually no power left in the old thing. Once we have everyone loaded up, it'll struggle on the flat. Never mind the hills. He looked at Stan and nodded, realizing that he needed to remain positive despite the odds that were being stacked against them. He smiled fleetingly, unable to mask his exhaustion and weariness. We'll try our best. A line of dark figures walked in silence, herded by Paul and the remnants of his troops as they were guided towards the bus. Within minutes, what ammunition they had left was redistributed amongst the few capable and unwounded militia that remained, ensuring that everyone had some means to continue the fight. The wounded were treated, and the bite victims were segregated, being placed at the rear of the bus where they could be monitored. Stan did not approve of the infected being brought with them. They were taking up space, adding weight, and using up valuable manpower and resources. They were going to die regardless, but he chose not to push the issue with Tina and left her to make the call when the time came, placing the responsibility of caring for them on her. They were her people, and although he did not hold the same sentiment for them as she did, he nevertheless sympathized with her and understood that she was incapable and unwilling to fast-track their inevitable demise or abandon them at the roadside. The vehicles were loaded and the survivors were crammed into every available space. Charlie insisted that he would continue driving in spite of his exhaustion. His reasoning was that he knew the vehicle and its abilities, and more importantly, its inabilities, at least until they had put some distance between them and the city. He would remain at the wheel. We need to go. One of the troops stationed at the rear of the bus called forward in a flat and weary voice. They're here. Behind them, a number of figures had appeared in the road, following the sound of the bus out from the built-up area and into the fringes of the countryside. Undoubtedly, there would be many more in pursuit, staggering along the rural lanes and crashing through the trees. Even over the sound of the engine, the distant lament of the dead could be heard drifting through the suburbs and up into the surrounding lands. The people sitting inside the bus clung to one another, their wide and terrified eyes sparkling as they shivered against the cold that blew in through the broken windows and the fear that coursed through their bodies. "Let's go," Stan called over the radio from his SUV. "Get us out of here." Old Charlie released the brake and pressed down on the pedal, the engine growing in volume, and the wheels slowly rolling forward as they began to limp away along the road, leaving the dead city and many of their own people behind. 23, Charlie had not been wrong. For over 8 hours, the dilapidated convoy had trundled towards the west, traveling at an extremely slow speed and having to make regular stops for one reason or another. Mechanical issues, blockages in the road, and the unforgiving terrain all added to a painfully slow and perilous journey. The bus was shaking itself to pieces around them, leaking vital fluids and constantly overheating. The mechanics battled to keep the vehicle on the road, but it was proving to be a near impossible task. It was difficult for a vehicle of its size and condition to negotiate a gradient that was anything more than a short, shallow slope. Even then, their pace was reduced to nothing more than walking speed. Each time the vehicle came to a halt and stubbornly refused to climb a hill, the entire bus needed to be emptied, with every available hand having to push. The noise of the chugging engine and slow progress inevitably attracted unwanted attention. Time and again, wandering infected stumbled into the vicinity, descending from the hills and crashing through the trees or venturing out from the remote villages, wailing loudly with excitement and creating panic amongst the survivors. On more than one occasion, Charlie and Tina barely managed to prevent a rout as the dead made their presence known and the people around them charged for the bus and sought safety. No matter how few there were or how far away, terror always rippled through the survivors as they heaved and pushed at the heavy vehicle in an attempt to force it up yet another hill. Each time they halted, the limp bodies of the people who had perished along the way needed to be carted from the vehicle and disposed of at the roadside. Some were civilians succumbing to their wounds and ailments, while others were members of the militia who had died from the injuries sustained during the fight for the depot. Unfortunately, there was never any time to afford them any deal of dignity or ceremony. Apart from the ritual destruction of their brains, they were lowered with respect but then left exposed to the elements and the dead. The sun was already beginning to set again. The wintry days were short and the temperature continued to steadily drop. Many of the people on board were suffering from the cold and hunger. Most of the food stores and warm clothing had been abandoned and left behind during the chaos of the evacuation, and some of the survivors had tossed away their personal grab bags in fear that they would be slowed down. The selfish actions of some of the civilians angered Tina and forced her to wonder why she and her troops were risking so much and suffering such high casualties for them. However, there were others who proved their worth amongst the evacuees, willing to endure whatever it took to make it through, and pulling more than their weight during the exodus, dispelling her concerns about their overall use and reminding her that they were still a community. Despite the low speed, they had made some ground, covering almost 90 kilometers since setting out on their journey. The end was almost within their grasp, but they were approaching mountainous terrain and would soon be navigating much steeper inclines and narrower, winding roads. The weather was expected to worsen and the temperature to fall much lower, and it would be a test of the bus's sustainability and the endurance of the people on board. Having handed the bus over to one of the capable civilians a few hours earlier, Charlie had taken the chance to get some much-needed rest. Now he was back in the driver's seat, insisting that it was he who would take them and the unwieldy bus through the mountain passes and the vast swaths of Welsh countryside, confident that he could handle the vehicle much better than any of the others. There was no resistance to his self-imposed position as the nominated driver, and he had already proven himself to be very capable of the task. Just in front of Charlie and guiding them through the twisting roads was one of the SUVs. Stan was in the commander's seat while Al was driving. They had Flash, Nobby, and Bryn with them. The bullet wound in Flash's side was causing him a lot of discomfort, but he insisted that he be more than just a passenger on the bus. He was determined to do everything that he could to help get them to the coast, silently enduring the pain and batting away even the slightest suggestion that he should take some rest. Road ahead clear. Taft's voice squawked into Stan's ear through the radio. The two SUVs were using the smaller personal radios, while the one remaining larger set was with Charlie in the bus. Got some scrap on the right ahead. Keep left. Taft and Bull, along with Mark, the unconscious veteran, and two of the surviving militia were acting as the vanguard, driving their SUV a few kilometers ahead of the main body and checking the route while clearing any large obstructions that they could deal with. If the road was impassable, they would immediately begin searching for an alternative, hoping to find one before the lumbering bus arrived and was forced to halt until another way around had been identified. Their aim was to afford enough advanced warning so that Charlie could make adjustments and avoid having to bring his bus to a complete stop. If he needed to slow down, then that was always a better option to sitting idle, wondering whether or not the vehicle would move again when the time came. "Hey there, my precious little princess," Taft said with a smile while staring down at Kyle when he noticed the man's eyes were open. "About time you woke up." The veteran had been unconscious for much of the day and had finally roused from his chemically induced coma. He was dazed and his throat was dry. His eyes were slow to focus and his brain felt as though it was shrouded in some dense mist that hindered his ability to make sense of what was happening around him. He tried to sit up, but his strength seemed to have left him and rendered him feeble and unable to function properly. He rubbed at his neck and licked his dry lips, his words unable to form inside his parched throat. Here, he gladly took the bottle from Taft and began to gulp, the cold fluid drenching his mouth and tongue and cascading down over his cheeks as he threw his head back in an attempt to take on more water at a faster rate. "Easy now. Don't overdo it. Where are we?" He croaked as he drained the last of the bottle and wiped his hand across his cracked lips. He looked around at the people that were crammed into the seats beside him. Immediately to his right, he saw a dog staring straight ahead without paying the slightest bit of attention to him. At first, the veteran wondered if the dog was real or maybe even stuffed and taken with them by someone like Bull, who was partial to picking up silly souvenirs. Lucky turned and looked at him, let out a long yawn, and then turned his attention back to what was happening in front. Mark looked back at him from the other side of the dog and grinned, pointing to the window beside his head and opening it just enough to let in a gust of icy air. Kyle felt the cold on his face and began to realize that the swaying and lurching that he was experiencing was nothing to do with his condition and the effects of the drugs. They were in a vehicle and moving. He pulled himself upright and pushed his legs out in front of him before turning to look out of the misted window beside him. He wiped his hand over the glass, leaving a wet smear as he created his own porthole to the outside world, headed for the coast just as we planned. Bull replied from the driver's seat as leaned back to hand him more water. Kyle reached down to his side and checked for his rifle. He quickly realized that it was not there. Suddenly he felt helpless and vulnerable, like in a dream where he was standing in front of a gawking crowd of people and then realizing that he was actually naked. He looked around at his feet and then grasped at his waist, frantically searching until his fingers came into contact with the grip of his pistol. Instantly, he began to feel more secure, knowing that he still had one of his weapons and that he had not been stripped completely. "You didn't need your rifle, mate, so we gave it over to one of the civvies on the bus to keep hold of for you. The guy is a better shot than you anyway. I'll be wanting it back when we get to where we're going." The veteran snorted back at Taff and ignoring his taunts. He then remembered the reason why he was in the condition that he found himself. He turned his head, forcing his chin towards his chest and attempting to see the wound in his shoulder as he pulled at the blanket that was draped over his upper body. The dressings were still in place, and he began to tear at them, needing to confirm for himself whether or not there was any sign of infection. "Easy, cowboy," Mark reassured him. "We've already checked. It doesn't look like there's anything for you to get your thong into a twist over. You're clear as a bell, mate." However, despite it being an instant relief for him to hear those words, they were not enough for the veteran. He still needed to know and see the wound with his own eyes and make his own judgment. He pulled at the bandage and gauze, tearing them away and ignoring the sting of the cold air against the gaping hole in his shoulder. In the fading light, Kyle inspected the injury, rotating his body so that he faced into the setting sun and giving him a better view of the damage. The tissue was swollen and red, tender to the touch, but that was to be expected. There was no indication of the infection, and the telltale signs were absent. There was no blackening as the flesh around the center slowly died, and the veins remained beneath the skin rather than angrily protruding through to the surface. He felt lightheaded and weak, but they were the after effects of the strong painkillers that he had been given. There was no fever and his brow was dry. He leaned back and let out a sigh, feeling that he had been given another chance at life. "See? I told you, you're fine." Mark smiled at him. Kyle sat and stared out through the window for a while, watching the green landscape as it flitted by. "Where are we?" "God's country," Taff responded with a sense of pride, referring to his homeland. "Bollocks." Kyle retorted with a ridiculing smile. "That means wind, rain, and fucking big hills. And there's no sheep these days for him to get excited over either," Mark taunted. "Check that out," Bull said with eagerness before Taff was able to fire back at the two men who were making fun of his roots there. "Look," one of the militia gasped from the rear. He was pointing across to their left. "I don't believe it." Just to the side of the road and moving slowly through the fields, Kyle saw something that almost took his breath away. Having just been given a new lease of life, the scene appeared all the more beautiful to him at that moment than it would have done at any other time. "Fucking hell," Taff grunted, unable to look away. Tina was standing beside the driver's nook of the bus, watching the road ahead and making idle conversation with Charlie in an attempt to keep his mind occupied and preventing him from falling into a daze. She had managed to heat the last of the coffee from her own personal rations and now sat balanced against the ledge of the front window, holding the mug and feeling the heat radiate through the plastic and into her cold fingers. "How's your friend?" Tina shook her head. "Not good," she replied sadly. Tommy had been steadily growing weaker as the infection spread through his body. He was already at the stage of slipping in and out of consciousness, burning with fever, and in agonizing pain as the flesh around the bite wound died and turned black. She had sat beside him for most of the journey, holding his hand and watching him slowly slip away from her. Now Frank was watching over him. "He's a brave man and deserves better," Charlie said thoughtfully while remembering Tommy's selfless actions at the depot. It's a shame there aren't many more like him these days. There's you guys. You didn't need to heads up on the left. Stan's voice urged them through the radio. My God, Charlie said as they rounded a long, right-handed bend in the road, interrupting her before she was able to comment on the courageous actions of Charlie, Stan, and the rest of their group. Tina turned and instantly saw them. At first she was confused to what the strange lumps were, but as her brain caught up with her eyes, she began to recognize the long, forgotten shapes. She had to kick herself mentally, unsure if she was becoming delusional in her exhausted and cold state. Jesus Christ, would you look at that? Where did they come from? She asked rhetorically while pressing her hands and face against the cold glass of the windscreen. A zoo, I'd imagine, Charlie replied, still negotiating the long bend while alternating his attention between the road and the strange vision. To the left, a vast herd of giraffes, elephants, gazelles, and other exotic animals were covering a wide expanse of land and slowly trundling through the long grass, grazing at their leisure as they headed towards the south. Amongst them were other animals that were indigenous to the UK, such as sheep and cows, having joined the large group at some point in the past and forming a strange herd that was born from the need for safety. They must have been surviving like this since the beginning, Charlie uttered, mesmerized by the awe-inspiring sight. There must be thousands of animals out there, probably safety in numbers and all that, I'd imagine. For a while, both of them stared out of the window in silence as the bus slowly traveled through the seemingly unending curve in the road. They watched the majestic movements of the herd, feeling their own bodies begin to warm at the sight of something that had long since been considered a thing of the distant past. Some of the animals, particularly the agile giraffes and imposing elephants, stared back at the vehicles, watching them with suspicion as they trundled along the road. They turned their bodies towards the potential threat while continuing to lazily chew their clumps of grass. The smaller and younger members of the herd, hearing the grumble of the bus, retreated and tucked themselves in close to their mothers, while other animals scattered and fled away from the road, startled by the sound of the engines and instinctively taking flight. A smile began to grow on Tina's face as she suddenly became aware that not everything in the world was dead or slowly rotting away. For years, they had seen nothing but death and devastation. The beauty of the world gradually fading from the landscape and being replaced by the dreary and desolate remains of cities that were inhabited by the decomposing corpses of the dead. Now, right in front of her, she could see hope once more. She was slipping into a daydream, entranced by the beauty and innocence of the massive herd. Ignoring the growing frost and with the fading sun casting its red-tinted rays over the hills and long grass, the scene could easily have been mistaken for a landscape in Africa. With a stretch of the imagination, it could have almost been like watching one of the nature programs that she had been so fond of in the old days. All that was missing was the husky, hypnotic voice of the narrator giving his commentary on the daily lives, habits, and characteristics of the various animals. Stop, stop, stop! Stan's voice screamed through the radio, violently ripping Tina from her reverie. Contact front, Charlie snapped suddenly, bringing her attention back to what was on the road ahead of them. Shit! As she turned, she felt a slight change in the vehicle's direction that was enough to force her to begin losing her balance. She reached out and grasped onto the driver's counter to prevent herself from falling. In that moment, as the cup of coffee slipped from her grip and spilled over her boots and onto the floor, she remembered something else that had always been apparent in the nature programs. Predators, as the bus pulled out of the long bend and began to straighten up, the road ahead disappeared into a seething and bubbling flood of dark and twisted shapes that were all mingled together and indistinguishable as individuals. No one had seen them until it was too late. The wide arc of the road and the thick tree cover to their right obscuring what had been happening around the curve. A collision was now unavoidable. Charlie turned the wheel, resisting the urge to oversteer and send them careening from the road as the dark mass in front of them loomed. The first impact was a glancing blow as the bus veered to the left. The hollow thump of the body hitting the bumper traveled through the vehicle and instantly grabbing the attention of everyone on board. People yelped as they became aware of what was happening, clinging to the seats, hand grips in one another as the hum of the dead that were blocking the road ahead broke out like a thunderstorm. Some of the passengers that were too slow to find a handhold tumbled from their seats and into the aisle, landing on top of one another and screaming with pain and panic. The vehicle lurched and swayed as more clunks and bangs rang out from the front, sending twisted figures flying through the air and falling beneath the heavy tires. Charlie stomped down on the brake, and the wheels instantly locked and lost traction on the frosty road surface, sending them barreling headlong towards the wall of infected. The tail of the bus began to oscillate, swaying from left to right and growing in momentum, while the howl of the brakes raged above the cries of the reanimated. He lifted his foot and pressed down on the accelerator, hoping to power through the skid and regain control of the sliding vehicle before it plowed deeper into the throng of walking dead or slipped from the road completely. The people behind him screamed as they were jostled about, their rolling eyes witnessing the rapidly approaching carnage. Stan's vehicle had reacted with more agility. Al threw the wheel across, swinging them over to the left and swerving past the lead bodies while skirting along the edge of the road and the grass verge. They barely missed the lunging bodies and managed to slip through the trap before any of them were able to block their path. They continued on, smashing their way through the outer fringes of the crowd and committing to their course of action. Attempting to stop and reverse out of the area would be too risky. They could stall or become bogged down on the muddy verge without enough power to force their way through. They had no choice but to plow a path for themselves and hope that the bus made it through in their wake. However, there was no way that the bus could swerve along the outer edge. It was too cumbersome with nowhere near enough maneuverability or power. Attempting such an action would result in them losing control and getting stuck, or worse, flipping the vehicle onto its roof. Pushing through the center was also impossible. The swarm of dead there was already too densely packed for them to stand even the slightest of chances of ramming their way through to the other side. There were more thumps and cracks as the heavy bus stormed deeper into the outer edges of the horde, batting them away in all directions and leaving huge smears of rotted human tissue that coated the windscreen. "Hold on," Charlie yelled. Tina gripped tighter onto the counter with her arms, almost being pulled from their sockets and her legs threatening to tumble away from under her as the bus swayed and jolted endlessly. The cries and howls of the helpless people on board continued to grow as they clung to whatever they could, waiting for the impact that would send them hurtling forward while the dead poured in through the battered doors and windows. Again, Charlie attempted to stop the vehicle before they were too deep into the horde. The bus slowed under his controlled braking, and before it had come to a complete stop and the infected were able to overwhelm them, he threw it into reverse. Again, the wheels locked and the engine squealed. The dead closed in, quickly swarming around the front of the bus and making their way along the sides while beating their hands against the panels and grasping at the window frames. Charlie pushed down on the pedal and began to steer them back along the road while struggling to see over the bobbing heads of the civilians as they panicked and climbed over the seats in their search for a safer place to hide within the passenger compartment. "Down." Tina called back at them as they wailed with fear and scrambled about. "Get your heads down." Charlie was fighting with the wheel, trying his best to keep the bus moving in a straight line as he attempted to reverse out from the seething mass that was rapidly gathering around them. If he was unable to get some distance fast, they would be completely surrounded within the next few seconds, and with no hope of smashing their way through and no chance of escaping from the besieged bus, they would be completely enveloped and trapped inside. As the vehicle began to increase speed, the tires slid, abruptly spinning them to the right as they hit a patch of slippery ground. The steering wheel twisted in Charlie's hand, almost breaking his thumbs in the process and forcing him to instinctively pull his hands away before one of his digits was traumatically removed. As the back end veered, he reached for the wheel again in the hope of regaining control, but it was too late. The long vehicle twisted in the road with its rear end, leaving the tarmac and plunging into the soft mud at the roadside. As he grabbed the wheel again, turning it to the left and slamming the gear lever back into first, the engine beneath them groaned, sputtered, and with a long, painful shudder, it stopped completely. The vehicle had stalled with its back wheels locked in thick mud, losing all momentum in either direction. The sudden silence consumed them for a few moments as wide, bulging eyes turned to one another in the realization that their situation had just worsened dramatically. Charlie turned the key, but the motor refused to do anything other than emit a low, grinding noise that was rapidly fading with each attempt. He helplessly stared down at the dashboard lights as they burned and faded with each turn. "No, don't do this now, you bastard!" Charlie snarled while stubbornly twisting the key in the ignition and banging his fist against the wheel. "No, not now. Come on." "Not now, you fucker." Tina could do nothing but stand and watch him, willing him to get the engine to turn over and at least give them another chance at getting out of the mud. She looked to her left and saw the lumbering bodies as they approached. The first of them were only a few meters away and reaching towards the trapped vehicle and its passengers. Their fists began to beat against the body of the bus, weak and intermittent at first, but soon growing into a deafening drum roll as more and more of the infected arrived and began to scramble around them, pounding their hands and bodies against the thin sheets of aluminium that protected the terrified people inside. Come on. Charlie continued to plead with the motor, ignoring the cracks and bangs that were echoing around him. The door rattled as a snarling face slammed up against it. Tina jumped to the side and impulsively threw herself against the entrance, wedging her feet into the step and preventing the door from collapsing inwards as more of the dead arrived at the weak point and started to hammer away at the glass. "Get something to block the door," she yelled out to the people that were creeping along the central aisle towards the rear and staring back at her with bulging eyes and gaping mouths. "Fucking help me." Her body convulsed as a group of the infected assaulted the door, sensing its weakness and realizing that it was their best chance of gaining entry. Her knees buckled, and her head snapped back as the door rocked again. She screamed in frustration as she heard the glass began to crack in their rubber frames. "Help me!" A number of the passengers suddenly sprang to life and came bounding forward and led by Tommy as they charged towards the front. Somehow he had emerged from his fevered delirium, his survival instincts thrusting their way to the fore. He jumped down beside her, his pale and drawn face glistening with sweat while his eyes burned with fever. He threw his body up against the door and forced his shoulder in against the hinges, the seats. He yelled back to Paul and Frank, who had also arrived to help. "Rip the seats up! Get them up against the door!" While Charlie repeatedly turned the key and felt the motor becoming weaker, but was unwilling to give up until the last of the power was gone, the others began to tear the interior of the bus apart, ripping out the seats and benches and piling them up in front of the door. Children were crying as they clung to their parents, and Jeff was barking relentlessly, pulling at the leash around her neck that was tied to one of the handrails and preventing her from jumping through a window and instinctively attacking the infected. Someone fired from the rear, the crack of the round from such close proximity causing everyone to flinch and a few people to cry out. "Save your ammo," Tina shouted, seeing one of the militia guards wielding his rifle. The man looked back at her and then down at the magazine attached to his weapon. He understood what she was saying and why. They had very little left, and every round counted, especially if they were going to eventually be needed for themselves. The bus was rocking from side to side as the dead pressed themselves in on them. Their hands reached up and groped through the empty window frames, hoping to grasp hold of a warm body and then drag them out. The reanimated did not have the strength to grip on and heave themselves up into the vehicle, and nor did they have the intelligence to work as a team and begin raising one another up so that they could climb inside. Instead, they contented themselves with a dogged assault on the outer shell, hoping to gouge their way through. There was no sound coming from the motor now. The dashboard lights were dark, and with each turn of the key, Charlie became more convinced that the bus was completely dead. He sighed angrily and pushed his head back into his seat while staring out at the hands that slapped against the glass in front of him and the sea of deformed faces beyond. As the sunlight continued to dim, the dead became nothing more than a black, broiling liquid that swept around the broken-down vehicle, threatening to cascade in on them at any moment. "Give it up, Charlie. It's no use," Tina shouted as she and the others began backing away from the doorway and the tangled barricade. He climbed out from his seat and headed towards the rear. He grabbed the radio, hearing the static hiss and a faint voice above the relentless groan of the dead voices. The rear was crammed to bursting point, with everyone pushing as far back as they could to keep away from the front of the bus and the flimsy doorway. More seats were being ripped up and flung towards the barricade, almost blocking the driver's compartment and the aisle completely. "Charlie, you there? Send sitrep." Stan's voice rustled. "We're in the shit, Stan. Big time. The bus is stuck and won't start, and we're surrounded." Charlie replied as he glanced back at Tina. He then turned to watch the juddering door and the rattling frames of the seats piled up against it. "We're pretty much fucked, mate. Can they get in?" Charlie eyed the barricade for a moment. It was moving slightly with every assault, but the doors were holding. There was too much of an obstruction for the dead to be able to barge their way through in the immediate future. "Doubtful, but we can't get out either." There was a long pause. Roger, that. Wait out. 24, and apart from the faint sigh of the light, icy wind, the area had fallen especially silent. The noise of the dead and the quiet sobs of the living had been replaced by a sinister calm that had descended upon the road like a smothering blanket. For hours, the people inside the bus had remained still and hidden from sight while not daring to move. Stranded and with their rear wheels stuck fast in the mud, they waited for a miracle while the dead surrounded them in their thousands and refused to give up until they had managed to rip their way through the doors and into the living people inside. Stan, having pushed ahead and rendezvoused with the advance group, had tried everything they could to relieve the trapped survivors, tirelessly and at great risk to their own safety. They had used every trick that they could think of. Approaching the scene and blasting the horns had done very little other than attract more of the infected into the area, flashing their lights and shooting as many as they could until their ammunition supplies were virtually exhausted, had accomplished even less. Clusters of the infected were lured away by the activity of Stan and his team, but the vast majority were just too preoccupied with the immobile bus, the sight and sound of the living being so close that they refused to be distracted from their goal. As more of the infected arrived, the further away the two SUVs needed to retreat at risk of them too being surrounded and swamped by the army of rotting and diseased corpses. As the hours passed, the survivors witnessed the lights of the SUVs becoming dimmer and the sound of their engines growing fainter as they gradually withdrew from the area. From the woods surrounding them, they could hear the cracks and scrapes as the walking dead charged through the trees, crashing through the branches and underbrush, being attracted to the vicinity by all the firing, blasting horns, and the wailing of their comrades in death. Slowly but surely, the people inside the jolting and swaying vehicle began to lose hope as they watched the crowds grow and their chances of survival dwindle. For now, the doors were holding, but they would not last forever. Eventually, the determination of the infected assaults would prevail, and the barricades would collapse. It had happened countless times over the past 12 years. No matter how strong they were, the defenses always broke before the infected did. No one acknowledged the fact, but everyone had witnessed it happen at some point in time, and each of them knew that now would be no different. There was very little food or water and almost no ammunition aboard the bus. They were cold, terrified, and utterly exhausted. One by one, the living fell silent, choosing to hunker down and wait for the end while remaining below the window line, and not wanting to see the monsters beyond that were staring back at them with lustful gazes and snapping teeth. It was only a matter of time now, and time was a luxury that only the dead could afford in the New World Order. It had grown very quiet inside the bus. At first, the whimpers and cries were endless. But after some time, and when people began to realize that the dead were not going to come pouring inside any time soon, they settled and slipped into their own worlds. Outside, the dead kept their vigil on the bus, pressed up against its sides and undeterred. Their assaults had subsided substantially, with only the occasional thump and scrape, accompanied by a rasping moan coming from the outside now. They waited in silence while the survivors inside kept their heads low, doing their best to stay out of sight and avoiding exposing themselves and riling up the crowd again. "We've gone static a few Ks further up," Stan's faint and almost inaudible voice informed them, sounding as though he was a million miles away. "Just sit tight, Charlie. We're doing everything we can to get you out of there." Charlie nodded and let the handset slip from his fingers and into his lap. He was sitting in the center aisle, his head drooping towards his chest as the feelings of despair and fatigue took their hold on him. He wrapped his arms across his chest and tucked his cold hands beneath his armpits in an attempt to stop them from becoming useless through numbness. Tina was sitting beside him, idly and repeatedly running her thumb along the cold metal topslide of the pistol that she was holding in her hand. She was staring into her lap, but her eyes were unfocused and saw nothing. Instead, she saw old memories as they flitted through her mind. Memories of events that had occurred and people she had known before and after the rising of the dead. Things had not always been bleak and desperate since the collapse of civilization. There had been times that life had seemed sweeter than ever over the past 12 years. Though she had to admit that those moments were rare and only fleeting. She could see the faces of the people they had lost along the way, staring back at her as though waiting for her to join them in her rightful place at their sides. She silently acknowledged that their wait would soon come to an end. "I'm sorry," she whispered with a shrug. "At least we tried." Charlie lazily raised his head and stared back at her, seeing only her dark silhouette but able to picture the expression of resignation upon her face. "Don't talk like that," he grumbled, sounding like a grandfather chastising a child over a defeatist attitude. "Stan will find us a way out." She looked back at him and huffed, shaking her head dismissively before turning her attention back to the pistol in her lap and continuing to caress it. She had counted her rounds a number of times and had silently promised that she would save the last for herself before either the dead or the cold got to her. "You don't know the man." "I do," Charlie continued in a voice that was tinged with an air of confidence and certainty. "That old bastard out there doesn't know the meaning of the word failure. If there's a way out of this mess, Stan and his boys will find it, one way or another. Tell that to Ben," she sighed. "Who?" He shot Ben in the face back at the complex. She continued in a weary and hushed voice. "He'd been hit by a stray round in the chest, and Stan, he just shot him without a second thought. He didn't give him a chance." Charlie adjusted his position and grunted, His buttocks had become numb from the cold and hard floor. He pictured Stan and his actions, and if he were completely honest with himself, he was actually astounded that there had not been more incidents of that manner during their retreat. He knew Stan, and when he saw the amount of wounded and infirm that they dragged with them through the sewers, he was a little more than surprised that Stan had not shot the entire group, saving only those who he really needed back on the ship. He checked his thinking, realizing that he was being a little too harsh in his judgment of the man. He was cold and ruthless, but he was not a complete monster. Look, he began in an attempt to prevent her from tumbling into hopelessness. Stan rarely takes chances, and he is always 100 steps ahead of anyone else. He probably knew that your guy would be dead within minutes, so he did him a mercy. Dragging him out of there could have cost more lives. Stan is my friend Nobby's too. He needs you along with that Paul fellow back there. He won't leave us here to die. She nodded, hoping that the old man was speaking sense and not just suffering with over-optimistic thinking or the early stages of hypothermia. Where did they come from? Why didn't the advance group warn us? Bad comms. They only have those shitty little short-range radios in the SUVs? Charlie shrugged. Or maybe there was no sign of them when Taft came through this stretch? They were obviously following that herd of animals we saw, probably been stalking them for years and never managing to catch up with them. If they were coming through the trees, I doubt anyone in the lead vehicle would have been able to see them. Yeah, I suppose so. She looked back at the mass of people who were sitting crowded together in the rear of the vehicle. It was dark, and all she could see were large, black clumps where people had squeezed themselves together. It was hard to believe that so many of them had managed to cram themselves into such a small space. With all the windows smashed out, the temperature inside the vehicle was no higher than it was outside, but at least they could share their body heat. The children were gathered into the center with the adults surrounding them for comfort and warmth. The remaining wounded were at the very rear, and 2 more of them had since died, needing to be dealt with and separated from the rest. She doubted that they would ever get the chance to give them decent burials now. The black mass of bodies shifted a little, and a few low groans of protest emitted from deep within as individuals were disturbed by the person beside them adjusting their position and allowing the cold to creep in and drag them from their fitful slumber. From out of the dark, a figure came hobbling towards Tina and Charlie, moving in a crouch and mindful of where it placed its feet. "What's happening out there?" Frank asked, groping his way forward through the gloom to where Tina was sitting. "Not much. They've gone pretty quiet, but they're still there." "How's Tommy?" "Bad," Frank replied with regret. "I think all the activity earlier on has sapped the last of his reserves and accelerated the sickness. He's not doing well at all. Paul is with him, but he's asking for you." "You'd better go take a look," Charlie advised her. "At least be there for him when the time comes." She nodded and began to crawl towards the rear, squirming her way through the hunched bodies around her as they lay staring at the blackness or drifting in and out of consciousness. "What's happening with that Stan bloke?" Frank asked. "Any news?" "He's working on it." Frank nodded and let out a grunt. He reached behind him and snapped his fingers, summoning his dog from the darkness. She skulked towards him, a faint whine coming from her, as she pushed her head into his chest and climbed across his lap. She curled herself into a tight ball, nestled against her master, and savoring his warmth and closeness. "She seems like a good Charlie smiled as he reached out and patted Jeff's head. She looked up and rubbed her snout against his fingers before angling her head so that he could scratch behind her ears. "She's the best there is," Frank replied with confidence, and then lowering his head to give her a reassuring and loving kiss. She pushed her head against his beard as her wagging tail smacked against his thigh. "The best dog in the world, aren't you, Jeff?" "Only one of the dogs from the base made it, from what I was told. I think it's with Bull in the lead vehicle. Maybe they'll become friends, maybe. She saved my life more times than I can count. She's my best friend. We had it good in the city, but like always, it couldn't last forever. Just a shame we got stuck in this fucking mess. Wankers. Who them out there? They're all wankers. The world's full of them, even before they all started eating each other. Didn't you know that?" Charlie let out a quiet laugh and nodded his head vigorously. He understood where Frank was coming from and had felt very much the same way on occasion. He had witnessed the world change dramatically in the years leading up to the plague, and he had never liked what he saw. Society seemed determined to weaken and eventually destroy itself. Wankers, he believed, was a good word to describe them, dead or alive. He stretched forward and ruffled the fur around Jeff's neck, relishing her warmth. "What time is it anyway?" Frank asked, with interest. "Why, you got somewhere you need to be?" Charlie pulled back the cuff of his jacket and pressed in the button on the side of his watch. It glowed green, faintly lighting his features from beneath and making him look like a low-budget attempt at an alien in a cheap science fiction movie. "It's just coming up to." He stopped and stared at his watch, lifting it closer to his eyes and having to press the button again as the light faded. He gasped and then looked up at Frank before turning towards the window behind him.
What?
Charlie jumped up from the floor without any consideration for the noise he was making as his feet scuffed and thudded. He flung the blanket from his shoulders, and ignoring the ache and creak of his cold bones and the stabbing pain he felt shooting up along his spine, he scrambled across the seats, exposing himself to any eyes that were outside as he thrust his head and shoulders through the empty frame of the window. "What are you doing, you lunatic?" "Get down," Frank snarled after him, reaching out and grasping him by his boots in an attempt to pull him back. The sudden activity and noise was already gaining the attention of some of the survivors inside. They twisted and sat up, gasping with horror and uttering their demands for Charlie to get away from the window. More and more people were taking note, and a sense of panic was quickly beginning to spread throughout. "Get the fuck down," Frank demanded again, as he began climbing over the seats and gripped Charlie by the straps of his assault vest. Charlie shrugged him off, refusing to be moved away from the window and leaning further out as though attempting to jump from the vehicle. Frank could do nothing but look on in shock as the man had clearly gone insane or lost all powers of reason and logic due to the cold. He looked around, hoping that someone was coming to help. No one moved but remained seated and staring at the dark figure that was hanging out through the window, grunting and wriggling. "Tina," Frank whispered loudly. "Get Tina, that man's gone fucking mental. He'll get us all killed." As the message was hurriedly passed back through the bus, Charlie began to squirm his way back in through the window. He was holding something in his hand, but in the darkness it was impossible for Frank to see what it was. He stood staring back at the man and wondering what was going through his mind when a light that was far too bright for the comfort of his eyes burst out from within the dark silhouette of Charlie. Frank winced and shielded his face, turning away and cursing the man for being so reckless. The civilians gasped and whimpered, afraid that the dead would see the light and launch a renewed assault against the vehicle. "Turn it off," Frank growled angrily as he lunged towards Charlie. "Turn the fucking thing off." Charlie leaned away from him, dodging Frank's attempt at snatching the torch from his grasp. He held up the light and thrust his other hand forward. "Look," he said, sounding more joyful than he should have done in such conditions. He shone his light into his palm so that Frank could see. "Look!" Frank stopped and stared at the man's hand. At first he thought it was some kind of powder, the crystals glinting in the light like tiny diamonds. Then he realized that what he was looking at was actually frozen water, frost. In that moment, he noticed that there was not a sound coming from the dead that were gathered outside of the windows. Charlie, appearing in the way he had done, should have riled them up into a frenzy. But there were no moans and no thuds as the infected began a fresh offensive against the sides of the vehicle. "They're frozen." Charlie gasped with a grin and pointing towards his watch. "It's -2 degrees, and the bastards are frozen solid." Frank had to take a look for himself. For hours they had hidden themselves away, refusing to look upon the landscape of horror and despair beyond the windows. All the while the temperature had been steadily headed towards 0 and beyond, leaving the crowds of walking dead to become encased in ice. Without the ability to produce body heat, they had no chance against the cold, and now stood there like a sea of grotesque statues, unable to move or make a sound. "Sweet fucking Jesus," he groaned as he surveyed the scene. Tina needed to be sure. She would not allow anyone else to risk their lives and chose to be the first to step down from the bus. With the barricades dismantled, she stood by the door and glanced back at the people crowded around her with nervous eyes. She took in a deep breath, raised her pistol, and reached for the door. None of the corpses that were crammed up against the vehicle moved as she exposed herself. They remained locked in place, their arms, legs, and gaping mouths frozen in their final actions before the cold had finally overwhelmed them. There were thousands of them, all staring back at Tina with unseeing eyes as she slowly made her way down towards the step, feeling her guts tighten and her legs shake. "You sure about this?" She whispered back into the vehicle. "Yeah, I'm sure," Charlie's voice replied as he double-checked the thermometer on his watch. "It says -3 now, they're going nowhere." Tina reached out and gingerly prodded the closest body with her pistol. It did not move or make a sound. She pushed it a little harder, causing it to rock backwards slightly and then coming to rest against the frozen corpses that were tightly packed together behind it. Again, she prodded, holding the muzzle of her pistol against the creature's forehead and thrusting much harder. It fell further back, causing more of them to tumble into one another, and creating a domino effect that quickly spread and sent dozens of them crashing to the ground. The sound of their frozen bones and flesh shattering against the hard earth had a strangely comforting effect on her, and she grinned broadly as she turned to look up at the stars. She silently thanked the gods for the miracle that they had bestowed upon them. "Sweet Jesus," she uttered. She stepped out, her feet crunching on the churned and frozen mud beneath the vehicle. She turned slowly and eyed the rotted faces around her, staring into their dark and hollow sockets and the cavernous mouths that gaped back at her. She shivered, but not from the cold. A part of her still expected them to suddenly lunge towards her, having fallen into their trap and being torn limb from limb. But nothing moved or made a sound around her. The crisp and frozen night was utterly silent, despite the legion of walking dead that stood before her. "Get hold of Stan and prepare to move. We're getting out of here," she ordered in a loud voice, keeping her eyes fixed upon the bodies around her. "We'll walk out if we have to." 24 hours later, as dawn began to break, the disheveled and exhausted survivors finally reached the coastline, shivering uncontrollably and hobbling on shaking legs. The weather had continued to worsen throughout the day, with snow falling on the higher ground and the roads becoming almost impassable as their already treacherous surfaces became covered with ice. The bus had all but given up shortly after being pulled free of the mud and hauled out from the swarms of dead that surrounded it. The mechanics managed to get it started, but within 10 kilometers it died completely, as it coughed its final sputter, and the engine seized up forever. As the landscape around them steadily turned white with frost and snow, the chances of surviving in the open and walking the rest of the way became less of a possibility. The only solution was to tow the vehicle, tying it to the two SUVs and slowly pulling it along the roads like a sled as they passed by corpses that were scattered along the route, lining the roads and frozen to the ground like macabre scarecrows. It was a struggle, and the drivers needed to negotiate the debris-littered roads that were overgrown with foliage and vines and crammed with rusted vehicles. The ice that formed on the surfaces added to the danger and the frustrations of the survivors. On numerous occasions, the wheels slipped, causing the heavy and virtually immobile bus to veer from the road, leaving it stranded and needing to be recovered from the ditches or verges that lined the route. The steep mountain passes had been even more of a challenge, with the SUVs all but burning out their engines as they toiled against the hills and the elements while hauling the dead weight of the bus. Nevertheless, they persevered, and eventually, with almost all of their fuel gone and the SUVs ready to be declared as nothing more than crumbling piles of scrap, they reached the small coastal village. The survivors disembarked from the bus, as Stan declared that the final few kilometers were too dangerous for the large vehicle to stand a chance of making it through. The roads were narrow with tight bends and sheer drops leading down into the estuary. He was certain that the hard journey would end in a cruel tragedy if they attempted to drag the unwieldy bus all the way to the beach. The survivors grumbled, but did as they were ordered, wrapping themselves in whatever they could and trundling towards the sea in a long line that reminded some of the veterans of video footage they had seen from the Second World War. "Look at them. They look like the last survivors of the 6th Army at Stalingrad," Bull had remarked as he watched the human scarecrows descend from the hill and stagger towards the sea. "Aye," Taft nodded. "And now we're about to reenact Dunkirk." Nadia Neptune, the old trawler, was already there waiting for them. She was as reliable as always, and Taft smiled with pride and affection as he started up the engine. They wasted no time in loading her up with the first group of survivors and heading out to sea, and for a number of hours the shuttle runs continued. The children and wounded were the first to go, followed by the women and the old. The trawler could not fit more than 20 people at a time, and even that was pushing it to its limits as far as Taft was concerned. Regardless, the number of people left on the mainland steadily dwindled with each trip, and their leaders, such as Tina and Al, began to feel that they could finally begin to dream and hope again, knowing that they had made it to safety. "You think it'll be okay now?" Tina asked, as she looked out towards the fishing boat while it pulled away from the pier and left with the final group of civilian survivors for the ferry. All that remained behind now was a small handful of men and women with barely enough ammunition to fill one magazine each. They had pushed out to form a perimeter around the beachhead, forming a line of defense while the evacuation got underway. The dead were frozen solid, but they could never be too careful. The sun was now up, and if the temperature was to suddenly rise, the circumstances could quickly change. She looked back at the two smoking and battered vehicles. The SUVs had been dumped unceremoniously to the side of the path leading away from the beach. Already they appeared to be sinking into the sand, as though aware that their lives were over, and now it was time for their long and final rest. They would remain there until they had completely rotted away and became swallowed up by sand over time. "We'll just have to see," Al replied, and looked back over his shoulder to check on Tommy. "We've made it this far. We just have to hope that Paul gets the engines going." Now Tina could see that at that moment Al could care less about what happened once they made it across to the ferry. His thoughts were on Tommy. "Go to him, Al," Tina said as she watched him intently and saw the hurt that he was experiencing. "I've said my goodbyes to him, and now you should go and spend some time with him. He'd want that." Al nodded. Everything that needed to be done had been done. The civilians were safe, and the last of them were on their way across to the ship. Tina was there to control the final withdrawal of the militia cordon, and there was no need for him to stay close at that moment. He walked away and headed towards the area where Tommy was sitting, propped up against the information center, wrapped in a blanket and shivering from the fever. The sun was up and the sky was as clear as he had ever seen. Tommy sat soaking in its rays and feeling them warm his cold, clammy skin and his aching bones. He had refused to be placed on the boat and be transported across to the ship. Al had insisted, but Tommy would not yield, stubbornly digging in his heels and pointing out that it would be a waste of time and effort. He knew that he had little time left, and he did not want to waste it or allow himself to be a burden to the others. "Hey," Tommy groaned, smiling like a drunk when he sensed Al's huge shadow momentarily block the sun as he approached. "We made it, didn't we? We beat those things and everything that was thrown at us. We frigging made it. Yeah, we made it. We kicked their arses, mate." Al sat down beside him and watched the boat as it grew smaller, steadily making its way over the unnaturally calm waters of the Irish Sea. It had taken them a while to ferry all the survivors across, the trawler having to make multiple time-consuming crossings, but for once time was on their side. The temperature remained below the 0 mark and showed no signs of rising. And Charlie was always somewhere close by informing everyone of the information displayed on his watch while sounding like a town crier making his announcements. The beach was now virtually empty. Gone were the clusters of half-frozen civilians and whining children, leaving a surreal calm to settle over the area with almost no sound except for the gentle lapping of the water against the shore and the occasional screech of a gull. It was peaceful, and something that neither of them had experienced in many years. They sat there for a while, soaking in the scene, and reveling in the sun's warmth. "You look after them," Tommy slurred as he finally broke the silence. His head swayed as he tried to focus his eyes upon Al in an attempt to emphasize his point. "Promise me that, will you? You'll look after them and keep them safe." "Yeah, I'll look after them," Al croaked, knowing that the end of their friendship was gradually approaching. He watched Tommy and saw his life force slowly ebbing away from him. His face was ashen and drawn, with his lips already receding and his cheekbones protruding from beneath his sunken eye sockets. The veins in his neck were raised and black, showing the devastating infection as it crept towards his brain. Al felt a lump begin to form in his throat as his vision blurred with tears and his head began to spin. He knew that they were fast approaching the time when he would need to say goodbye to his friend, but losing Tommy was tearing him apart, destroying him from the inside, and he did not yet feel ready to let go of him. They had been the best of friends for many years, fighting side by side and always overcoming the odds that were greatly stacked against them. Losing him now when they were so close to safety was a harsh and cruel twist of fate, and he cursed the gods for their lack of compassion and mercy. Tommy deserved so much more than to die now. He had earned the chance at a long and peaceful life, a life with the possibility of happiness and fulfillment. Instead, he would die here on this beach long before his time should have been due, and "Do me a big favor," Tommy said as he closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. His naturally twisted face broke into a strained smile. "Sure, what is it?" "Give Thunderknickers what she needs." Al frowned and turned to look at the area where Tina was standing beside Charlie. He looked back at his friend, unsure of his meaning. "What she needs?" Tommy's eyes had all but sunken deep into his head, but they now glared back at Al from within their dark caverns. He grinned maliciously, a sparkle of light twinkling from his fevered eyes. "Don't play dumb. You know what I'm talking about, Al? It's always been there between you two, but neither of you ever had the balls to do anything about it." "Ah, do it, and make each other happy, you silly, stubborn cunt." Al laughed and shook his head. What Tommy was saying was indeed true. There had always been a special chemistry between him and Tina, but neither of them had allowed it to develop any further than the relationship of commander and subordinate. Now, with the chance of a future and happiness, Tommy was making a good point. Maybe it was time that they both relaxed and tried to find some comfort and joy in what was left of their lives and the world around them. He loved Tina, but until now it had been the love that soldiers felt for one another, having suffered side by side through so much trial and tribulation. "What about you? You sure you don't want to come?" Tommy shrugged and let out a rasping sneer. "Don't be daft, mate. I'm fucked, and don't try to tell me otherwise. No, I think I'll just sit here for a while, I suppose. Enjoy the sunshine and the sea air for a bit. It's been a long time since I had any time to myself." They sat for a while longer, chatting and reminiscing on times gone by. They even managed to laugh on occasion when a particularly amusing shared memory was suddenly brought to life again. Nevertheless, Tommy was fading fast. He was becoming weaker and occasionally incoherent as his body and mind slowly died, but thankfully he no longer seemed to be experiencing any pain. Al was grateful for that small mercy. Watching his friend suffer in his final moments would have been too much for him to bear. "You'd better get going," Tommy finally said, as he nodded his head towards the sea and the boat that was approaching for its final pickup. Al looked at the boat. It had returned far too soon for his liking, and his time with Tommy was almost over. For a moment he felt the urge to stand up and demand that the trawler turn back until he was ready, wanting to spend every minute that he could with his friend. He turned to Tommy, about to plead with him one last time to go with them out to the ferry. At least there he would be warm and comfortable in his final hours. "Tommy, you don't have to." Tommy was moving and wriggling his arms as he began slipping out from his assault vest and armor. He pulled it away and dropped it all in the sand beside him before unclipping his belt and the remainder of his equipment. "Here, you might need this. There isn't much left. But you need every bullet. I don't. I just need one," Tommy grunted, giving over his ammunition and rifle to Al, but keeping hold of his pistol and the lone round that he had already sitting in the chamber. Al looked down at the pistol in his hand and understood. When he was ready, Tommy would turn the gun on himself to prevent the virus from having the pleasure of turning him into one of the walking dead. "You sure about this?" Al asked. "This is what you want." "Yeah," Tommy replied. He leaned his head back and rested it against the frosted wall of the information center. "It's what I want. Get yourself out to the ship, mate, and don't worry about me. I'll be fine here." Al watched him for a moment. He wanted to say something, but he knew that his words would only fall from his mouth in an inaudible slur of vowels if he tried. His throat was swollen, and he was finding it difficult to swallow. He felt weak and helpless, sick to his stomach, and his energy was rapidly flowing from his limbs as grief surged through his body and filled him to the core. He leaned over and grabbed Tommy, pulling his limp body in close and thrusting his arms around him in a tight hug. It would be the last time that he would see his friend, and a simple handshake would not have been sufficient. "I love you, mate," Al sobbed into his shoulder. "I fucking love you, I know, buddy. It's okay," Tommy replied weakly, while rubbing and patting Al across his broad back. "I love you too. Now get yourself out of here and don't make a big deal of it. Remember what I said? Look after them and be the man that Tina needs. Promise you'll do that for me." "I will," Al replied in a croaky whisper while giving Tommy a final squeeze. He climbed to his feet and scooped up Tommy's rifle and equipment, giving him a final nod before turning away and heading for the jetty where the boat was already loaded with the last of them and waiting on him. "You take good care of yourself, Al," Tommy called after him. Al could not bring himself to look back, but instead raised his hand in acknowledgement while he trundled through the soft sand, his legs feeling heavy and his body shaking uncontrollably as his head began to spin all the more. Tina watched him approach as she stood waiting on the pier. She had said her goodbyes to Tommy and made a point of leaving him be, allowing him to spend his final hours with his best friend. At that time, they needed one another more than they needed her. But she was fully aware that in the coming days, she and Al would need one another more than ever. As they both came to terms with the devastating loss of Tommy, he reached the boat and refused to meet anyone's gaze as he climbed aboard. He was the last to arrive, with the beach now almost completely abandoned, except for Tommy. Without a word, he jumped up onto the foredeck and stood at the bow and watched the distant shape of his friend as the juddering fishing trawler slowly pulled away from the jetty. In a final farewell before the boat made its turn to head for open water, Al raised his arm and waved in a closing salute to his friend. Tommy faded into the distance, but he would never fade from Al's mind. 26. It was 5 days later when a vibrating hum rippled through the hull of the ferry, causing the windows to rattle lightly in their corroded frames and loose objects to jiggle their way across tables and crash to the floor. The engines were running, and the sighs of relief and jubilation from all on board could be heard over the steady thrum of the massive pistons as they pounded away in the bowels of the ship. Paul had needed to more or less strip the engines down to their component parts, but he had somehow managed to make them work again, with the help of Steve, Mark, and the other mechanics. And while the remainder of the survivors toiled endlessly to make the vessel watertight and seaworthy, the power was restored to the decrepit ship. There were still many minor repairs and maintenance to carry out before they could begin their journey south, but the hard part was over and behind them. That night, the survivors of both groups came together to celebrate. Hope was on the horizon, and as Taff and Bull relinquished their homebrew on the people around them, every tooth was soon visible as the people laughed and sang, rejoicing in their seemingly brighter future. 2 days later, and Paul declared that the ship was as fit for sea as it ever would be. The ferry and its passengers were ready and eager to weigh anchor and leave the UK mainland, along with its memories of horror and suffering behind them. The ship's entire complement gathered at the bow and watched with growing excitement. It had become a sort of ceremony, as though they were throwing away the last shackles of their previous lives before embarking on a new one. As the huge, rusted anchor broke the surface, the assembled people cheered, confident that the hardships were now behind them as Paul, Mark, and Steve carried out their final checks, wanting to be sure that everything was working correctly before their intended departure. Some of the people on board began to gather on the port side of the ship, gazing out across the Irish Sea and looking upon their homeland one final time. Some seemed sad, while others appeared to be glad to see the back of the British Isles. It had become a seething pit of death, completely overrun by the infected and with nowhere left that was safe to hide. "What if we get to the Azores and there's people already there?" the veteran asked. It was a possibility that everyone had considered, but as yet remained undiscussed. It seemed as though nobody really wanted to broach the subject until they really had to. "I don't know," Taft shrugged, flicking the butt of his cigarette over the side and into the murky sea. "I suppose we'll just have to burn that bridge when we cross it." "Well, we can't fight them," Kyle continued. "We're down to our last mags and we don't have enough pointed sticks to go around." "Then we're screwed, aren't we?" Bull commented and turned to him with a grin. "We could always surrender." "I'd be more than happy to spend the rest of my days sunning it up on the beach with loads of hot chicks." "I doubt it'll be like that, you pleb. You never know, mate. Those islands could be the last bastion of the RAF. You know how they always liked the easy life, and there were always plenty of pretty girls amongst them. Hope is important to us all, especially now." "Yeah, and a pessimist is never disappointed." Kyle grunted back at him. Taft saw that Stan was standing at the rail a few meters away from them and staring out towards the mainland as the final preparations were underway. They had not noticed him arrive, and he seemed deep in thought, more reclusive and detached from reality than ever. In fact, he had hardly spoken a word to anyone since the anchor was raised, and Taft was beginning to feel concerned for his commander. "What you thinking about, boss?" he asked as he sidled up beside Stan, leaning against the superstructure and watching him with interest. Bull and Kyle also made their way across, positioning themselves on the opposite side from Taff and sandwiching their leader between them. Bull pulled out a small hip flask and unscrewed the top. Since arriving back at the ship, the three of them had been drinking quite a lot, but they would soon push it aside and focus themselves on the journey ahead. In the meantime, however, they were enjoying the last dregs of their toxic stash. "Stan," he turned and waved away Bull's offer of the nauseating liquid that the big man confidently claimed was the new whiskey. He looked at the three of them for a moment and realized that they were waiting for him to speak. They were clearly curious to what was going through his mind, maybe even a little worried if Stan was reading their expressions correctly. He turned away and focused his attention back to the mainland. "Come on, boss, what's the beef?" Bull demanded before taking another hefty slug from the flask and then passing it over to the veteran. "I'll be leaving soon," he announced in a low and seemingly distracted voice. "Yeah, we all will be," Bull quipped while snatching the flask back from Kyle, heading for the Azores and the sunshine. Taff was the only one who was not smiling. While the veteran and Bull stood grinning like demented children, he knew that Stan was not referring to them all and their voyage south. He was speaking about himself and himself alone. He looked at his commander and suddenly became aware that their long comradeship was drawing to an end. "Where will you go?" Stan shrugged and nodded towards the coast. He turned and looked directly at his second-in-command, and for the first time since he had known the man, Taff saw his eyes soften and even blink. "You know where I'm going, Taff? It's time that I went back there and faced up to it. There's nothing left for me here now. I'm an old man, and you lot don't need me anymore." It's time I handed over the reins to you. That should make you happy, you old pirate." Bull was slow to catch on, but eventually the penny dropped, and he too came to the conclusion that they were about to say their farewells to Stan. "Why?" he asked, sounding like a child who was being forced away from one of his parents. "Why now? There's no more fighting to be done." Stan shrugged. "I think it's safe to say that it's all over and things will be better now. You don't need me anymore, and I need to hang up my guns before it's too late, and all I have known my entire life is war and death. I'm tired, and I'm sick of it all." Taft nodded solemnly. He understood how Stan must have felt. A lifetime of fighting takes its toll, and even the toughest of men who revel in war and yearn for the scent of blood more than the sound of music and laughter eventually grow weary of it all. Stan was not a young man, and he wanted to use what time he had left to do something good. Something that was not born from necessity or the lust for battle. After a few moments of thoughtful silence, Stan pulled away from the railing and turned to look at what remained of his team. Taff, Bull, and Kyle were all that was left from the men he had fought beside since the outbreak began. They had lost so many good people along the way. But he now hoped that there would be no more cause for sacrifice and that they would all have the chance to finally lay down their weapons and truly rest. "I'll miss you, Stan," Bull suddenly confessed with true emotion. His face was taut, but his lower lip trembled visibly. The mighty Bull was truly heartbroken at Stan's decision. "You look after yourself, numbnuts," Stan said, patting him gently on the shoulder as he turned away and headed towards his quarters. Within hours, the ship was moving. The survivors assembled on the upper decks, while Paul maneuvered the vessel, bringing them onto their desired bearing and slowly increasing their speed. They watched the trawler pull away from them with Stan at the helm and steering east towards the coast. He had not wished for any fuss and had insisted on slipping away without announcing his intentions to everyone on board. However, the news had traveled fast, and the majority of the survivors quickly gathered to wave off the man who had done so much for them. "You think that mad old bastard will be okay?" the veteran asked. "You reckon he'll find what he's looking for?" "Yeah," Taff replied with a confident nod and a smile. He sniffed back and blinked a number of times in an attempt to wash away the emotion that was threatening to overwhelm him. "He'll be fine. There's no other way that Stan can be." Bull was having a much harder time of it as he attempted to keep a grip on his composure. He looked deflated and could not tear his eyes away from the trawler. He needed to fight the urge to hurl himself over the side and attempt to swim after Stan, begging him to come back to the ship. His sense of loss was so strong that he felt sick to his stomach, and his usually insatiable appetite for food had completely vanished. "Fuck it. Let's go get shit-faced." He finally snorted. As the fishing boat grew smaller, the crowd of survivors began to thin out. They headed back to their rooms or duties with their minds on the future and the endless possibilities of what would become of them. Anything could happen in the coming days and weeks, but all of them believed that things could only get better now. Al and Tina remained at the rail, still watching the small speck in the distance as the trawler rocked against the light swell, its weight growing fainter as it transported Stan away from them. They did not speak, but stood close to one another, remaining lost in their own thoughts and contemplations. The blasting sound of the ship's horn startled them, causing them to flinch and reach for their guns as their eardrums rattled. Paul was saying his own goodbye and thank you to Stan, the man who had helped to save him and his family, giving them the chance of a future together. The deafening blur of the horn undoubtedly traveled far and wide and could easily have been heard as far away as the coast. "Jesus," Al laughed with relief, raising his head again and looking down at Tina. She smiled at him as they both moved their hands away from their pistols. They relaxed again, but continued to look back at one another. Tina's face suddenly seemed less hard and far more beautiful than he had ever noticed before. Gone was the worry and pain from her eyes, and the taut expression seemed to have completely evaporated from her features. She reached out and tucked her arm under his, pulling herself in close and pressing her head against his shoulder while allowing herself to feel protected by him. Al nuzzled his cheek against hers, savoring the smell of her hair and the warmth of her skin. "It's all good now, Al," she said softly. "Everything's going to be fine." Epilogue: the cliffs seemed much higher and steeper than he remembered them being, but to be fair, it had been many years since he last visited the place. Beneath the sheer rock face, the sea crashed against the massive, barnacle-encrusted boulders flanking the pier, creating a small harbor that sheltered the jetty from the battering waves. The foaming water, roaring as the swells upturned and shattered against the rocks, acted as a stark reminder that any misjudgment in his approach would result in the fishing trawler being smashed to pieces like matchwood with him on board. Stan eased off the throttle and adjusted his bearing while accounting for the side wind that was attempting to push him further to the right. The bow entered into the narrow, short channel leading up to the jetty as the huge seagulls above squawked and swooped in around him, instinctively believing that there was something to be scavenged from the boat's haul of fish as it returned to dock. Unfortunately, the birds were left disappointed and flew away, screeching their angry protests. The engine stopped and the boat drifted the final few meters on the calm waters of the tiny harbor. With a gentle bump, the trawler reached its final destination and docked with the pier. Stan paused and looked around him. The sea behind was empty, and the cliffs stretching far off on either side of him were devoid of any eyes to witness his arrival. Satisfied that he remained undetected, he picked up his weapons and climbed out onto the jetty. The wooden planks were wet and slimy, thick with moss and algae and clumps of seaweed that had taken root and grown unchecked over time. Again, it was a positive indication to him that the area was disused and abandoned. He checked the chamber of his rifle, making sure that there was a round fed into the breech and ready to be fired. He only had 3 magazines left, but if all went as he hoped, then he would have no need for any of them. He began to ascend the steep, concrete staircase that led up to the top of the cliffs, using the rusted handrail to assist his climb. The last time he had been there, he had shared the steps with burly fishermen, dragging their equipment up and down while uttering curses under their breath, or shouting friendly insults to one another, and singing or whistling the songs that only men of their profession knew and truly understood. Now, Stan climbed in silence and alone, unable to help but wonder what had happened to the people who had once used those very same steps on a daily basis. He reached the top without the cliffs to act as a buffer. The wind was much stronger on the high ground and bitterly cold. The wintry sea air bit through his clothing and clawed at his skin, but he barely noticed it as he moved forward and dropped into cover behind an ancient-looking dry stone wall. A few buildings, neglected and run down with their roofs collapsing inwards and their windows smashed, sat abandoned, slowly becoming covered with weeds and mold. The track running through the small hamlet was overgrown by the long dune grass that flourished on either side, almost completely smothering it to the point that in many places it was impossible to distinguish between the path and the verge. It was clear that there had been no one in the area for a long time. Moving forward, he followed the track towards the south. He had deliberately chosen to dock on the north of the island so that he could check for signs of other inhabitants along the way and hopefully giving him a better indication of what to expect once he reached his target. He walked alone, buffered by the wind and harassed by an occasional gull. The place seemed desolate, with very little in the way of trees. Anything growing higher than just a meter would find it almost impossible to live there. The strong winds blowing in from the sea rarely let up, even during the summer months. It did not take long before he had traveled across most of the island and was in his intended location from where he would conduct his overwatch. It was more or less the highest point of land on the island and gave him a clear view of the ground in all directions as well as the coastal approaches behind him. Ahead of him and far off in the distance, he could see the mainland and the narrow stretch of water that separated the island from the rest of the country. Behind him was nothing but the gray line of the sea and the equally dull and dreary horizon. He climbed down into a natural dip in the ground and pulled out his binoculars, focusing in on the large house that was approximately a kilometer away and nestled in the low ground, close to the coastal road that ran around the circumference of the island. The house looked almost exactly as he remembered. It was a large and sturdy-looking building, solidly constructed and able to withstand years of gale winds and storms that relentlessly battered against its walls and windows. The outer walls were less bright now, the whitewash paint fading and becoming more of a pale and dirty gray. The stone wall surrounding the building remained, but through his binoculars, Stan could see that the once green and blossoming garden was no longer as well manicured as it had once been. There were other structures there, too. In the past, there had only been the house, sitting alone on the southern tip of the island, and a picture of solitude and strength against the sea and the unrelenting wind. Now there were other buildings all around the house. Some were prefabricated cabins, and others were merely canvas tents. He could see that there had been a few attempts at erecting some buildings that would be more solid and enduring. But with the lack of resources on the island, they were little more than shacks, and clearly needing constant repair and maintenance to prevent them from blowing away. He panned his binoculars to the left and then to the right. There was no sign of movement, but there were indications of life everywhere he looked. There was steam drifting up from the tents and shacks, washing lines laden with wet clothing that fluttered in the wind and fresh and well-worn tracks leading between each dwelling and crisscrossing the entire area. There were no people visible, but they were there, of that much he was certain. He wondered if they had somehow detected him and were now hiding behind cover, waiting for him to expose himself before they fired. He considered crawling back and approaching from another angle, but then decided that it would make no difference whether they had already seen him or not. They would soon be fully aware of his presence when he felt it was time to begin his advance. Stan looked closer, scrutinizing the entire camp and searching for any sign of defenses or early warning systems. No matter how well placed and camouflaged they were, there would always be some trace of sentry and fire positions. There were none. He searched again and again, but could see no hint of an outer perimeter. The people living there obviously felt secure and saw no need for such things. There would undoubtedly be weapons, but it was evident that they did not feel the necessity to keep them close and ready at all times. It was a concept that was completely alien to Stan. Even aboard the ferry and safe in the knowledge that the infected were miles away, separated from them by the sea, he remained armed at all times, with his weapons in immaculate order. "They're not expecting any dramas, that's for sure," Stan whispered to himself. No matter where he was or how long it had been without incident, he himself would have always ensured that security measures were in place. However, that was his mindset. And he had come to understand that even now, not everyone was capable of thinking in the way that a soldier does. For a moment, he wondered whether he would ever be able to shake off a lifetime of caution and habit. "Bollocks to it," he grunted, climbing to his feet and tucking away his equipment. "Time to move." There was once a time when Stan could stare at a target for days, even weeks, if necessary. He would watch until he had studied the ground and the people to the point that he knew everything about them, taking in every detail of the lay of the land and the habits of men and women occupying it. However, he seemed to be suddenly low on patience, and after only an hour he began to walk down the hill and headed directly towards the large White House. He did not bother to look for or follow any tracks, choosing instead to take the shortest possible route and move across the open, bumpy ground that threatened to send him falling over with every step. The small, undulating ridges and troughs topped with thick tufts of grass were always difficult to negotiate. During his days in the army, they had referred to that sort of terrain as babies' heads, and carrying heavy loads while trying to remain upright had always proven to be a frustrating and very often painful challenge. As he reached to within a few hundred meters, Stan began to see people emerging from the large house. More of them spilled out through the huge front door and began to gather in the garden in small groups, or headed out through the gate and towards the tents and shacks. He heard voices drifting towards him on the wind, snippets of words, and the unmistakable sound of laughter. There were men, women, and children there. They sounded happy, relaxed, and confident that this day would be no different from the previous, and that their lives would continue uninterrupted. At first, Stan hesitated, impulsively wanting to drop into cover and raise his rifle. He fought his instincts and remained upright, while keeping his rifle at his side and pointed into the dirt at his feet. None of the people had noticed him descending the hill. They were sure of their safety and isolation, and seemed to pay very little attention to the world around them. He continued forward with his attention focused on the nearest of the shacks and shelters as he reached the foot of the hill. He came to a small wire fence, and once he had stepped over it, he was inside their camp. In front of him was the rear flap of a large canvas tent, the same sort that he had spent many a night under during his years in the army. The sides billowed in the wind and made dull thwacking noises as they pulled against their lashes. He stepped around and over the ropes that pinned the tent to the ground, reaching the front of the shelter and stepping out onto the muddy track that was carpeted with old planks of wood and large stepping stones to help prevent the area from becoming a quagmire. He looked to his left and right, checking that no one was approaching from his flanks before stepping forward and into the main street of the medieval-style village. Chickens ran between the dwellings, chasing one another through the mud, while cats and dogs that looked well-fed and bored lay snoozing in the open air. The animals paid him virtually no attention as he continued along the squelching path. One of the dogs raised its head for a moment and let out a high-pitched whine that was almost inaudible to the human ear. Stan looked back at it, expecting it to leap towards him or at least bark a warning. Instead, it lay its head back down upon the blanket that it was sprawled out upon, disinterested and unthreatened by the new arrival. It was something that made Stan feel almost uneasy. The dogs that they came into contact with on the mainland were never so casual. They traveled and hunted in packs, and seeing a living human being would be an opportunity that they rarely passed up on. Food was scarce, and humans were a much easier target than most other animals. If a person was unarmed and cornered by a hungry pack, they would stand very little chance at survival. To now see a dog pay him virtually no interest was confusing, to say the least. He continued to walk, and by now he was in the center of the camp. There were people ahead of him, slowly making their way towards their own homes after exiting the house. Some of them noticed him and stopped. They stood and stared, but no one challenged him. They eyed his weapons and looked to one another questioningly, but not a single soul stepped forward. Stan remained focused upon the house as he walked, but remained fully aware of what was happening around him. The people ahead of him stepped out of his path and gave him a wide berth before closing in on his flanks and rear. They were clearly worried but curious to who he was and where he had suddenly appeared from. He could hear them whispering, but still, no one attempted to stop him or even raise an alarm. Stan watched them, but saw that there was no one amongst them that posed any sort of threat. It was even clear that there was no one willing to ask him who he was or where he was going. He reached the gate of the house and paused before opening it. He glanced back over his shoulder at the people who were standing around him and staring back with anxious and probing expressions. He looked at the children that were huddled close to their parents and wanting to ask the obvious questions about the scary-looking man who had appeared on the island. He was tempted to say something but had no idea what. He also knew that anything he said at that moment would sound frightening in his harsh voice and would only be backed up and cemented by his cold, unflinching stare. He turned to continue through the gate, but stopped. She was there, standing at the door to the house and looking back at him. Their eyes locked onto one another, and for what seemed a long time they stood watching each other in complete silence, while the people around them held their breath and waited. She had hardly changed. Her thick, wavy blonde hair remained cut in the same style, billowing out from her head just as it had done all those years ago, and once again reminding him of Farrah Fawcett. Her soft face glowed in the same way he remembered, and her eyes still held the same penetrating but warming glare that had always remained perfectly vivid in his memories of her. It had been many years, but time had been kind to her. He could see that clearly. Her white and red patterned dress fluttered at the bottom as the wind snatched at it, but remained pinched at the waist and flattered her natural shape. She took a hesitant step forward from the doorway, studying him as he remained standing at the gate and looking back at her. Stan straightened up, feeling that he should at least make the effort to look like less of a predator or a beggar. His heart was beating hard, and a feeling that he had not experienced in many years was surging through his body. His stomach felt tight, his throat was dry, and his legs did not feel as though they would support him for any prolonged period of time. He was nervous. It was an emotion that was as unfamiliar to him as fear, but nevertheless he recognized it for what it was. Julia began to walk towards him as the people that were gathered all around them began inching closer and looked on in anticipation. As she reached halfway along the path, another figure appeared in the doorway behind her. A young man, tall and dark-haired, stood watching her with concern as she approached the bedraggled stranger. As she drew closer, she smiled. It was a smile that radiated heat, causing Stan's skin to flush and his core to noticeably warm and forced his heart to thump even harder. She stopped just in front of him on the opposite side of the gate and stared deep into his eyes without saying a word. Her smile remained, and when she reached out and took Stan's hand in her own, he felt his knees judder. Her skin was soft, clean, and warm. He had not felt any of those things for so long that to suddenly experience them was a shock to his system. He wondered how he must look to her. His thick beard covered almost all of his face. Years of grime was ingrained into his flesh, and his clothing was covered in all kinds of filth, including blood. Yet rather than looking at him with horror and revulsion, she showed nothing but tenderness and warmth. "You look tired," she said in her familiar, soft tones. The sound of her voice almost bowled him over, and his head began to spin. He was unsure of what he had expected, but to suddenly hear her voice after all those years was like a lightning bolt ripping its way through his body. "I am," he croaked in a voice that sounded alien even to himself. "I knew you'd come back, Stan. I don't know how, but I knew you were out there and alive, and that you would one day come back here." Emotions were growing inside of him. Feelings that he had not experienced for so long that he now felt as though he was about to explode. They threatened to overwhelm him and destroy him from within. The strongest of them all was the one that hurt him the most. It was shame. He felt ashamed for what he had done all those years ago. He had abandoned her and ran back to the army. For years he had done well to fight his feelings and push them aside whenever they threatened to surface. But now he could no longer contain or hide them. "I'm sorry, Julia," he said, his voice a mere shadow of its former gruffness. "I should never have left, and I'm sorry. You did what was right for you and followed what you knew best. I want you to know that I was never angry with you, Stan. You were just not ready is all. I knew that, and I knew that when you were ready you would come back." Her smile broadened as she reached forward and gently pulled open the gate. "And here you are." He made to step through, but hesitated, looking from Julie, and then to the man who was still standing at the door and watching them intently. He glanced down at his weapons and began to feel as though he should not be there, as though he was somehow soiling the place with his presence. "Please come in," she urged him when she saw his uncertainty. "We both have a lot to catch up on." Stan looked at her, and his wavering feelings seemed to dissipate from his body. Her smile was one of genuine warmth and care. There was no judgment in her eyes, and her voice possessed no undertones of scrutiny. As he had always remembered, Julia held no reservations towards him, and even now accepted him as the man he was. "Is that?" he asked, nodding towards the young man, but unable to finish his sentence. "Yes," she nodded, glancing back over her shoulder and then back at Stan with a broadening smile that was filled with pride. "That's Henry, your son? He's been waiting for you." She began to lead him along the path while lightly holding on to his hand. He could have turned away at any time, but he did not. His natural suspicion and his instincts to run or fight were silent. They seemed to have dissolved completely, leaving him to fend for himself and come to his own conclusions without them. He was confused at first, but as Julia stopped and turned to face him, taking both of his hands in her own and watching his eyes, Stan blinked and then smiled back at her. "You're home now," she whispered. "Home." His smile grew as they turned and continued along the path towards the house. End.